Prologue. Ha tilde. There was a heavy sigh behind him. It was a sound filled with equal parts irritation, frustration and weariness, as if the man's soul was exhausted and about to dissipate like a misty breath in the cool spring air. Exhausted sounds made the man turn his gaze to his companion. The woman was sitting astride a beautiful horse that was following his own. She was dressed simply, in the clean clothes of a traveler, wrapped in a brown cloak that flowed down the sides of her horse. Silky black hair, which somehow retained its radiant shine despite long days of driving on rough country roads, was tied into a loose ponytail that swayed slightly in time with the morning breeze. She clutched an unfolded parchment scroll in her hands, and an expression of irritation was written on her face. It added an edge to her cold beauty, which, to his own surprise, had become something of a calling card among some of the locals. If he didn't know better, he might have guessed that the contents of the parchment were the cause of her irritation. But he had a copy of it. It was a map, a rough copy made of one kept in the civil offices of E-Rantel, detailing the southern regions of the kingdom. He had seen the original himself, its aged parchment cracked and yellowed despite careful attempts to preserve it over the years. Careful research carried out many generations ago, when the kingdom of Riestais was at the height of its prosperity. It showed a border in the process of expansion. Primary forests in the wilderness were cut down to make way for farms and pastures. Aristocratic estates stood out on the map as estates neatly arranged in a network of well-paved earthen roads. Around them, many hamlets and villages were built, filled with budding migrants from the more populous regions of the kingdom and other countries, pioneers cultivating the land to build their own future. This card spoke of a bright future. It was a time when order reigned and enterprising adventurers conquered the wild frontier lands around the nascent city that would become E-Rantel, paving the way for settlement and industry. House Wyself gave full support to the city's expansion, investing heavily in labor and materials. When suitable lands were cleared, new titles were granted to those of merit, and this continued until the walled city expanded to the foothills of the border ranges to the south. It was a map drawn up many generations ago, but now in their surroundings there was no trace of the landscape that was depicted on it. But it was not the feeling of disappointment, he knew, that caused the heavy sigh of the woman riding behind him. If she noticed his gaze, she didn't show it. She simply continued to frown at the map, as if her gaze could set the thin sheet of paper on fire and scatter its ashes to the wind. Most likely, he thought, she imagines inhabitants, people toiling in their simple fields and pastures, swarming in their meager hamlets and villages. Tens of thousands of people spread out across her map, like a creeping infection that threatened to crawl from the parchment, onto her fingers, and up her arm. He suppressed a grin as he turned to face forward, although no one would be able to see it under the black metal of his fully enclosed helmet. Although he did not really empathize with her feelings, but, being a double, he understood their essence. The vast majority of their species had a natural contempt for those not of their kind, bordering on a vicious, almost xenophobic hatred. While their place as denizens of Nazarick meant that they got along reasonably well with the other servants of the Supreme Beings, it also meant that the outsiders received a double dose of both the doppelganger's natural wrath and the feelings that accompanied their existence as pathetic, hapless beings unblessed touch of their creators. Personally, he did not give in to these feelings very much, but he was still tormented by a slight irritation of a different kind, which steadily grew as their journey progressed. To stem the inevitable wave of citizen flight upon news of Riestais' catastrophic defeat on the Katz Plains, they were immediately dispatched as Moman and Nabe, adamantium adventurers of the darkness. Their goal was to calm the rural population with their presence in order to stop the flow of refugees crossing the borders. Realizing your worth was a pleasure in itself. When they left on their mission, the flat fields had been untouched all winter, resting after the autumn harvest. The roads leading west were well traveled, and everywhere there was evidence of farm produce being prepared for shipment to winter markets. Much of this has already disappeared, swept away by the tide of despair. At first it seemed like a piece of cake. The foundation for their mission was laid by the magnificent foresight of their master. The fame of the darkness spread far and wide. Their reputation exceeded all imaginable limits. The workers who still remained in the villages looked up from their labors to greet and wave as they passed by. Wherever they stopped, men and women gathered around them with hope and excitement. Whenever they spoke, everyone gave them full attention and trust. Many of the wealthiest families in the fiefs that lined the paved road leading west to the kingdom seemed to have already heard of the latest events and fled the walled city in fear, so they spent little time on the attendant formalities, visiting the towns, villages and hundreds of farmsteads spread over vast expanses of countryside. However, as their path turned south and the days and weeks passed, the farmland became increasingly scarce, as did the people supposedly tending it. Fields and pastures turned into meadows and steppes, dotted with small groves of aspen and other types of poplars. Eventually, the lands along the roads ceased to look like fields, and areas of young forest began to appear more and more often. The wide open roads became shadowy paths, sunlight barely filtering through gaps in the thick web of branches overhead. At this stage of their journey, these roads might have been mistaken for old animal trails through the dense undergrowth, were it not for the fact that they were unnaturally straight. The route they were now following was marked on the map as part of a network of trails wide enough for wagons and carts to cross the landscape and connect the many farming communities leading to the southern border. However, in reality it became more dilapidated and overgrown as they progressed. If it hadn't been for Aura, who had ridden through this area with her squad a few weeks ago and later explained that the map was indeed correct, the wild vegetation had simply reclaimed the land over time, he might have chalked it all up to some whimsical fantasy dreamed up by some loud-mouthed bureaucrat sitting at a table in the city. Even its creator, who now called himself Ainz Ooal Gown, marveled at the Earth's ability to restore itself to its natural state. Mr. Moman. A soft, impartial voice behind him pulled him away from his thoughts about the past. He raised his head and looked around. A little off the path, on the crest of the ridge that they were now crossing, not 10 steps from the forest, stood a small building, overgrown and entwined with creeping vines. It seemed to have sunk somewhat into the ground, or perhaps layers of humus had formed around it over the years. "I see, Nabe." He stopped his horse, and his companion followed his example. What did they find? As if on cue, a figure materialized from the dimly lit undergrowth near Narberil. It was one of many Hanzo deployed alongside them, scouring the area ahead as escort and reconnaissance. Narberil leaned forward to gratefully accept his report. Without their tireless work, combing the entire region would have taken an eternity. "This is an old sentry post," she said categorically. "Abandoned many years ago." He nodded, urging his horse on again. They had seen places like this all along their journey since leaving the vicinity of E-Rantel. While some places were abandoned in fear by their inhabitants and those who ruled them upon learning of the kingdom's defeat at the hands of the undead Sorcerer King, most told a story that had been decades in the making. The region experienced great growth in the past, but at some point it began to stagnate for reasons unknown to the current population. While she personally probably wouldn't admit it, it bothered the Guardian Commander, and Albedo went to great lengths to study tax and census records from previous years in an attempt to figure out why. She could only assume that when the region grew to a certain size, the resources and manpower used to expand the kingdom's territory had to be redirected to maintaining order and maintaining the lands and the influx of immigrants. Over a stack of old archival volumes, she described how, after the first generation of settlers passed on their lands to their descendants, their hardships began to accumulate faster and faster. The costs of providing security against monsters, demons, and bandits rose until they could no longer be supported by taxes. Militia could only be staffed by the largest populated areas, and adventurers could only be afforded as a temporary measure against the most obvious and dire threats. The roads became infested with dangers, and trade slowed as the dangers increased. As the land was no longer safe and prosperous, immigration ceased. Over the years, remote settlements became deserted one by one, until only nature regained what had been taken from it. These lower forms of life should not have crawled out of their holes. Alda's words were full of hatred and contempt. No matter what they strive for, worms will always be worms. They are destined to writhe underground. This slow and steady decline continued until the present day, where they are witnessing the sad end of a fairy tale. As the guardian of Nazarik's treasury, he was shocked and horrified that the kingdom allowed its territory and possessions to fall into such a pitiful state. What was at first irritation gradually grew into anger at the sight of every abandoned farm and village, every rusty plow and crumbling hut. He continued to rage as he looked at the carefully laid out network of neglected roads, overgrown with vegetation, with old clock towers destroyed and in disrepair. At one point, he imagined the grey tomb of Nazarik in such a state, and it filled him with such rage that even Narbaril, who was often teased by her sisters for being forgetful, sensed the anger coming from him and quietly disappeared further down the path, although she never found out what exactly made him angry. Soon after, he reined in his feelings so that Narbaril would no longer shun him, although they still simmered beneath the surface. He consoled himself with the fact that this land was now under the rule of Ainz Ooal Gown, and under the guidance and protection of his lord, it would soon surpass its former glory and become something suitable enough to be called the domain of the supreme beings. Besides, Narbaril continued, the settlement at the end of the path still appears to be intact and inhabited. Pandora's actor, who had fallen into a reverie at the first news, again looked with interest at the crest of the ridge. Huh! It was really unexpected. So, at the end of all these destroyed farms and forgotten paths, there's still something standing. Let's see what kind of people can live where everyone else has failed. Valuable and rare things aroused keen interest in Pandora's actor. Like his creator, he was a collector. The idea that over the next hill lay something unseen was a tantalizing thought on the unremarkable journey they had made. And while nothing in this world he had seen so far could compare to what lay in Nazarik's vault, discovering exotic and rare objects, cataloging them, and determining their value was a pleasure in itself. Volume 0, Chapter 0.5. As it turned out, nothing awaited them when they climbed to the top of the ridge. No wide pastures, no noisy city stretching ahead of them on the other side. What they found there was in fact the edge of a deep ravine, with only the frayed ends of a broken rope bridge remaining on their side of the chasm. Far below, hidden by trees and bushes, bare after a short winter, he heard the murmur of water and only the wind rustling in the branches. On the opposite side there were no traces of the old road, but a rough path branched off from the cliff of the path down the rocky riverbed and disappeared among the treetops. Pandora's actor was wondering if he should just jump across the road and try to find the remains of the road, since Hanzo didn't specify which route led to their discovery. After some thought, he decided to go down the rocky path, which seemed to have been used not long ago. Jumping off his horse, he unfastened it and landed lightly on his feet. "Let's go down," he said. "Has Hanzo said anything else about what lies ahead?" Narbaril shook her head and followed suit, releasing her horse and taking a moment to tidy up her outfit. After receiving her negative response, Pandora's actor turned his attention back to the path. Perhaps he should have asked Hanzo to report to him directly. At least they could give him their thoughts so Pandora's actor would have a better idea of what lay ahead. But then again, hierarchy was important. He didn't want to deprive Narbaril of her cherished role in their service. In the end, he decided that everything would be fine, until he lost the path and jumped several tens of meters down. The way he landed on the rock outcroppings at the bottom of the ravine greatly belied the sheer weight of his full plate armor and twin swords. Narbaril cast a flight spell on herself and flew down after him. A few seconds later she landed with a small splash in the stream, heard from afar. The rugged path followed the clear flow of water downstream, where daylight filled the gap in the distance. Narbaril walked ahead, her silhouette visible over the water where the stream came out from under the trees, her body slowly rotating in the air as she surveyed her surroundings. A minute later, Pandora's actor joined her, casually stepping out from under the branches into the open air. The stream flowed for a short distance and then dropped sharply down several waterfalls until it joined into a wide river. The path they followed crossed a stream a few meters before the first fall. Several old, mismatched boards were laid in the shallow water, supported by large stones. The path was now clear of the shady forest and offered a magnificent view of the scene before them. The river below cut deep into the base of the southern border ranges, carving sheer cliffs several hundred meters high that towered over the far shore. Falling between the cliffs to the southwest, It skirted a small rocky hill at the head of the valley and flowed north until it passed where they now stood. The river disappeared into a steep canyon to continue its path to the fertile lowlands. A thick veil of morning fog shrouded most of the wide valley that stretched up the river, with only the top of a distant hill visible at the far end. The forested slopes on the western side of the valley were not as imposing as the cliffs on the far side, but they still rose steeply enough to be considered impassable for the average person. Beyond the river valley, the wild ridges stood out sharply against the fog hanging over the valley floor and dusted with fresh spring snow. It was not surprising that Narbaril stopped to look around this place. There was a lot of information here that could be perceived immediately as soon as you left the grove. Combined with the openness of the trail, it was an ideal place to ambush inexperienced hikers. However, behind the noise of the waterfall and the gusts of wind that whistled past them along the valley to the south, no danger was visible. His companion seemed unwilling to let her guard down, so he took the lead and walked along the narrow path leading into the fog. It led to the very bottom of the valley, where it connected with the river bank. Although there were fresh footprints on the path they were following, there were no rough spots in the wet sand. As morning approached, the fog gradually cleared, but not yet enough for him to see beyond their immediate surroundings. The sound of the river flowing and the smell of wet vegetation filled his senses. The moisture in the air seemed to cling to his cloak and seep into the joints of his armor. He didn't particularly like these conditions and couldn't imagine people wanting to live in such an environment. While he was thinking about this, Narbaril silently sank down next to him, turning off her spell without a word. She shook her head as he looked at her questioningly. "Only the hill ahead stands out in this fog," she said. "I can't make out anything else." Her face maintained a neutral expression as she spoke. Even when interacting with other residents of Nazarick, she was always concise in her dialogue. He motioned for her to go ahead and followed her along the river bank. As they approached their target, they slowed down a bit to take in the features of the rocky mound rising before them. The settlement reported to Hanzo was no more than it seemed. On narrow terraces carved into the hillside were several shacks built from earth, wooden planks and loose stone. There were few proper buildings, apart from a crude manor built halfway up the hill, which, like all the other houses, seemed built into the hill. There was another one below it, which looked like a small warehouse. At the top of the hill stood an unremarkable stone shrine, and from the shrine down through the buildings and onto the pebble beaches on the river bank there was a simple path, randomly strewn with stones of various sizes. From the estate, located halfway up the hill, a wisp of blue-gray smoke lazily rose into the air. Pandora's actor saw the face of a man in the window looking directly at them, but before he could raise his hand in greeting, it disappeared behind the thin curtains. Narbaril clicked her tongue irritably in his direction. Living confirmation that the settlement was inhabited noticeably spoiled her mood. As the couple approached the place where the path from the settlement disappeared into coarse sand, the door to the estate swung inward. From their position at the foot of the hill, they saw the tip of a spear emerge from the shadow of the doorway. However, before it had time to move through the opening, it suddenly jerked and fell to the floor with a roar. He wondered if Momin had stepped forward to help this clearly unsettled creature, but not seeing who he was dealing with, he decided to stay close to Narbaril at the edge of the village. Eventually the spear arose again, its tip swinging in the air as it was lifted back up. Finally it left the doorway, held in place by what appeared to be a giant sheet of fabric. The remaining semblance of tension slowly turned into impatience as the caricature took several minutes to make its way down the path to where they stood. As it turned out, the curious figure was the same one they had seen in the window of the manor upon their arrival, a human teenage girl who could not have been more than 10 years old. Perhaps older. Unlike the specifically defined creatures created by the Supreme Beings, these strange peoples were so variable that he and the others often found it difficult to determine their species by appearance alone. She was wearing a gambeson, which was undoubtedly intended for a taller person, so the thick lining gave her an odd appearance, which he noted as she walked downstairs. Her hem hung below her knees, and the lack of a belt meant that the entire weight of the suit fell on her shoulders. Loose strands of dark brown hair peeked out from under the simple leather cap she wore on her head. The girl stopped in front of them, The panicked descent down the hillside in ill-fitting and oversized equipment had taken a toll on her slender figure. However, when her gaze fell on them, she raised her spear. Raised to her shoulder, the blade of her polearm was pointed straight at them. At his side, Narbaril had already grabbed the hilt, and Pandora's actor quickly raised his hands in a disarmed manner. "We are Moman and Nabe from Darkness," he announced in a calm and confident tone. "You may have heard of us." The fame of the Darkness spread far and wide. Many people throughout this land could even recognize them by sight. But far away on the isolated border of what used to be the kingdom of Riestais, they may have been completely unheard of. In that case, they were simply a pair of dangerously armed and imposing strangers who suddenly appeared out of the fog without any invitation or warning. Seeing that the girl had not let her guard down, he cleared his throat and shifted to a less aggressive stance to continue. "As you probably know," he said, "this fortified city and its surrounding area came under the control of the Sorcerous Kingdom as a result of the Battle of Katz Plains. We have come to convey a message from the capital to all the landowners of E-Rantel." Bar. Moman's voice stopped mid-sentence. Pandora's actor sensed that something was wrong. Throughout what he believed was a calm and relaxed acquaintance, the waves of anxiety and fear emanating from the girl did not subside. He quickly analyzed the script in his mind, looking for flaws in his performance. Then he realized with horror that he had let his guard down. As he shifted his body, the girl maintained her rough stance. However, the spearhead did not follow him, much larger and more menacing in appearance than the two adventurers. As he shifted, it was still directed at the source of her fear. On Narbaril. "Als Tiger gesprungen und als Betvarlager gelandet." Jumped like a tiger, landed like a carpet. The idiom came to his mind without warning, and it took him considerable effort not to say it out loud. When he first took on the role of Moman, he believed it was the perfect opportunity to use his skills in the service of his creator. Perfect acting. Taking to the stage where he was showered with praise and adoration from the townspeople, he used his natural doppelganger abilities to exploit the hopes and expectations of the people. Thus, he was able to improve his performance and raise the already legendary image of the Dark Warrior to even greater heights. By his own estimation, it was a simple task, but at the same time he took great pleasure in playing a role for which he seemed born. However, as they entered lands that became increasingly desolate, he stopped using these abilities, having no spectators to observe his actions. The result of this oversight was that an unusual figure slowly approached them in full view of everyone, coming within striking distance before he even had time to realize the threat she posed. He considered it fortunate that there were few witnesses to his unfortunate mistake. Determined to salvage this unacceptable development, he immediately entered the mind of the girl in front of them to view her thoughts using his powers. Although he believed that the likelihood of this young girl posing any direct physical threat to Narbaril or himself was remote, the question remained of what was causing her resentment and how it might affect a possible future. It didn't take him long to realize the first emotions. He had experienced this kind of fear before. Just a few days ago, after weeks of training on the field, he had teleported back to E-Rantel to play his part in his master's triumphant entry into the city. These were the same emotions that had gripped the human spectators when the Sorcerer King first entered E-Rantel. Fear born of horror. Terror that either paralyzed a person, forcing him to stand still, or prompted him to act. Fight, run, do everything to survive. A primal fear reserved for the monsters and inhuman enemies that lurk beyond the safety of towns and villages. However, Narbaril did not have such an appearance. By human standards, she was a woman whose sharp manner and exotic features radiated a cold beauty that aroused the admiration and envy of all who encountered her. Pandora's actor frowned at the incongruity as he rode the waves of the girl's overwhelming emotions back into her mind until he was finally able to peek out of her thoughts. Normally it would be difficult to read anything beyond superficial thoughts, but in her panicked state the girl was exposing her mind to psychic intrusion, the undisciplined mind of a low-level individual broadcasting her fear-ridden thoughts to anyone who would read them. His field of vision lowered. He saw the shaft of a spear and the gloved hand that held it, menacingly aimed at its target. Rough, heavy breathing made the tarnished blade rise and fall unsteadily. Behind his own figure, Standing slightly to the side, the weapon was pointed directly at his companion. Above the traveler's simple clothes, covered by a simple brown cloak, towered a smooth, pale face that looked at her with empty eyes. Despite her lack of facial features, she gave off a withering aura of hostility. Pausing for a moment, he noticed what must have been Narbarel's human form, dimly superimposed on her natural face. A quick glance at Narbarel's hand revealed that she was still wearing the anti-detection ring. Pandora's actor distracted himself from the girl's thoughts and collected his own. Charms that could pierce illusions, defeat magical disguises, and even see through shape-shifting abilities were not uncommon. Many spellcasters in Nazarick were capable of spells that could produce such effects. In preparation for taking on the role of Moman, he studied the information collected since their arrival in this strange new world, looking for any threats that could destroy his form. Among the people of this world that they knew about, there were very few of them. The closest, according to reports, was a cleric living hundreds of kilometers away in the royal capital of Riestais. But even then, the frightened girl standing before them did not match her description. No matter how you looked at her, this young girl in ill-fitting armor had neither the posture of a brave adventurer, nor the robes of a prominent member of the priesthood, nor the appearance of a strong, by the standards of this world, a magician. If anything, this girl resembled an ordinary person they could meet anywhere during their journey. The thought sent cold threads of worry down his spine about what this could be. There were many mysteries in this world that they suddenly found themselves in, things unheard of in Yggdrasil. This girl seemed to be one of them, what people in the surrounding regions called talent holders. They were extremely rare and, as a rule, were never completely identical to each other. In fact, a person who exhibited such an ability was not guaranteed to ever use it in his normal life. She may even have lived her entire life without realizing her talent. The Riestais as a people were, in truth, not very advanced in terms of magic. In everyday interactions she saw no more than her fellow humans. However, this will no longer be the case. The machinations of his master would soon result in the emergence of a nation possessed of unparalleled mystical power, a nation filled with a multitude of peoples who would quickly make its talent self-evident. The fact that this girl happened to have an ability that she could immediately put into practice meant that she was the proverbial diamond in the rough. However, whether it can be used to achieve the goals of his master remains to be seen. Really a rare thing, thought Pandora's actor, raising his gloved hand to his helmet.
Volume 1 Chapter 1. Author's Note. In Kugan Maruyama's book Overlord, the genius modifier indicates high aptitude for a particular class and its associated skills. Although some characters may appear highly developed as a result, this modifier is not directly related to intelligence according to our by today's standards. From the daring tales of bawdy musicians in seedy taverns to the thrilling epics of eloquent minstrels at the highest imperial courts, the annals of history tell of illustrious nobles who were equally skilled with both the pen and the sword. They rule wisely in high courts and lead great armies onto the battlefield, performing legendary feats in the service of king and country. The noble warrior is the living embodiment of this story, often appearing when nations expand their borders and necessity forces their leaders to become directly involved in the security and governance of nascent territories. As a subset of the fighter class, they eschew the general freedom typically associated with a warrior's non-combat skills, instead specializing in disciplines related to leadership and control, while maintaining the warrior's personal combat prowess. As feudal societies achieve greater degrees of security, stability and prosperity, noble warriors become fewer and fewer. However, although aristocrats of a purely civil orientation become increasingly numerous as nations develop, noble warriors can still be found where duty or necessity requires their presence. Descendants with no realistic prospects of succession may seek a martial path, seeking to serve as a member of a noble retinue, professional army, or knightly order, while maintaining their aristocratic connections. Regions with strong military traditions or fiefs where noble houses must guard the kingdom from outside threats will also tend to produce noble warriors from the ranks of their ruling elite. Contrary to the colorful image painted in romantic fairy tales, noble warriors are not necessarily benevolent. They are paragons of a militant aristocracy, striving to maintain a comprehensive set of effective governance, leadership, and martial prowess, expressed through actions that can range across the moral spectrum. Chapter 1. From below came the sound of a distant bell, a sharp ringing coming from the river bank and engulfing the buildings of the village on the hill. They were of a fairly simple design, built of earth and stone, noticeably overgrown with creeping vines and layers of thick green moss. Only their modest facades peeked out from under the weathered terraces, deeply cut into the rocky slopes by long-gone generations. They had such a look that even a humble farmer from the fertile lowlands could laugh. However, the villagers had become very accustomed to their homes and would politely ignore the ridicule, as they were generally happy with their current situation. The hill stood at the head of a long valley with high slopes that were almost impassable by human standards. A large river curved around the hill and flowed north into the narrow gorge beyond, and a vast swampy floodplain filled much of the valley floor. Land approaches were treacherous, and they were also very vulnerable and difficult to conceal. Even without the walls that could be found around large cities, the tiered terraces of the village served as effective ramparts against all but the most determined savages and lawless raiders. More militant minds might note all these qualities and conclude that the settlement was built with defense in mind, and they would be absolutely right. Woden Valley lay in the shadow of the southern border ranges, in the extreme southwest of the fortress city of E-Rantel. It was the seat of House Zaradnik, one of the noble families that guarded the borders of the kingdom of Riestais. Beyond the valley lay an ever-increasing wilderness inhabited by tribes of demi-humans, monsters, and more terrible creatures. It was an island of relative safety on a land hostile to human settlements. The houses, perched on a hill, were well insulated and provided warmth in the highlands, where the deep winter months were often accompanied by bitter cold and blankets of snow. Thanks to the dogged vigilance of many generations, the hardy border guards established a constant surveillance that was now largely unchallenged by their neighbors. Simply put, they had proven themselves to be more trouble than they were worth. About halfway up the hill stood a single dwelling that was different from the rest. The Lord's Manor was of the same simple construction as the other houses built around it, with the exception of a large extension of well-crafted wood that projected prominently onto the extended terrace on which it was built. This room served as the main hall of the estate, the office of the barony. The thin wooden walls did little to isolate the sound coming from below, and soon the hall was filled with the lonely ringing of a bell, where only a few moments before only the scratch of quill on parchment could be heard. The slender hand that had guided the pen rose at the sound, stopping the smooth dance of the instrument and lifting it above the plain stage, where the dark ink was drying. After a few moments of silence, the bell repeated its attempt to attract attention, and the grey goose feather was carefully laid aside. Liedmila raised her head, slightly frowning her eyebrows, and looked out the window, from which light poured onto a well-worn wooden table. The bell was used for several purposes: calling the faithful to religious services, signaling fire and flood alarms, uniting villagers against external threats, and for communication along the river. Although the latter could be recognized by the distinct ringing, she still scanned her immediate surroundings in the courtyard and village before directing her gaze further. It was a clear afternoon, a rarity for late winter on the edge of the border ranges. The sun was well past its zenith, approaching the western ridge, which overlooked the valley where the settlement was located, casting long shadows across its damp plains. Far to the north, where the river disappeared into a gorge, sails appeared in the rays of the afternoon sun. They immediately attracted the attention of any observer who happened to glance in their direction. It was a familiar sight, but at the same time completely unexpected. There were only two ports on the river, and the only vessel that traveled between them was one owned and operated by their own village. While the wind blowing from the south drove the ship up the valley, the ringing of the bell remained unanswered. Each pause and repetition only increased the growing feeling of anxiety. Rising from her seat, she wiped her ink-stained fingers on a damp rag attached to the corner of the desk and picked up the simple leather-bound ledger she had been working on. She blew lightly on the open pages, trying to help the ink dry, and headed towards the cabinet at the back of the room. The keychain on her belt jingled as she walked across the stone floor. Having carefully folded her work and locked the lock on the closet, she took a simple unembroidered shawl that was lying on a chair in the dining room. Ludmila made her way back through the hall to the entrance of the estate, her steps slowing slightly as she concentrated on wrapping the cloth securely around her head and shoulders. The cold air brought by the winter winds met her behind the open door, and Ludmila stepped out onto the narrow path leading from her house. Although the layers of fabric on her dress protected her from the cold, air still sometimes seeped through to sting her skin. She did not pay attention to this as the ship confidently walked up the river to the pier. It had been barely 2 weeks since the ship had sailed for the last time, carrying Baron Zaradnik and many of the men from the village. A levy raised to defend the kingdom of Riestais from the uncharacteristically late challenge posed earlier this year by the Bahat Empire. In truth, this had long been an annual event, so there wasn't much fuss about it. By all accounts, both sides met their armies on the cursed fields of the Katz Plains and fought semi-serious skirmishes before retreating. This continued for several weeks until honor was satisfied and both sides dismantled their camps to return home. The empire always sought to maintain the fighting power of its legions and refused to engage in battle. Likewise, there was no reason for the kingdom's troops to go on the offensive and no reason to exhaust the legions raised from the everyday manpower, so losses were relatively low for both sides. Most years, the experienced men from the border village returned with barely a scratch. The great houses of Re-Estais used the campaign season to display and compete for prestige and influence, but for the nobles of Re-Estais not attending the royal court, it was an annoyance, diverting manpower during the harvest season and disrupting productivity and the flow of goods throughout the kingdom. This year, however, the call to arms came so late that the fields had long since been harvested, and it became almost a welcome amusement for the men. Otherwise, they would likely drive their families crazy sitting at home as the cold, short winter days dragged on. However, their return was expected no earlier than a month after departure, and possibly two. Leidmila walked past the cozy homes of the villagers and went down the rugged path to the river bank. The main passage through the village was lined with stones of random shapes and sizes, dragged from the shore. This happened over time as villagers tried to make the dirt slope of the path more manageable, resulting in a makeshift paved path. Wooden planks in varying states of wear served as simple steps on the steepest sections. She considered possible options that could lead to a quick return, but couldn't think of anything that made any sense given what she knew. Many villagers had already left their houses and were looking with curiosity towards the approaching ship. In this isolated valley on the kingdom's southern border, life was generally slow and carefree, so an incident like this was tantamount to a major event. Some followed her as she passed by, while others simply stood in small groups with their neighbors and watched from afar. By the time she reached the base of the hill, a modest crowd of people had already gathered there, awaiting the arrival of the ship. Almost all of them were women, relatives of men who had been drafted into the army, and most of them looked on with alarm, with the same confusion that followed Leidmila as she walked down the cobblestone path. Although they were dressed essentially the same as she, they all made room as she approached and nodded respectfully in silent acknowledgement. At the point on the bank where the pier jutted out into the river hung a large brass bell on a wooden frame, well worn from countless years of service, but still thoroughly cleaned. It was from here that periodic signals were heard, prompting her to take a break from work and leave the house. Below him stood a girl several years younger than her, holding her bell with her hand. She recognized her as the younger sister of one of the men who regularly served on feudal patrols. The girl had taken on the duties of a sentry in her brother's absence. Leidmila stood at a short distance while the girl repeated the signal. There was a long pause while the manager waited for a response signal. Nothing. A furrow appeared on Leidmila's eyebrows again. If one of the brothers looked at her face, he would probably tease her for the fact that wrinkles appeared before 20. However, few people knew how to navigate ships on the river, and they all had to know how to communicate on it. The lack of an answer gave her unsettling thoughts. Images of a ship hiding bandits or demi-human raiders began to appear in her head. Although she had never heard of anything like this happening before in this area of Re-Estais, she was at a complete loss, not understanding what was happening, and her imagination began to formulate fantastical scenarios taking into account the unknown. Without waiting for an answer from the approaching ship, the girl looked at Leidmila. The worried expression on her face seemed to ask if she had given the wrong signal, since the approaching vessel never responded. Leidmila only smiled slightly, putting her hand on the girl's shoulder, and carefully led her away from the water's edge, where the ship was getting closer and closer. By this time she could see the details clearly, and the excitement that arose among the people around her reflected her own thoughts. The ship could now be unmistakably identified as one that belonged to the village. She was an unnamed shallow draft vessel that had been in use for decades, her canvas and wooden structure a patchwork of repairs and improvements that testified to her long service to the barony. Apart from the man working at the wheel to steer the vessel up the river, no one else was visible. When the ship sailed at the beginning of winter, there were just over 3 dozen passengers on board, approximately 3/4 of the available men. They were all in good spirits and sat at full height among the equipment and supplies with which they were to go to war. Their conspicuous absence from the ship created a general feeling of uneasiness, which grew steadily as they gathered on shore. At Leidmila's direction, 2 strong middle-aged housewives tied their laid skirts and went out into the shallow water to pull the ship out of the water when it approached the pier. Only when the ship came close enough for them to look inside did Leidmila see that there were more people on board. There were 4 other men there, 2 sitting with their hands wrapped around their knees, and the other 2 lying spread out on the bottom of the bare wooden deck, like puppets whose strings had been cut. They all appeared to be awake, or at least their eyes were open, but were probably unaware of their surroundings. The strange scene continued, and the audience did not know what to do with it. Finally, the woman leaned forward, extending a tentative hand toward the nearest person curled up in the boat. It was the young man's mother. She plucked up courage and extended her hand to her child, but before she could touch him, the oncoming wave crashed the boat onto the pier. He began to suddenly jump up, screaming incoherently, claws clinging to the edge of the boat for support, before sliding onto the wet ground of the pier. Leidmila and several other people, frightened by his sudden movement, retreated back together, wary of such non-standard behavior. Not even a moment passed before he began to move again. But instead of rising to his feet, he hunched over, his toes almost touching the ground. She looked him in the eyes briefly before he lunged forward, pushing her out of the way. Lydmila spread her arms, staggering and trying to maintain her balance, until hands reached out from behind to support her. By the time she turned to angrily call out to the man, he was already part of the way up the hill, negotiating the slope on all fours, crawling madly towards his home. His worried mother followed him, but not fast enough to keep up with his frantic pace. Lydmila's anger subsided as quickly as it had risen when she saw this strange scene, remembering the look of the man thrown at her just a moment ago. Instead of a man, his sunken, bloodshot eyes looked at her as if she were some kind of obstacle, a branch on an overgrown path that needed to be pushed aside. Taking a deep breath, Lydmila suppressed her emotions and turned to the ship, hoping to understand the meaning of the strange event unfolding in front of her. The girl who had signaled the bell went down to the deck of the ship and tried to wake up the second man curled up in the boat, her brother. The other two men, who lay catatonic on the deck, did not move even after the outrage, and the man working the helm disappeared during the confusion. Lydmila examined the ship from bow to stern. There were no signs that any things were being carried on it, and there were no recent damages, indicating that they had been attacked. The calm emptiness of the ship led her to the conclusion that they had sailed in a hurry, with no time to load fresh supplies or even wait for their fellow villagers. As time passed, the small crowd watching from the shore dispersed, taking with them the unsettling atmosphere. Lydmila gave the order to carry the two men onto the deck and take care of them while a few villagers remained, and then went down into the ship next to the girl and her brother. After the sister's alarming words, the man's empty gaze again became a little meaningful, and Lydmila extended her hand to help him get to his feet. As she and the man's sister followed his unsteady steps from the pier to the path to the village, Lydmila decided to try to find out what was happening. Milivoy, what happened? Where is everyone else? Where is the Baron? Since the guardsman was clearly in shock, she tried to speak as clearly and simply as possible. If he heard her, he showed no sign of it. The soles of his boots scraped against the wooden planks that lined the path between the dock and the village as he shuffled forward. The man's gaze remained blank even when she let go of his hand. Part of her wanted to shake him to get his attention, but he had such a fragile, unstable look that she thought he would fall apart like the man if she did that. Soon they reached the house of Milovich and his sister. Having led her brother into the house, the girl made an awkward curtsy to Lydmila and quietly closed the door. Left alone on the path, she turned to look at the village. The evening sun sank over the crest of the valley, shrouding the hill in darkness. Usually at this time people finish their workday, staying outside to socialize and relax. However, after seeing the recent disturbing scene, everyone went back to their homes. Lydmila sighed as she began to return to the estate. Life in the kingdom's countryside revolved around the daytime hours, and she probably wouldn't be able to see anyone until the morning. It didn't look like anyone was in the mood or condition to talk. The cool evening air made the indigo sky seem even frostier than usual. Tilting her head up, Lydmila silently watched as bright stars appeared above her head. The tension that had suddenly built up in less than an hour slowly drained away from her as she admired the sight, but the uneasy feeling deep inside remained. Feeling exhausted in both mind and body, she walked back down the path to the manor with unsettling fears whispering in the dark corners of her mind. As she slowly climbed the terraces of the village, she decided that it would be best to settle down early for the night. She hoped that the returning men would be well enough to tell her the next morning what had happened on the Katz Plains.
Volume 1 Chapter 2. Before dawn the pier was empty again. Ludmila sighed, standing at the shadowed wooden door of the empty house. After a restless night, she rose from bed an hour before dawn to finish her preparations and tasks for the morning. She had hoped to set out early to learn more from the men who had arrived the night before while their families prepared for the day. Instead, when she left the estate, she saw an empty dock. There was no sign of the ship downriver, and when she went down to the shore, she saw no broken ropes or signs of damage to the moorings that would indicate that the ship had somehow been carried away. Only after she returned to the village and looked around was she able to understand what had happened. Two of the returning men had left during the night, taking their families with them. The first abandoned house she came across belonged to the man who had rushed through when the ship hit the pier. The second one, in which she now stood, belonged to the man who operated the steering wheel, which had slipped during the same commotion. Since there were not enough workers in the village, no watch was posted in the harbor at night, and no one noticed their departure. Looking into the living space, Ludmila quickly glanced at the interior. There was no bedding or clothing in the house, and the shelves and food preparation area were also empty. It is obvious that the family left with no intention of ever returning. Returning to the path, she thought about the increasingly difficult situation that cast a shadow on the feud. The river was the village's lifeline, linking it to the fief's hinterland, so the loss of the vessel that was their main means of transportation was a devastating blow. Over the past generations, the borderlands of the Kingdom of Riestais have become a resurgent wilderness, turning Warden Valley into an isolated outpost of the fortress city of E-Rantel. An overland route leading north along old roads and bush to the western highway leading into the city would take heavily laden travelers almost 2 weeks on foot with very limited carrying capacity. This path also carries a high risk of attack by wild animals, roaming monsters, and the occasional group of bandits or demi-humans. Making a new vessel suitable for transporting the goods of the barony would have been impossible with what they had on hand. Thanks to the bounty of nature, people never lacked food, but they still had to buy tools, spare parts and other essentials from city markets that were made elsewhere. The city, in turn, was short of products and resources. Timber, furs, hides and other commodities collected in the south, which they exchanged in turn. Although the production of their largely undeveloped fief was negligible compared to the vast farmlands and forests of the interior, it still served as a small link in the supply chain that could be negatively impacted by the lack of their contribution. Not only will this create uncertainty and hardship for others dependent on their trade, but it will also create political resentment against them for the instability that their failure to comply will cause. Ludmila looked outside again, looking for signs that the others had realized what had happened during the night and its consequences. Every now and then a villager would come up the path, carrying water he had collected from the river, out of sight of the harbor. They were all just going about their morning routine, getting ready for another busy day. By midday, however, it had become common knowledge and the topic of everyone's conversation. Ludmila wondered what she should say when this happened. "Madam, the priest was looking for you." A young woman coming down the hill with an empty pair of buckets attached to a carrying pole called out to her. Ludmila turned her head and looked up in the direction of the voice. The woman's hand was extended forward and pointed towards the path. Her hand made a free gesture. "He said, for what purpose?" asked Ludmila. In response, the woman simply lowered her pointing hand and shrugged. Morning worries did not arouse any interest in her, except for the desire to make sure that Ludmila knew that someone was looking for her. She didn't slow down as she rounded the hill towards the river bank. As Ludmila made her way back deeper into the village, she exchanged similar phrases with 3 other residents on the same errand, but learned nothing new. This is how information spread among ordinary people who had neither letters nor messengers. Tidbits of gossip were passed from person to person until they lost relevance. Whether it reaches the recipient or not in big cities, but in small villages it was a fairly effective way of disseminating information without interfering with people's daily lives. Ludmila found the priest standing near his house on the top of the hill. As one of the village elders, he had a thin, shabby appearance that spoke of his service as the village's priest for generations. Apart from the icon of the 6 great gods that he wore around his neck, there was no real way to distinguish his appearance from any other old man in the village. Branches of white hair fluttered freely in the air as the old priest turned his head towards Ludmila. He made no move to meet or greet her. After all, the representative of the gods does not respond to mortals. She walked forward with the usual greeting, lowering her head in a curtsy. "I hope the day finds you in good health, Priest Bogdan." While waiting for his answer, she did not straighten up. The elderly priest extended a trembling hand and placed it firmly on Ludmila's bowed head. "May the blessing of the 6 be with you, child." She felt a wave of warmth as the priest's blessing washed over her. Previously, for proper prayers, the servant of the gods was blessed with a divine gift. As for his worshippers, the spell allowed them to perform daily tasks with somewhat greater skill, and also prevented minor accidents and injuries for a short time. Although this was more of a ritual exchange, it still had some practical value to the people. Given the recent events, Ludmila felt that she would need any help. But when she raised her head to look at the priest's face, she saw only new problems on his face. "You sent a message for me," she said. "What's the matter?" Ludmila immediately moved on to the existing problem, but Bogdan seemed to hesitate in answering. "The men who were brought yesterday," he told her. "They died at night." "What?" The exclamation sounded like a croak. Looking around to see if her exclamation had attracted attention, Ludmila lowered her voice. How? From dehydration, answered the priest. I couldn't find any other reason. Are you saying that people traveling along the river died of thirst? Ludmila was incredulous. They didn't leave peacefully, Bogdan answered seriously. Their eyes were wide open all the time, but it seemed that they were looking somewhere into the distance. They moaned weakly all night, thrashing against their surroundings until their bodies were covered in cuts and bruises and their fingers began to bleed. We had to hold the men back to keep them from doing more harm to themselves, but they continued to scream in hoarse whispers until their throats tore and bled and they could scream no more. The priest paused to swallow as he read his report, a haunted expression appearing on his face. In all my years, I have never seen anything like this, he said. What happened to these people? This is what I would like to know, thought Ludmila. What can make grown men so anxious that they die of thirst while traveling on a clear river? Having made up her mind, Ludmila entered the building to see with her own eyes what had happened. She wrinkled her nose at the pungent smell of herbal infusions and stained fabric. The acolyte looked at the corpses with the same grim expression as his mentor. The corpses of 2 men lay on the beds, wicker belts binding limbs that were still warm from death. Bloody fingers, twisted like animal claws, left shallow marks and dark red stains on the surrounding furniture wherever they could grab hold. One man was lying on his back, his face covered with a clean linen cloth. The other was somehow entangled in bedding and connections, his face poking out over the edge of the coverlet on which he lay with an eerie expression. Ludmila knelt down to examine the man. Even in death, his eyes were wide open, and the pallor of his skin only added to the horror. She could not find any resemblance between the expression on the corsair's face and the definition of peace. Reaching, she pulled out a wooden cup from under the cot. It rolled across the floor, leaving a trail of clear liquid near her feet. Wet towels were scattered everywhere. Most likely, the priest and his assistant tried to help the man take the liquid, but encountered fierce resistance. Setting the cup down on a nearby counter, she turned to face the 2 guards with depressed expressions. Could you make out anything in their delirium? Nothing, Bogdan answered. He, like the acolyte, kept glancing now and then at the corpses, then at the doorway. The night shift had left them clearly unsettled, and they stayed away from the obvious source of their anxiety. Ludmila sighed again. There was no point in lingering, and there was nothing new to learn here. The priest and his assistant respectfully stepped aside as she passed them on the way out, but in their haste to leave, they also almost stepped on her heels. Most of the villagers were already outside. Many were in or near their houses, doing all sorts of winter crafts, mending clothes or trying to fix every little thing. During the winter months there was less daylight, so most of the activity was concentrated in the 7 or 8 hours of dim light that reached their remote spot in the valley. Even further, outside the village, dozens of people were hunting. Although none of them dared to enter the nearby forests, as recent events had left a mark of uncertainty on the settlement, they were still comfortable enough to collect the various plants that grew in abundance on the swampy bottom of the valley. Beetleweed, arrowleaf, mannagrass and various reeds and reeds covered the area, but there were never enough hands to even partially collect it all. They also managed a flock of hundreds of grey-legged geese that dotted the vast feeding grounds, regularly providing the village with poultry and fresh eggs. In addition, several men and women cast nets into the river to catch fish, eels, shellfish and crustaceans. Since the seasonal conflict occurred so late this year, the winter markets would be similarly delayed, and the village used this time to increase the quantity of its exports. It is not a fact that it can be delivered on time without their ship. This thought again made Ludmila acutely aware of the slowly growing mental pressure that had been building up since the previous evening. Shaking her head, she brought her thoughts back to the task at hand. After 2 died and 2 went missing, only 1 person remained of those who returned. She knew this man well. Her siblings were the same age as him, and he was often seen with them in childhood. Even now, he usually served as a sentry on the estate and participated in regular border patrols. Since she knew the man, she had intended to see him first, but the events of the morning had simply carried her along powerlessly. like a leaf adrift. Besides, he was the only one who left the pier in a normal state, so she was hoping to get at least some real information from him. On the way to his house, Ludmila anxiously looked for signs of activity in his family's home. For a tense moment, she thought he, too, might have escaped, but a thin wisp of smoke rising from his family's home dispelled those fears. Lightly rapping her knuckles on the thick wooden door, Ludmila announced herself. "Milivoy, it's me." After a short moment, the door opened in response. A tall man appeared, almost filling the doorway. He still looked haggard, his dusty brown hair unkempt and his unshaven face looking tired and drawn, but at least his color had returned. Through the gap between Milivoy and the door frame, she noticed his sister laying breakfast on the table. It looked like they had a late morning, but she could hardly blame them for that after seeing what happened to the other men. Now she was just grateful that she had someone to tell about what happened. Milivoy seemed to sense what she meant, shifting awkwardly and not meeting her gaze. Ludmila opened up with politeness, "No matter what. Are you feeling well enough to talk a little?" After a short silence, Milivoy closed his brown eyes and exhaled heavily. Walking out of the doorway, he leaned his back against the stone wall and slid down until he sat on the ground, nodding in agreement. Milivoy's startled actions made Ludmila think. The whole situation from the previous evening had left her feeling unsteady, as if she was trying to walk on thin ice, the people and world around her threatening to fall apart with every step she took to find the answer to this riddle. She looked for a place to sit, but finally decided to return to the path to talk to him privately. Turning around, she was surprised to find that Bogdan had followed her. However, the presence of a knowledgeable elder was welcome, so she did not pay attention to him, starting to question the guard who was waiting for her. What happened? When the words left her mouth, Ludmila felt that they sounded completely inappropriate. She wanted to reach out and snatch them out of the air to start all over again, but Milivoy was already flinching as if he had been hit. The large man was already sitting against the wall, but he seemed to be sunk into stone when he was asked to talk about his experience. His speech sounded extremely monotone, unlike the exuberant man he had been just a few weeks ago. "Are we lost?" He let out a short, weak laugh, but Ludmila did not catch the humor in his words. Everything is lost. We are lost." Volume 1 Chapter 3. Ludmila furrowed her brows in confusion and felt disgust rise within her. The borderers were a reserved and practical people. The men and women of Warden Valley were not given to melodrama like some inept tavern bard. "Lost? How?" She pressed Milivoy. "You should have barely arrived." For many years, the Kingdom of Riestais and the Baharat Empire regularly staged major battles during the autumn harvest season. Neither side dared to fight, and the result was equally indecisive. The losses suffered could hardly be called damage. They were so insignificant compared to the country's population of more than 9 million people. Every year, the great houses played their games, and their vassals tried to figure out how to cope with all the logistical difficulties that entailed. In keeping with the Empire's rather late declaration of war, the king raised his banners more than a month ago. Since this was an expected event by this time, Baron Zaradnik had long ago prepared his quota of men and supplies and left that same week. Judging by Milivoy's statement and the sudden return of the men, this exodus would have occurred only a few days after their arrival at E-Rantel, hardly enough time to finish setting up the camps and prepare for the first skirmishes. Ludmila could not agree with this statement. Since both sides put minimal effort into the battle, it must have been a standoff that lasted many weeks, at least until the end of winter, and perhaps even spring. After all, that was the point. The longer the Empire lingered in Katz, the longer the kingdom's men would be unable to engage in regular seasonal work. By the time the call to arms was made, the autumn harvest had already been completed, so it appears that the Empire was determined to both disrupt the busy winter trade and delay the spring planting season. This represented an aggressive shift in Empire strategy. Delaying the region's busy winter markets would mean that supplies would not reach the fiefs that needed them. The planting season, if it were delayed long enough, it would become necessary to organize crops and livestock entirely differently to account for lost weeks of growth, if there were any. To Ludmila, this sudden move, which threw the kingdom off balance, indicated that the Empire was going to change the way it waged war in the near future, but the thought that they would face such radically different results in the same year was beyond her comprehension. Milivoy, answer Mrs. Lyudmila's question. Bogdan softly turned to the man, trying to persuade him to continue the story. The priest leaned forward, placing his hands on the man who looked like a ghost. Ludmila did not hear the spells being cast, but Milivoy seemed to noticeably compose himself and spoke again in a clear and even tone. What followed was a nightmare. It could only be so. Milivoy's eyes returned to focus as he finished retelling his memories and silently looked between Ludmila and Bogdan. He looked strangely calm, as if talking about the past had somehow distanced him from what he had experienced. Ludmila felt uneasy. There were so many moments when she thought she should have asked the question, but it was all so fantastic and terrifying that she refrained from doing so while the young man spoke. Even now she was at a loss as to what to do next. The story was long, and the use of divine magic to remove Milivoy's fear and bring clarity to his mind resulted in an eerie, detached tale with a terrible abundance of gruesome details. Some of them she couldn't even understand. Or maybe she just didn't have the words for it. Tens of thousands of people falling to the ground dead, as if a giant scythe swept through them like grain. Huge clots of liquid darkness spilled onto the field, giving birth to colossal, nightmarish creatures that could only be described in general terms. The emergence of an undead lord with the power to control these incomprehensible monsters. She could not even imagine how many lives were lost in this massacre. This was incomprehensible to a teenage girl living on the edge of civilization with a scout's training and limited experience outside their isolated fief. This was beyond what either of them knew. Even those villagers who had defended the border for decades against tens of thousands of demihumans and monsters from the wild had never spoken of something so strange, terrifying and deadly. But Bogdan could know. The venerable priest lived long and saw much, having trained as an acolyte of the theocracy, a mentor and friend who has long served the barony and its people with his divine magic and the wisdom of many generations. Ludmila turned to see if she could lean on his knowledge and experience, but the words died in her throat when she saw the eerie expression written on his tortured face. "Spare us." The elderly priest was the first to break the silence, the words barely audible as they came out of his pale, thin lips. "May Sir Shanna have mercy on us," he raised his voice, appealing to the mercy of the god of death. The kingdom's army, destroyed. An empire fighting on the side of hideous horrors and evil undead. His trembling voice continued to rise, and Bogdan turned to face her. The feverish gleam in his eyes was so strong that she unconsciously took a step back. "Madam Ludmila," he said, "it's time for us to leave." Lyudmila's mouth opened and closed, and she looked back and forth between the two men. After asking the priest to wait, she turned to Milivoy, who was still leaning against the wall of his house. "Milivoy, please rest a little," she gently touched his shoulder. "I'm sorry I asked you to remember all this." Nodding in thanks as she helped him away from the wall, the young man turned to disappear back into the tiny adobe house, quietly closing the door behind him. She didn't know how much time remained after casting the spell on him, but she suspected that, despite outward signs, she had simply doomed the man to the state in which they found him yesterday. Returning to the village road, she found the priest pacing up and down the narrow road, muttering to himself. Seeing her approach, he repeated his words. "Mrs. Ludmila," Bogdan said quietly, "it's time for us to leave." "What do you mean when you say, leave?" His inexplicable persistence began to wear on her patience. "You are the village priest. This is the residence of the Zaradnik house. We can't just leave this place." "No." His scream pierced the morning air, then his voice returned to its normal volume. "No. Don't you understand, child? The royal army was defeated and defeated. E-Rantel has been abandoned. The Empire and its new unholy allies will sweep across these lands, wreaking the same devastation they wrought. When they come, these horrors will crush our minds and bodies, just like those people who returned home. The undead show no mercy to anyone. Only death at the hands of this great evil awaits us if we stay. But Baron. The Baron and his sons are missing. he continued to insist. This is a decision you must make on his behalf. They will be powerless against what comes anyway. We will all be powerless. Everyone must leave, not just you and me. Every man, woman and child must leave this place before it's too late. Ludmila felt that the languid fear that had been hanging over them since the previous day, for the old priest, manifested itself in the same fear that emanated from the people in the boat. Ludmila brushed aside the same feeling that crept into the corners of her own mind while she tried to calm Bogdan. It might not come to that, she said. It would make sense for the kingdom to cede some territory in light of such a defeat, so that it would make no sense for the empire to cause such wanton destruction in its future domains. Usually, when clashes occurred between rulers, a decisive defeat led to the cession of estates. The nobles who governed the lands included in these estates swore allegiance to the new lord and continued to govern their territories under obligations similar to those they had previously. Although she understood that there had been recent changes in the higher echelons of the empire's administration, her territories were generally governed in the same way as those of the kingdom, through a hierarchy of aristocrats and capable proxies who governed their territories. In practical terms, this meant little to ordinary citizens, but for nobles it meant that their taxes went to another lord. No action was taken against them as long as they governed well, fulfilled their part of the noble contract, and abided by the laws of the kingdom. In their case, E-Rantel and the surrounding lands, the claim that gave rise to the annual confrontation, would be ceded, but the lives of the people would remain virtually unchanged. Bogdan stood his ground, shaking his head. The risk is too great. Never in all my years of work have I even remotely heard of such a thing. This is no ordinary war. There was a short pause while the priest collected his thoughts, seemingly inspired by something. Ludmila waited patiently, checking her surroundings. So far no one had paid attention to the conversation. The kind of magic that Milivoy described. It is far beyond the power of even great heroes. I heard that in the Empire there is a legendary master of magic, Flutter Paradine. Only someone like him could do something like that. Ludmila strained her memory, trying to remember what she knew about magic. When her family occasionally visited the capital of the fortress city of E-Rantel, she interacted with other noble ladies who were in the city. Informal conversations at lunches, afternoon screenings, and evening events covered topics ranging from the frivolous to the productive. When she was a little girl and followed her mother, she absorbed everything like a sponge, like children do. In recent years, although she still enjoyed the same topics as other young noblewomen, she had become increasingly drawn to more practical subjects that would help her manage the family estate. Despite this, conversations about magic were cursory at best. They either related to divine magic, concerning the state of the land or the welfare of the population, or they were fanciful spices added to the exciting tales of adventure told by the minstrels hired to entertain them. But even then, she was probably more knowledgeable in this area than her peers. In her old age, Bogdan had mastered third-level divine magic, so she was more knowledgeable about its use in the fief than most of the other ladies of the regional nobility. If he himself thought so highly of this legendary magician, she could hardly refute him. Bogdan's continued thoughts brought her out of her reverie. What if the undead that Milivoy saw riding that aberration was Flutter Paradine? He is said to live an unnaturally long time. I actually remember his name being spoken back when I was a boy studying in the theocracy. Perhaps he indulged in evil magic to become an elder lich. But this would mean that the Empire entered into an alliance with the enemies of the living. Flutter Paradine was the mentor and advisor to many generations of emperors. Ludmila didn't know what an elder lich was, but everything else sounded truly terrible. The Baharat Empire was once part of Riestis, but broke away from it 10 years before the founding of House Saradnik. If Flutter Paradine has been here, manipulating the courts of the Empire since the schism, then it is possible that the Empire's long-established belligerence was a result of his influence. Bogdan had been a trusted member of the Baron's Council since her great-grandfather's time, a faithful servant of the gods and people who had come to rely on him. There was no reason to believe that he was not acting in the interests of the barony. "Then what do you propose to do?" asked Ludmila. "If we run west to the rest of the kingdom," Bogdan replied, The horrors of the Empire will surely lead us astray along the way. The kingdom will be doomed in any case. We must go south, through the upper reaches. We can escape to the theocracy. With the power of the Six, the theocracy can stop this abomination. This plan is too reckless. Lyudmila's reaction was immediate. You propose that we follow the river up its bed to the southwest until we find a place shallow enough for a ford, after which we will need to turn southeast through passes until we reach the slain theocracy. It's at least 200 kilometers of wild desert between Warden Valley and the theocracy's border, and then another 100 kilometers to the nearest city. Instead of the rolling fields of peaceful lands that those unfamiliar with the region might imagine, the south of Riestas was bordered by an ancient mountain range inhabited by many inhuman tribes. Further south lay a windless plateau dominated by shrubs, rocky swamps and open forests, but closest to their territory and most of the kingdom's southern border was an imposing barrier ridge thickly covered with primeval forest. Although the southern mountain ranges did not reach the height of the snow-capped Israeli range that towered to the north, they were high enough that their rugged peaks were exposed against the backdrop of the deep valleys that cut through them. It will take at least 2 weeks to get the whole village through it, Ludmila told him, maybe a month if we encounter significant delays. If we get into the passes and get caught in a winter storm, it will be catastrophic. There are also tribes of demi-humans and monsters that live in the area. They may not attack Warden Valley often, but they will not pass up an opportunity to attack a vulnerable refugee caravan if it suits their interests. I cannot approve of this reckless course of action. Volume 1 Chapter 4. Despite her words, Bogdan did not change his mind. He still continued to insist on his own. Seeing this, Ludmila motioned for him to follow her, and together they walked back along the village path to talk in the estate hall. Taking off her scarf, she went to the kitchen at the back of her family's house to fetch 2 wooden cups filled with cool water. Ludmila moistened her throat before continuing the conversation. You understand why I think your plan is unacceptable, right? Madam Ludmila, Bogdan smiled encouragingly at her concern. I understand the root of your fears, but it seems to me that you underestimate people. You may have been influenced by other nobles in this matter, but of course you understand that the inhabitants of the borderlands are not the same as the inhabitants of the interior. The wise priest, as always, was right. When she was still a child, she judged everyone by the same standard, believing that everyone was the same in what they were capable of. However, over the years, she realized that everything was not quite like that. Since the Baron only brought his family to E-Rantel once or twice a year, the difference in physical abilities became more obvious with each visit. Through friendly sparring and training between them, it became clear that the gap in ability between her brothers and the other noble children of the duchy only grew larger with each passing season. By the time they reached marriageable age, they were looked upon as a reliable cornerstone in matters of martial prowess. Even among the noblewomen, she felt that she was a little stronger, faster and tougher than the other ladies of the ducal nobility. She wasn't sure it was something she could be particularly proud of, but it was a fact. Since she was now often able to keep up with her brothers in training and had no problem participating in wilderness patrols, Ludmila suspected that she would be able to surpass the young nobles of the ducal court in combat as well. When the children inevitably asked him about the reasons for this, the father replied that it was due to the difference in origin. Settlers of the borderlands were often descended from adventurers, and the borderland nobles were powerful adventurers who laid claim to the lands, expanding and reclaiming the borders of Riestas. By maintaining these bloodlines and honing their strength against the dangers of the vast wilderness, they have always been markedly superior to their peers in the more peaceful regions of the kingdom, at least when it comes to combat matters. Ludmila had at least one close friend from the interior who could beat her to the punch in other subjects. The common people of their village were the same to a certain extent. In addition to being farmers, foresters, hunters and traders, they were also fighters and rangers. Out of necessity, everyone was trained from an early age and participated in patrolling the borders and defending the fief from the many threats that faced them. This warrior culture resulted in the population as a whole being stronger in battle than the inhabitants of the interior, who were primarily domestic workers. Small tribes of demihumans could not muster the forces to intercept the caravan with border guards without the chance of being destroyed. They might look just like other people, but as Bogdan reminded her, they were not the same as those who lived in the heart of the kingdom. Despite this, Ludmila still had doubts. Bogdan, however, insisted on his own. "Besides, what other choice do we have?" he said. "We will not be able to get ahead of the forces of the Empire if we flee to the west, and certain death awaits us in the north in E-Rantel. We can't cross the river to the east and climb the sheer cliffs on the other side to reach the main road between E-Rantel and Theocracy, so we can only go south." Ludmila bit her lip. In truth, there seemed to be no good options. Instead, she compromised. If the kingdom's surrender is the Empire's goal, then they must move west toward the royal capital to seize the moment and ensure a quick victory. There is a high probability that they will ignore such an inaccessible border area like ours. We can assemble a raft and set up a patrol on the river closer to the city. If they send troops south, the rangers we send will be able to get back down the river faster than any soldiers can get overland. If the Empire heads towards the heart of the kingdom, they can report it to us so that we can be calm. We will be able to await the terms of the agreement without interrupting our spring activities. She was sure that the Baron would approve of this proposal. Riesta's borders were sparsely populated and underdeveloped, posing virtually no serious military threat, especially once the collection had already been made, and there were relatively few people left to mobilize. Despite the losses at Katz, the vast and rich inland and coastal territories of the West still contained up to 4 million adult men. With the siege of E-Rantel successfully completed, the Empire had to quickly strike at the heart of the kingdom before retaliation could be made, or else face a series of problems. The personal retinues of nobles and various companies of mercenaries will also be involved, posing an even greater threat. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would have been considered impossible, because although the legions of the Empire were a standing army of well-trained soldiers, their numbers did not allow them to occupy all the territories lying between them. Even a successful siege of E-Rantel was doubtful, since help would likely arrive before the walls were breached. In her view, given the Empire's penchant for preserving the strength of its legions, the most sensible course for the time being was to seek concessions after quickly achieving a series of decisive victories. Once the terms are agreed upon, the respective territories will be settled diplomatically. In other words, rather than needlessly taking such a huge risk by traversing the wilderness under the shadow of fear of the unknown, she believed that they should only evacuate the residents when it was proven that a threat existed. However, Bogdan stubbornly continued to stand his ground. Strands of his white hair fluttered lazily as he shook his head decisively. "The legions of the damned do not care about the customs of the living," he said. "They will hunt us with tireless, unrelenting hatred, no matter how many or few of us we are. The sooner we leave, the better our chance of avoiding a terrible fate at their hands." Legions. Ludmila raised an eyebrow. Although Milivoy recognized them as powerful, he only saw one undead riding these beasts. "How can these be legions?" Milivoy saw only one. "Yes," said Bogdan, "but this does not mean that there are none. There are always more of them. The fact that the Imperial legions were so far away and did not advance during the battle already raises suspicions. Perhaps they wanted to hide their true nature so as not to alert the wider population. The single feat of a legendary hero is far from the everyday reality of people, but stories of destruction by endless waves of undead would definitely alert people much earlier than their arrival." It took Ludmila a minute to digest his words. In addition to the national catastrophe associated with the destruction of the army, the growing disruption took events beyond her knowledge and experience as the Baron's confidant. She had difficulty piecing it all together in her mind as it went along. When Lord Zaradnik left with his men less than a month ago, she, as the remaining member of the house, was expected to maintain order in the day-to-day affairs of the fief and, at the very least, handle minor issues here and there. She never imagined that the usual seasonal routine would come to this. Apart from charting a safe route through this fiasco, she was still trying to get a clear picture of their situation. E-Rantel is located in a major trading center between Baharat, Riestais and the slain Theocracy, noted Ludmila. News from the Empire about such an event would have spread far earlier through merchants and travelers. Not to mention across borders. Refugees would pour in. Nations of millions do not fall to the undead overnight. Ah, but here you are mistaken, Mrs. Ludmila. Bogdan immediately jumped on the tail of her statement, raising a knobby finger above his head. Sorry. Ludmila blinked. What exactly am I wrong about? She couldn't help but look puzzled. Noble children were usually taught some degree of the region's history, and she certainly didn't remember anything like that being part of that history. Bogdan served as House Saradnik's mentor in several disciplines, so her confusion was clearly visible to the priest. This is a story from the prehistoric history of Riestis, so old that I do not consider it necessary for the education of a young nobleman in our times. He bowed his senile head in apology, although Ludmila also considered this a reasonable decision. Bogdan took a more relaxed pose, placing his hands in his sleeves in front of him. During my training as an acolyte in the theocracy, he told her, before I began preaching here, I was taught this. Keep in mind that this was a century ago. The events and memory of the 13 heroes were still very fresh in the hearts and minds of the people. Before the chaos that came with the arrival of the evil gods, a group of distant peoples suddenly lost contact with their neighbors. Investigations from neighboring countries sent out soon after reported the same terrible results. Every single person in the kingdom had somehow been turned into undead. Kingdoms much like our own, populated by millions of people, became necropolises before anyone realized what had happened. It is said that the terrible vampire lord, the Ravager, was discovered there. Many of the more ardent Surshana fans among my peers firmly believed that these events were connected, a grand ritual performed by an evil, ambitious man to gain immortality as an undead. It was a story told in tones reminiscent of better times, when Ludmila and her brothers sat in the hall of the estate and listened to the old priest tell the history of the world. A part of her soul took comfort in this familiar feeling, but her mind also worked to continue to connect what her mentor had shared with her own knowledge. Although she was unaware of the event that Bogdan had just described, the tales of the 13 heroes told by the bards and minstrels of the kingdom were still widespread and well received. She had heard the story of the Ravager several times from various performers when visiting E-Rantel over the years. According to one version, he was an unspeakably evil nobleman whose brutal actions against even his own people eventually led to his transformation into a vampire. According to another version, he was an ancient horror that lurked in the shadows of cities and villages, hunting people indiscriminately to satisfy his insatiable thirst for blood. In both stories, the vampire lord led to the death of entire nations through his actions, earning him the nickname, the Ravager. It was only after the 13 heroes came face to face with him that he was defeated and his reign came to an end. There was a third version of the legend, according to which he was still hiding somewhere among people, continuing to hunt young women helpless before his charms, and that someday history would repeat itself again. For some reason, the latter version was the most popular among court women. Ludmila, for her part, could not understand how someone could have such feelings for a creature that considers them food. Overall, however, the tale of the Ravager remained exciting. Valiant heroes defeat a treacherous villain. However, now that the story was applied directly to their own situation, it went from fantastical to nightmarish. Are you saying that this flutter parodine performed such a ritual to become an elder lich? Ludmila frowned when she uttered an unfamiliar term. And that the empire fell to the undead in the same way? Bogdan nodded affirmatively. There is a possibility, he said, and based on Miliva's story, I do not consider it unlikely that this is what happened. This time, unlike the fairy tales of the past, there were no legendary heroes to save them. Apparently, the only legendary person of their time was this subject. The irony would probably have made her laugh helplessly if she hadn't been concerned about the survival of the property and its inhabitants. Sighing, she finally gave in. Okay, she said, I'll organize an evacuation. Please let people know. Bogdan nodded and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Mrs. Ludmila. You made the right choice. Volume 1 Chapter 5. The sound of the bell rising from the pier was again heard through the walls of the estate. Sitting at her table in the hall, Ludmila, as before, did not raise her head. After they parted, Bogdan trudged back to his monastery, calling for his acolyte as he went. A few minutes later she came running from the hilltop shrine to see what was so agitating the elderly priest. Taking his hand, she led him back into the house while he continued to attend to the important task. When they reappeared some time later, he was dressed in the robes of his rank, a cassock of white cloth with the religious symbols of the 6 great gods. Lines of azure and sienna colored the pleated hem of the collar and shoulder blade, symbolizing the gods of water and earth that he and most of the villagers primarily worshipped. The dirt on his skin had been thoroughly cleaned away, and even the chaotic strands of his hair had been inexplicably tamed. He walked back down the path with his acolyte, who was also dressed in formal attire. She wore the modest grey robes of an acolyte, with sienna and white edges at the collar. She was a servant of earth and life. Apparently, she still didn't fully understand what had ignited her mentor's spirit. However, their solemn procession to the riverbank had already attracted the attention of several villagers, so she simply followed suit and walked with a serious expression on her face. The couple went down to the pier and used a bell to call people to their attention. Considering that Milivoy renewed the enchantment many times that day, the voice might not have been magically amplified. Perhaps the acolyte had cast a spell on him instead, but it was still a rare sight. Priests serving in small towns and villages never knew when their spells might be needed in an emergency, so they usually used their mana quite sparingly, since the number of temple servants in these settlements was usually small. More than a week had passed since then, and as Ludmila continued her work in the hall of the estate, her pen paused again to hear his voice coming from the river bank along the entire hillside. The change that had taken place in her old mentor was simply astonishing. Bogdan was already over 100 years old when he came to the barony as a young missionary in the time of her great-grandfather. Just a month ago, when the village saw off the baron and his people, many wondered whether Bogdan would live to see his master return until the end of winter. Now he hardly looked like a bent and wrinkled man with age, waiting for the end of his days. The fire in his voice and the determination in his actions created the aura of a bright and optimistic youth, bringing the word of the gods to a world hungry for their touch. His ardor was so great that the new life and energy that he radiated had a tangible effect on those around him. The villagers, attracted by the ringing of the bell and the old cleric's message, were at first shocked by this determination, but quickly turned away from their usual activities to begin preparations for the journey. In retrospect, she decided that her initial disagreement with his advice would have been useless if it had come to open disagreement. Trust in a holy man who had served the village for 4 generations was far greater than in a teenage girl who occasionally acted as the baron's confidant in the Lord's absence. She had neither the influence nor the personal power to convince them to stay. Most likely, they would have ignored her decision and looted the village shops, and then fled with the priest. Realizing that her hands had become inactive due to her wandering thoughts, Ludmila shook her head and focused on the task assigned to her. There was an open country book on the table, and next to it a small stack of paper. The crumpled, rough sheets were enchanted by the acolyte around the time the gathering left, and left under a stack of wooden blocks for several days to become smooth and suitable for writing. Typically, a ledger was kept to record village supplies as they were used or replenished, but today's work was much more complex and time-consuming than simply depositing and withdrawing money. The village's warehouse was filled with food intended for the winter markets in E-Rantel, but the decision was now made to seek refuge in the theocracy. In preparation for the resettlement, she instructed the villagers to sort out their household and also spend their days collecting provisions in the surrounding fields and forests. According to her estimates, the defeat at Katz occurred more than 3 weeks ago. Since traveling overland would be faster than slowly gliding upstream without proper sea transport, it is likely that the monsters described in the battle were not constantly deployed. If this actually happened, the undead armies would destroy the city walls and take over the entire countryside before anyone realized what was happening. Judging by what they had brought with them for last year's skirmish, the size of the Empire's legions meant that it would take over 2 weeks to assault E-Rantel, and then perhaps another week to redeploy for the next push through the countryside. Considering the time it would take to prepare the village for the journey, She sent 4 rangers inland immediately after the decision to evacuate was made. She only dared to send them to check the farming villages in the nearby baronies, instructing them to explore the surrounding area. However, when each of them returned during the last day, they all reported the same thing. The villages were abandoned. There was no sign of human life in any of the areas they surveyed. Ludmila decided that the moment was approaching when the siege might end, since the kingdom did not seem to be sending any help, so she switched to consolidating the Burana's resources. Now her task was to reorganize the warehouses and ensure that each family had enough provisions for the coming weeks. In fact, food was the least of her worries, as the warehouse was packed to capacity due to the annual conflict and the resulting delay in the winter markets. There were barrels of nuts and canned fruits collected from the surrounding forests. Arrowhead tubers and dried watercress were sorted in boxes and were waiting in the wings. Sacks of grain were also plentiful. Manna grass was native to the swampy valley, and its sweetness was worth a lot outside the barony. There were several racks of dried fish, and although they could not take with them on the journey the hundreds of geese raised in the valley, several small flocks were collected. With such abundance, the villagers will be well fed, much better than usual in late winter and spring. At least they will have some comfort in these troubled times. However, in addition to food, many other basic necessities were in short supply, mainly goods that had to be obtained in winter trade. Nails, rivets, ropes and blades, various tools and some fabrics were all in short supply. It was hoped that what was left would survive the journey to the theocracy. They would exchange the most valuable goods, such as furs, leather goods and spare medicines, in the city where they arrived, for coins. With this money they will be able to afford shelter while she asks for help and looks for a place for her people in a foreign country. Although only 1 day had passed since the decision to finally leave was made, her work progressed quickly. Instead of becoming tired as the hours dragged on, having a clear purpose for her efforts allowed her to focus and continue to work tirelessly. Despite the crisis in which the village found itself, it happily coped with the tasks assigned to it, and pen to paper worked almost continuously until the morning. A bit more. Lyudmila's hand stopped when a crooked ink blot appeared on the page. The nib became worn after hours of use, with the tip splitting far up the shaft of the nib and rendering it unusable. Throwing it into the basket along with dozens of other similarly broken feathers, she retrieved a replacement from the satchel hanging on the wall to the side of her chair. Taking a knife from her belt, she quickly cut a suitable feather from the new feather, and then cut off the top so that it would not interfere with her writing, constantly brushing her face. The ink on the parchment continued its inexorable march. Several minutes passed before the sound of boots was heard on the path leading to the estate, and a shadow fell on the doorway. Ludmila chose several villagers as assistants to carry out her instructions. They walked around the village between the warehouse and the estate and made orders for provisions for each house. When the order was completely ready, they carried it away to deliver it to the house for which it was collected. During the previous day and the next morning, 27 of the village's 30 families received their rations. Each time, a team of assistants returned to pick up a sheet of paper lying on the table with a detailed description of the next order. The sound of boots approached her desk and a shadow fell into the periphery of her vision. Without looking up, Ludmila handed out the next order with her left hand, continuing to work with her right. "It's time for lunch, Mrs. Ludmila." She looked up from the table at the sound of an unexpected voice. Acolyte Bogdana stood before her, holding a wooden tray with a steaming bowl and a portion of bread, rolled and baked into a ring. It was a common meal for a village surrounded by bountiful nature. They had so many natural ingredients available locally that you could always make a hearty stew for every day. "Please leave this in the kitchen, Sophia," said Ludmila. "I want to make sure that these last few families are also taken care of." With only 3 orders left to complete, she felt that this part of her duties should be completed as soon as possible, rather than disrupting everyone's rhythm to eat when they were almost finished. "You need to take care of your health, madam," the acolyte protested. "You have been working non-stop since dawn." Sophia Dolinovitz was the same age as Ludmila and had a compassionate character that matched her gentle image. Her concern for her fellow villagers led to her being taken as a student to Bogdan at the age of 10. Her passion for people and dedication to her role greatly contributed to her growth as a divine spellcaster and servant of the people. She was already able to cast second-level spells. As she approached adulthood, she sought to complete her training as a priestess in the slain theocracy and then return to Warden Valley to continue her service. Bogdan was quite pleased to have such a capable successor, and assured his often nervous student that someone of her caliber would be welcomed into the institutions of the theocracy with open arms. Ludmila believed that now she had to start this education as early as possible. "The Rangers will do most of the work over the next few weeks," Ludmila answered, "then I will have plenty of time to rest." They both knew that this was most likely not the case. Ludmila's industrious nature would probably have found something to do on the way south, but Sophia knew better than to try to harass her about it. "At least eat it while it's still warm," she said. "The dish will lose its flavor if it gets cold." With a final call, the acolyte left the tray in an empty space at the edge of the table and turned away, leaving the estate and disappearing down the path. Glancing at the steaming bowl of stew that filled the room with its enticing aroma as she continued to count her supplies, Ludmila finally succumbed to temptation, making sure that the numbers in her latest order were accurate. She reached over and broke the bagel into small pieces, dipped them into the stew and pulled the bowl towards her. Her father would probably scold her for such a messy meal, but it was better than wasting time picking through pieces when there were so many more important things to do. She scooped up a thoroughly soaked piece of bread with a spoon and quickly stuffed it into her mouth before the drops could spill onto the table. "Mistress Ludmila, we are ready for the next job." A man entered the door, but his voice was interrupted when he saw the young noblewoman stuffing her mouth with a wooden spoon. "Mom." Ludmila frowned, looking at the wide-open, uncomprehending eyes of the peasant. Taking the order she held out earlier, she waved it in his direction until he stepped forward to accept it and left the hall. They were supposed to leave by noon. Volume 1, Chapter 6. The sun had already begun to move to the west when the last supplies were organized and sent on their way. As her task approached, she thought she could feel the tension building in the air of the village. There was equal parts excitement and uncertainty, determination and trepidation. Although most of the village's adults regularly patrolled the surrounding forests, few of those present traveled beyond the barony itself. Since all her assistants had returned home to tend to their families, Ludmila was once again left in the silence of the family estate. Closing the village book, she stood up from the table and looked at the wall near the door. Leaning against her was a neat row of luggage, packed for travel, her family's clothes and personal belongings, sorted during the moments when she had breaks. However, despite all her hopes, not a single sail appeared on the river, and no one arrived by land. The priority was to escape the kingdom as quickly as possible, and there was no more time to wait. She put the book in her bag and then made a final circle around the makeshift estate, but since there were so few people here, there was nothing to tidy up or guard. She drew the thick curtains on the windows and, shouldering her luggage, headed towards the exit. If her family returned after leaving, they would see their belongings prepared for them, with a note detailing what had happened, and she hoped would follow them south. Over the past few days, the wind has brought heavy clouds with it, making the sky overcast. Throughout this time, light snow fell from time to time, but the temperature on the valley floor was not low enough to keep the snow from melting on the ground. Things had cleared up a bit by morning, but the winter weather in the foothills of the border ranges was unpredictable at best. Ludmila feared the pale gray of the sky was a sign of the bad weather that awaited them as they crossed the main pass into Theocracy. On the way along the hillside to the southern path, there were villagers who looked around one last time and then slowly dispersed. Even before sunrise, Ludmila sent several rangers to scout the route up the river to make sure they were informed of any problems in advance. It had been an hour since she had given the go-ahead for the villagers to leave, following reports that the route was clear and safe. Before the first families left, she told them to take their time so that the entire village would eventually catch up with them before they crossed the border, and they could rely on their numbers to fend off the occasional predators and wild tribes. Seeing the other villagers with their loved ones facing the coming days together, She felt both lonely and envious of their company. However, time does not stand still for any person, so all she could do was move forward and complete the task at hand. Ludmila followed up on those who left, making sure their homes were secure and nothing important was left behind. When the bulk of the inhabitants disappeared around the bend, she climbed the path to the sanctuary, which stood on the ridge of the hill. Bogdan and Sophia were inside an open structure carved from local granite, kneeling in prayer. All morning they prayed for a safe journey, for the souls of the villagers and for the future that awaited them. Not wanting to disturb the sanctity of the sanctuary while they performed their rituals, Ludmila respectfully waited just below for them to finish. The thud of their boots on the gravel of the hilltop marked their descent. "Well, is everything ready?" Bogdan said in a lively voice. The village priest was in his usual high spirits and spoke loudly in the tailwind. He and his student were already dressed for the journey, with heavy robes for inclement weather hanging around their necks. Parts of their ritual robes were occasionally visible under the dark veils as they descended the hill. "The main groups have just finished leaving," Ludmila answered. "Now there are only a few people left there." They stopped in front of Bogdan's dwelling, located immediately below the sanctuary, so that Sophia could carry out their luggage. His acolyte combined the backpacks, insisting on carrying the village elder's belongings for him. However, the heavy load didn't seem to have any noticeable effect on her as she walked back out to join them. Looking down the hill, Ludmila guessed that the remaining villagers below must have seen them begin to descend. They didn't linger any longer and walked around the hill, following the others. The three walked slowly down in silence. They had been preparing for the journey for more than a week, but now that the journey had already begun, there seemed to be nothing to talk about. Ludmila's steps stopped after she crossed the long pair of piled stones, which led to the beginning of the path into the valley. Ahead, people could be seen walking along a rocky path, on which streams of water glistened from the morning snowfall. They walked alone or in pairs, some leading animals, around the bend of the steep gorge along which the path followed the river. Noticing that she had stopped at the edge of the village, Bogdan, who was walking behind, turned and called to her through the murmur of the current below. This was to be the last of them. "Lady, let's hit the road." The old man continued to look past Ludmila to the village, as if some previously unknown threat might suddenly appear there. He seemed to have lost none of his energy and was eager to get going. Whether it was a newfound sense of purpose, a return to her homeland, or the darkness hanging over the north, she didn't know. Ludmila watched as he looked around at the motley collection of dwellings on the hill. The cloudy sky cleared even more, leaving a patchwork of light and shadow on the ground, and dark gray clouds rushed far across the steppes. Like Bogdan, she also began to look past the village, though for a completely different reason. She still hoped to see a sail on the horizon or the figures of people walking along the sandbank leading to the village. Her heart yearned for some sign that her family was safe, that they would return, perhaps bruised and battered, but in the end, everything would return to normal. "Lady Zaradnik." Bogdan, who was waiting for her a few steps away from the path, called out to her questioningly again as she continued to linger. Ludmila turned to answer his call, but faltered when the meaning of his words dawned on her. Lady Zaradnik. No one had ever addressed her by her father's title, and it was something she never expected to hear in her life. The fact that he did this meant that Bogdan abandoned the Baron and her brothers. Perhaps the villagers did the same. The realization of this fact came as an unexpected blow and made her reel. "I can't leave." The words came naturally. Bogdan's mouth remained silent, even as she stood shocked by her own words. Her feelings, deliberately suppressed over the past few days by the need to focus on the tasks at hand, suddenly found voice as her mind was forcibly ripped from the flow of events. "I haven't given up on my family yet," said Ludmila. I have to wait for them in case they need help. You saw the condition of the men who returned. If they don't show up, I'll go to the capital myself and find them." The village priest walked back along the path to stand in front of her. His aged brows were concerned with her words and he clutched his staff tightly. "Of course you don't mean that, my lady." His voice was heavy with worry. "You heard Milivai's story. E-Rantel must already be under siege if it hasn't fallen yet." Going there would be suicide. You must survive for the sake of your home. The theocracy will rise to fight this evil and reclaim the fallen lands of the kingdom and empire. The theocracy has had plenty of time to take action, she replied. If they haven't done it by now, I doubt they ever will. The slain theocracy was the most powerful state in the region and the heart of the faith of the six great gods. Almost all the people of the surrounding lands, including residents of the kingdom and empire, had long-standing ties with the ancient country. However, during all this time there was no sign of their mobilization or even the deployment of scouts passing through the area. The last time a detachment from the theocracy set out on the southern trail was at the end of last spring on some unknown errand. You must keep the faith, my lady, Bogdan said. I will believe, Ludmila told him. To my family and to our obligations to the land and its vassals. In the last few days, Ludmila began to lack strength, and she came to her senses, angry that she had been helplessly carried away by the current, like a roach. Her responsibilities came first. Noticing the change in her mood, Bogdan frowned. What about your duty to your people? Said Bogdan. You chose this path for them. Will you really not follow through with your decision and lead them to safety? In response, Ludmila took the backpack off her shoulder and opened it on the ground. A moment later she stood up, holding in her thin hands a weathered leather binding containing village books. I believe that you are best suited for this task, Bogdan, she replied. After all, the theocracy is your home, and you would be a venerable priest, returning after a century of dedicated work, a defender of the faith. You have served the people for many generations, and they trust you more than anyone else. Ludmila pressed the ledger to Bogdan's chest, urging him to take it. I'm afraid this is the only useful thing I left for our people. An uninvited noble from foreign lands will be nothing more than a burden to them. Beyond these borders in the south, House Saradnik has no rights, no power, no connections, no wealth. I'd be just another desperate refugee with little to contribute. Honestly, I don't think I could survive that. She tried to give her face a stern expression, but in the end, in the ensuing silence, she only smiled sadly. Seeing this, the old priest lowered his gaze, fingering the leather binding in his hands. There was silence between them until the priest raised his head again and looked into her eyes. I haven't seen such an expression for a very long time. Bogdan's face showed longing as he held her gaze. Believe it or not, he said, I was once a zealous young priest, raised in the heart of the theocracy far to the south. Ludmila at first thought that he was going to use some kind of allegory to dissuade her from the course, but something in the old priest's tone said otherwise. She waited silently for what he would say. After completing my studies, he continued, I had many opportunities. At the time, 100 years ago, great energy was growing, as if some fateful event was approaching us. Recruiters came to colleges, competing with each other for promising acolytes. They all presented themselves as the best and right choice, as those who will bring the most benefit in the coming future. However, nothing captured my heart more than the story of the young kingdoms in the north, the seeds of humanity, growing from humble beginnings, blossoming into full force. Joining the brave pioneers who were expanding the boundaries of our race was my calling. I wanted only one thing, to provide my services to those who stand at the forefront of humanity, and so I went further and further from the nascent city of E-Rantel, beyond the busy country roads and bustling farms of the already developed lands. Bogdan looked past her again, at the Vorden Valley and the landscape beyond it. In the end, I ended up in this place, in the very edge of the wilderness. This is where I met your great-grandfather. The old priest's lips stretched into a smile. He recalled the past, which seemed to have happened to him just yesterday. He was distant but polite. After all, a small village on the border would not refuse a priest, and he allowed me to begin ministry here. As the weeks and months passed, I fell in love with this man and saw that his people thought so too. He was an adamantium adventurer, furious commander, prudent in his rule and just in his judgment. He was everything that a city dweller like myself imagined when we pictured the brave pioneers of mankind. But beyond this image was the way he behaved when even these qualities could not help him. When great threats arose on the border, When bandits in war came to our lands, he simply smiled grimly, without complaining, and firmly performed his duty. Each time he returned victorious, and so on until the barony of Zaradnik began to be called the Watcher's Valley. Bogdan sighed, remembering times long past. He turned his head back to Ludmila with tears in his eyes, perhaps as a sign of regret for the loss of a promising future. Whether he was mourning the past or the present, she could not say. Generations passed, but I still sometimes saw the same grim expression on the faces of his descendants, when their fate changed, and the injustice of the world fell upon them. And now you stand before me, the very image of those who came here before. The winds of destruction and death howl menacingly from the north, but you smile anyway. He paused and sniffed. His lips briefly twitched upward, but just as quickly fell again. There was a tremor in his voice as he continued speaking. I don't know if you will become the same as Lord Andrew, my lady, but I'd better not think of stopping you. Bogdan's heavy robe fell open and he reached out to place his knobby hand on her head, as he had done so many times before. She felt no magic in the gesture when he spoke. It was simply a sincere prayer, a final farewell. May all the gods protect you and bless you on your journey, Ludmila Zaradnik. Class description: Acolyte. As civilization spreads its light over lands wrested from the wild and reclaimed by human hands, powerful institutions rise to support their societies. Their many agents, scattered throughout the lands, from time to time discover promising individuals who answer a call beyond their daily lives, and these men and women are invited to enter their sacred halls. The most respected orders may even receive regular applicants who ask to become candidates for the sacred paths. Just as orders of paladins accept squires into their ranks, the path of the acolyte is the path of a supplicant who strives for worldly life in civilized countries. From students attending the halls of glittering colleges in vast theocracies, to humble disciples assisting the local village priest, acolytes learn what it is to be a channel of divinity, to be a representative of the gods. Whether it be serving the oppressed or fighting the enemies of the faith, this career path can be entirely academic, buried in the practical realities of civilian work on the front lines, or even life-threatening in the case of those rising through service on the turbulent battle fronts. However, they are generally encouraged to experience the breadth of what service to the faith entails throughout their tenure. Through these experiences of life as a member of the clergy, acolytes develop an understanding of their personal calling and how it fits within the complex framework of their theology, working to become increasingly adept in ways that respond to them. Once ordained, an acolyte has a clearly defined vision for his future, and his level is translated into the appropriate classes associated with clericalism that lead him to the path of vocation. Volume 1 Chapter 7. Ludmila did not want to get up. Wrapped up in the small nest of blankets she had gathered around her before falling asleep the previous evening, she lay on the floor, cuddled up to a backpack half filled with winter supplies. Only her head poked out from under the blanket. Her eyes were closed, but an irritated expression appeared on her face. The crows gathered outside had been rudely alerting her to the onset of dawn for some time now, cawing among themselves and hopping across the thin roof of the estate, creating a noise that she could not drown out. The logs in the fireplace in front of her had burned through the night, and the stone floor no longer radiated heat. What day is today? How long had it been since she had been alone in Warden Valley? The memory became sharper as consciousness awakened. Returning to the village, Ludmila began to scour the surrounding area to prepare for the coming days and take her mind off her worries, looking for something useful that could help in her lonely existence. There were still many boxes and unpacked goods in the warehouse that had been left behind because they were too heavy or bulky to transport without a cart. The shelves were mostly filled with valuable wood and spare staples. She found an old militia uniform, meant for someone much larger than her, tucked into a corner next to the old spear she had also brought to the estate. Without administrative matters or unresolved issues to resolve, life became a boring routine. She did a few small tasks and then made the rounds from time to time with a spear in her hands. She had plenty of time to practice with weapons or spend her free time rereading her small collection of old books, but in general life had become unbearably dreary. Although spring has officially begun in Riestais, The weather in the southern highlands has taken a turn for the worse. The air had turned sharply cold, and although it wasn't snowing, she spent most of her days wrapped in a jacket at her desk to keep warm and conserve energy, looking out the window of the manor to the north. During all the time of her idle lifestyle, the ship never returned, and no one appeared on the sandy path running along the river. She also became acutely aware of how much she hated being alone. All her life there had always been other people around, be it her family or just the vague presence of the neighboring villagers, and she had never thought that the absence of these people would have such a detrimental effect on her. It got to the point that she even thought of the wild animals that came to the human settlement as welcome guests who helped them survive loneliness. While the birds outside continued to sing above and around the estate, Ludmila turned her gaze to the tightly curtained window on the other side of the hall and immediately regretted her action. The cold morning air snuck under the blanket and licked her calves. She wiggled her toes, trying to close the gap in the shelter, but this only increased the flow of cold air. As her precious warmth was rapidly being taken away, she gave in and jumped out of the blanket with an annoyed cry. Before she had time to take even 2 steps towards the military uniform being aired on a chair nearby, goosebumps ran all over her body. The thin linen robe in which she was accustomed to sleep offered little protection from the frosty spring morning. Usually by the time she got out of bed, one of the early birds in the family would start the fire. Sophia came to do this while her family was not at home. Despite several chilling awakenings in Ooal, it was difficult to give up my long-time habits. Ludmila put on a large militia gambeson to protect herself from the cold, her fingers trembling from the cold as she quickly mastered the straps of her cloak. Since it was made for a tall person, it didn't fit her very well. She had to roll up the sleeves to free her arms, and the hem of the suit hung below her knees. Even if she could find a belt, the loops at the waist would hang down to her hips. By the time she finished her work, she was half frozen, and the cold, rough fabric seemed to add to her suffering as it touched her skin. The desire to stay warm drove her forward. Returning to the fireplace and picking up the tongs that hung on the wall nearby, she sifted through the ashes, picking through the charred remains until she found a dimly glowing ember. After clearing the area under the pot that hung over the ashes of debris, she placed it on the fireplace floor and then took a handful of shavings from the drawer. By placing some shavings and some split logs on the ember, she brought the fire back to life. It sparkled and caught fire on the shavings, willingly spreading to the fuel she offered. Satisfied that the new flame would not go out, she removed an iron ladle from the pot to break up the layer of ice and oil that had formed on the surface of the stew. Since she didn't want to go outside and draw water in such frosty weather, she could only wait for breakfast. Having carefully folded the blankets on the floor and put them away, she sat down to warm herself by the fire. Hugging her knees, she unfocused her gaze, brooding in the shadows of the estate. Only when she calmed down did she realize that it was unnaturally quiet around her. The crows fell silent, leaving only a cool wind in the air and the distant sounds of the river, if you strained your ears. The thought that someone might be approaching the village made her jump to her feet. Walking over to the window, she carefully pulled back the curtain to look around. Her gaze instantly went to the base of the hill, where a dark figure was striding out of the morning mist. The spark of hope that arose in her faded away when she saw his appearance. The man was well armed and clad in armor. The helmet did not allow her to see his face. He was clearly not familiar to her. He slowed down and raised his head to look at her. She quickly stepped away from the window and the curtains fell as she walked away. In a hurry to get ready, she headed to the place where the rest of the militiaman's clothes lay on a chair. Pulling on long woolen trousers, she hopped around, tightening the cord around her waist, and headed towards the entrance of the house. The metal-soled boots she found with her uniform were too big for her, so she used her own. Having pulled them on and tied a leather cap on her head, she tucked the 2 long legs into her boots so as not to accidentally trip over them. The last thing I put on was a pair of leather gloves. They were stiff and uncomfortable, but still better than nothing. Ludmila was vaguely aware of how ridiculous she looked, but did not think about it. She unlocked the door and swung it wide open, picking up the spear leaning against the wall next to the door frame. It was 2.5 meters long, and she had to tilt the pole forward to get it through the door. As she did so, the base of the spear hit something behind her, and the impact caused it to fly out of her gloved hand. The weapon fell with a loud crash. Sighing in frustration, she leaned forward to pick it up again and walked out the door. The estate was built on a wide central terrace that long-gone generations had carved into the hill. It was too high to simply jump down, so she followed the long and winding village path down to reach the man standing at the entrance to the settlement. On her way down, she noticed a second figure appear and quickened her pace, not knowing how many more would be behind her. The militia's armor hung heavily over her shoulders, pushing her awkwardly as she descended, and she felt a little tired when she finally reached the base of the hill to approach the strangers. As Ludmila got closer, she was overcome with anxiety when she saw who she was facing, and it became even larger. Clad in black plate armor, the man was as tall as the spear she was carrying. The two massive blades crossed over his shoulders could not be called swords with complete certainty. They were almost the same width and height as herself. Their weight had to be such that when swung, her own weapon would shatter into pieces if she tried to deflect the blow. She didn't know how to confront him. There was probably nothing she could do if he came as an opponent. The man seemed to be sizing her up in response, but she couldn't see his intentions through the closed visor of his helmet. Ludmila looked from the imposing armored figure to the second man she noticed on the way down. Her heart jumped into her throat when she noticed her, and she raised her spear in panic. The woman had no face, or rather, the woman had an empty face. Above the short, feminine figure in traveler's clothing rose a smooth, pale head, devoid of facial features, only a pair of empty eyes and a round, lipless mouth. An aura of hostility emanated from the woman, which forced Ludmila to prepare for an imminent attack. She heard a man's voice from the side, but couldn't take her eyes off the blank-faced woman. A moment later she noticed the ghostly image of a second face superimposed on the empty one. Its sharp, exotic features stared back at her, expressing what the other could not express. Ludmila blinked several times, but the vision did not change. Although what appeared before her seemed foreign and unfamiliar, she somehow instinctively knew that the pale, faceless face was real, and the sharp human one was some other appearance. She continued to stand in place, pointing the tip of her spear at a woman 3 meters away. The woman didn't make a single move. She only directed her furious gaze at her in response. The man's voice came in their direction again. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice to break their silent confrontation. "Nabe, make sure the area is secure," he said. "Report back if you find anything." With a brief nod and a quietly spoken word, she slowly rose into the air. Ludmila watched her rise until Nabe suddenly shot over her shoulder. By the time Ludmila turned and found her again, she was already flying past the village and around the hill. The deep voice of the armored man made Ludmila turn her attention back to him. "Now," he said, "let me introduce myself again." Until this moment, he had kept his hand raised to his helmet, imagining that he could rest his chin thoughtfully behind the black metal. Now the man stood up straight, pressing his gloved fingers to his chest. "My name is Moman." His words were half a declaration, half a bold introduction. My companion, who just flew off to inspect the surroundings, was Nabe. Together we are a team of adamantium adventurers, Darkness. Perhaps you have heard of us. Ludmila considered his statement while he spoke. So far along the border, little of the official business of the kingdom reached. As far as she knew, among the adamants of the Riesti's kingdom there were only the famous Red Drop and Blue Rose, recently emerged teams consisting of only women. Both of these teams were based in the northwest, far outside the city of E-Rantel. Blue Rose made the royal capital its home, and Red Drop worked even further, between the kingdom of Riestis and the Agrund Union. She had never heard of the Darkness, but she figured it didn't matter. After introducing himself, Moman thumbed out a small tag made of some dark metal that was attached to a chain hanging above his armor. Although she had never seen the precious metal herself, she decided that it should be proof of his identity. Adventurers live and die by their reputation, so she couldn't imagine anyone pretending to be someone they weren't. Ludmila silently shook her head in response to his question. "Really? Letting go of the tag, he continued talking. Anyway, we were sent by the administration of E-Rantel to convey a message to everyone who holds titles within its borders. Momin gestured in a somewhat exaggerated manner as he spoke, seeming to be accustomed to holding the audience's attention. In the capital's records, Baron Zaradnik is registered as the ruler of this feud. Is it possible that you can lead us to him? Ludmila herself had not yet found the answer to his next question, so there was silence for a while before she came up with an answer. Baron Zaradnik has not yet returned from E-Rantel, she answered quietly and swallowed after she began. Only a handful of people returned home, about 3 weeks ago. Dozens went with him when the king called his banners. Since then I haven't seen or heard anything. Momin's posture relaxed somewhat when he received her answer, his voice softening and becoming more comforting. It's clear. Please accept my condolences if you have lost anyone in the recent conflict. Did the Baron leave any sons to succeed him? She flushed with anger at the stranger's immediate conclusion about her father's fate, but Ludmila kept her voice calm and shook her head again. My brothers didn't come back either, she said. Your brothers? Baron Zaradnik is my father, sir. After her answer, Momin straightened up and raised his gloved hand to his chin again. According to Riestai's inheritance laws, that would make you a baroness, wouldn't it? Ludmila knew that this was true, but this thought only fueled the bitter feelings growing in her heart. As if sensing that the conversation had taken an unpleasant turn, Momin immediately got down to business. In the case, an order has been issued. All landed nobles of the duchy must come to E-Rantel to pay respects to their new ruler, the Sorcerer King. There are a few administrative tasks to be completed after this, but I will leave those details to the officials in the capital. Please prepare to travel. We must leave by noon. The Sorcerer King, not the Emperor. The unfamiliar name raised several questions from Ludmila, but the adventurer seemed to have nothing more to say. Having received the order, Ludmila raised her spear and turned back to the settlement. An intangible sense of duty pushed her to carry out the order. However, as she stepped forward to climb the hill towards her house, Momin spoke again. By the way, Baroness Zaradnik, his voice sounded clearly behind her, you seem to be unfriendly with my companion. Is there something I should know? The unexpected question made Ludmila freeze in place. She wondered how she should respond. Did he know? Was it a secret? Momin spoke of her as a companion. Perhaps they were lovers. Remembering the woman's alarming appearance, she quickly threw the thought out of her head. Maybe this Nabe is deceiving him. Ludmila could not judge this from their short meeting. Having made her decision, she took a deep breath and let it out. She turned to face the man in black armor again. Your companion is Nabe. She was dressed in traveler's clothes, but her head. It was pale and smooth, like a goose egg. She had neither hair nor nose, only a pair of empty eyes and a round, lipless mouth. Ludmila carefully watched Momin while she spoke, but did not feel any reaction to her words. In the silence that followed, Ludmila thought she felt Momin's gaze through the visor of his helmet. The skin creaked, her hands gripped the spear tighter, and his silence dragged on. The massive figure of the adamantium adventurer loomed over her like some kind of dark ghost. It seemed as if she was being judged, and her execution by one of the ridiculously huge blades on Momin's back was imminent. Then, in an instant, this feeling disappeared. Really? Momin's voice trailed off as he turned away from her and looked at the gloomy sky. Volume 1 Chapter 8. Returning to the estate to prepare for the journey to E-Rantel, Ludmila began taking inventory of her surroundings. The activity of the past few days had cleared her family's home of most unnecessary items, and she had neatly organized what little was left of her boredom. The stew, simmering lazily over the fire, filled the room with a delicious aroma, but now there was no time to sit down at the table to enjoy the food. She looked around at the line of luggage lined up against the wall, ready to be sent to the theocracy. Although they were packed for escape, their contents were essentially little different from what they would have taken with them on a trip to E-Rantel for the winter markets. They all contained the lion's share of food and provisions, as well as several sets of clothing and a handful of personal effects. Looking at their contents laid out on the floor, she decided to take a few spare changes of clothes for her father and brothers in case she found them in the city. She quickly packed everything into 2 large backpacks that she could carry, leaving behind enough supplies to last several weeks of travel. Throwing one over her shoulder and taking the other in her hands, Ludmila hobbled towards the exit. As she carefully made her way back along the path to the bottom of the hill, her thoughts turned to another load that she usually took with her on a trip to the city. The taxes were delivered in one lump sum during her family's winter visit. The village warehouse was still 1/3 full of the year's produce, and most of the taxes could be collected from the proceeds of sales to wholesalers in the city. Unfortunately, the village's remaining bulky goods required the effort of many to lower them to the wharf for delivery. Ludmila, of course, could not bear all this alone. She wondered if she could convince Moment to help. Judging by his speech, he wanted to set off quickly, and his help as a powerful adventurer would certainly speed things up. Returning to the entrance of the settlement, she discovered that Nabe had returned from her flight. The adventurer was still in 2 forms. The man had an impatient expression on his face. The couple looked her way as she approached, eyeing the baggage she had overloaded herself with. She carefully placed the things on the driest patch of gravel she could find, and Moment spoke. "The journey shouldn't be long. But how much did you plan to take with you?" Ludmila bit her lip, trying to come up with some acceptable argument with which she could turn to him for help. Moment seemed to have read the situation before she even broached the topic. "My personal belongings are only in one of these bags," she explained. "The rest is goods from the barony and some extra things just in case. In winter we sell them in the city, and the proceeds go to pay taxes and buy goods that cannot be purchased here. There aren't many of them this year because of what happened, but it will all be lost if we don't deliver." Her voice broke awkwardly. As she walked down the hill, she pieced together her case, but thanks to his sudden prompting, most of it resulted in unconvincing babble. Nabe's eyebrows knitted together, and the impatient expression on her face gave way to a concerned one. Obeying her gaze, Ludmila quickly picked up where she left off. "Still, there's not much there," she continued hastily and gestured towards the river. "I'm not sure what you arrived on, but even a smaller vessel should be able to carry all this." The 2 adventurers exchanged glances and turned their heads back to stare at her. Only when Ludmila turned her head towards the shore did she understand what was happening. Her hand was extended towards the pier of piled stones, extending a short distance into the river. The makeshift harbor he created served as a place for travelers to moor their boats or beach them if they were small enough. But it seemed her guests never took advantage of it. The morning fog hid the pier, so she mistakenly assumed that they had sailed along the river. Seeing this, she looked at the adventurers again. "Don't tell me that you came all this way on foot." This greatly complicated the situation. The bridge that carried the old road had broken down within a few decades, and since travel by water was much easier, routes leading to inland farmland were not maintained as it was an unnecessary expense. Not that they could afford it, anyway. Case delivery of goods, and therefore taxes, has gone from a simple task to an impossible one. She imagined the 3 of them limping all the way to E-Rantel with what little they could carry. Her body already wanted to scream in protest at the thought. Her mind made invariably futile attempts to find a solution as she stood there, confused. Moment stepped forward and easily picked up both of her bags from the ground and tucked them under one arm. "Your fears are groundless," his confident words made her look at him in confusion. "Take me to the rest of the cargo." Still perplexed, Ludmila led Moment back up the hill to the warehouse. Along the way, she looked back at him every now and then, increasingly embarrassed by her situation. The appearance of the adamantite-ranked adventurer was in stark contrast to the modest construction of the village. If the armor was enchanted, then the armor alone was worth more than the entire settlement. She shuddered internally every time the wind heard the squelching sound of his steps along the muddy path. She was proud of her home, but at the same time, an adventurer of Moment's caliber cast a long shadow over their surroundings. As they approached the door, Ludmila took out a set of keys and turned the old, tarnished lock holding the crossbar in place. The building was hermetically sealed to keep out vermin and moisture, so when she opened the warehouse door, the smell of canned meat, dried fruit, and the aroma of wood reached them. Ludmila scraped the mud off her boots before going inside and looked around to make sure everything was where she remembered it. Momin followed her in and set down the bags he was carrying up the hill. He looked around the interior, examining the shelves, drawers and barrels. Then these two. Momin pointed to the boxes stacked on the floor. Actually, everything that is in the room, answered Ludmila, except for the objects in this corner. She pointed to the corner of the warehouse next to the door. There was a shelf of venison jerky and a barrel of dried fruit, as well as a small number of parts and supplies needed to maintain the village buildings. On the front wall hung several nets that could be thrown into the river to catch fish. Although the warehouse was not as full as it should have been, she was well aware of how much stuff needed to be transported without a ship. If Momin had any opinion on this matter, he did not express it. The adventurer simply stood in place, arms crossed, and examined the contents of the warehouse laid out in front of him. The awkward silence continued for several minutes, after which Ludmila felt it necessary to apologize for the disturbance and for treating him like a simple worker. He was tasked with delivering an important decree to the authorities of the kingdom, and not acting as some kind of loader. Just as she was about to speak out her thoughts, something at the edge of her vision caught her attention. In the empty space at the back wall of the warehouse, a hole silently opened in the air. "Momin!" she exclaimed in fright. Momin raised his armored gauntlet as if to ward off her alarm. "I have arranged transport for your goods," he said. "This passage leads to a warehouse where they will be safely stored until you can dispose of them at the other end." Having finished his brief explanation, he began to move around the building, methodically making his way down the passages and casually throwing everything into the hole in the air. All her doubts that this man was capable of wielding huge blades behind his back disappeared, since he easily picked up boxes and barrels with one hand. Grown men usually work in pairs, and even threw huge tree trunks over his shoulder with one movement of his hand straight into the hole in the air. He didn't even turn to check if he aimed correctly as he quickly cleared the shelves. She thought she heard children's voices coming from the opening, panicked cries as a stream of cargo flew through the air and disappeared. Ludmila closed her eyes tightly, pinching the bridge of her nose. It was only midday, but the events of the morning had apparently exhausted her. Before she knew it, the warehouse was empty except for the corners she had pointed to earlier. Seeing this, Momin turned his back to her and stepped forward. The thought of being unceremoniously thrown over her shoulder into the hole after the rest of the goods filled her mind, and she involuntarily stepped back. "Maybe you want to reschedule something else?" Momin asked, stopping in front of her. Ludmila shook her head and prepared for an awkward flight. Instead, Momin walked out the door, addressing her as she left. "In that case," he said, "it's time for us to go. Join us when you are ready to leave." The hole in the air closed as silently as it had opened, leaving Ludmila standing alone in the empty warehouse. Losing her balance from the sudden acceleration of the schedule, she, in a hurry not to delay the adventurers, left the building and quickly headed back home. Returning to the estate, she took out a set of clothes that she had prepared for the trip to E-Rantel. She expected to hit the road when the spring weather finally settled in, so she spent several futile minutes trying to straighten the folds of the fabric and brush away the lint. It was a simple garment that she thought was suitable for traveling the dusty roads of the countryside. A long, short-sleeved dress of layered blue-gray linen, worn over a white robe and tan woolen sleeves. A heavy weather robe covered her body, and her hair was tied and tucked under a gray scarf that protected her head and shoulders from the elements. She examined her outfit one last time and, deciding that it would do just fine, pulled on her boots, left the estate and closed the door behind her. Momin had long since joined Naba at the foot of the path. One of Ludmila's bags was on his shoulder, the other was lying on the gravel where she had put it earlier. She walked over and picked it up. It was lighter than the others. It contained several sets of spare clothes and other necessary things for staying in the city. Checking his weight on her shoulder one last time, she headed towards the two adventurers waiting outside the settlement. As she walked towards them, A wave of trepidation washed over her. She turned around once more to look around the village, and then she became uneasy. Behind her, she heard Nabe sigh in annoyance at the additional delay. Something happened. Moman asked, seeing that she was staggering. It's just. Ludmila found it difficult to express what she felt. She took a deep breath and tried again, turning to face the two adventurers. Ever since she settled here, she said, people have always protected this place. This village, these lands are the lands of the House of Zaradnik. My lands. My responsibility. My duty is to protect its inhabitants and guard its borders. But even if it is my duty, I leave her empty and defenseless. She looked around the valley. Since the arrival of the two adventurers, the day had cleared away much of the morning fog. Her gaze followed the empty buildings of the village on the hill and the empty harbor below. Beyond the swampy floodplain that followed the river, long rows of empty farmland rose on the lower slopes of the valley. As the seasons progress, there will be no one to farm them, and soon the fief will fall into decay. The last territory of the southern border, lost at the end of the period of decline. The sight of all this cracked Lyudmila's stoic calm, and the frustrated helplessness that had been building up in her since the news of the defeat at Katz reached the village began to seep out. I need to fix everything, she quietly addressed the waiting adventurers, but where should I start? My people have disappeared. I don't even know if my family is alive or not. I am not a powerful adventurer like my ancestors, nor do I have the wealth and connections of the nobles of the interior lands. How can I even call myself noble when my lands rot in poverty and ruin? Even my new master will lose confidence after seeing such a hopeless failure of a vassal, and will drive me away in disgust. Lyudmila's resistance gave way to self-pity and disappointment. Her voice broke and tears flowed without reason. Holding back her sobs, she hid her face behind her sleeves, bitter from the moisture. In some corner of her mind, her pride protested, demanding to maintain her dignity, but it was drowned out and washed away by the flood of fear and uncertainty that had steadily accumulated over the days and weeks. It took a few minutes before she could gather her strength, but when she finally fought back the tears, she felt like something had changed. None of the adventurers interrupted her, but their palpable sense of alienation seemed to disappear. When she raised her head, they were still standing in the same place, with one of them facing her. She expected her awkward display to draw even more scorn from Nabe, but the human face no longer retained its sharp expression and became as unreadable as what was underneath. Moman's posture changed noticeably. His arms hung at his sides. His cocky confidence no longer radiated from him. Even his majestic crimson cloak seemed to flap in the wind. Of course they were shocked with disappointment. They were just polite enough not to say anything about her plaintive outburst of emotion. These adamantite adventurers came to the former frontier of Riestais in search of the brave nobles who stood as a shield between humanity's fearless pioneers and the wild, uncharted lands. Instead, they found a grown girl, who would be more accurately called a child, scurrying around in the empty shell of a run-down village. Her immature behavior probably destroyed what little was left of their expectations. Blushing with shame, she looked at the ground, unable to meet their gaze. The crunch of metal on gravel sounded faintly in her mind. Moman's dark sabatons appeared in her downcast gaze as the adventurer returned and stood in front of her. She wondered if he had come to reprimand her for her indecent behavior or simply take her away. Instead he spoke. "You may not believe me when I say this," Moman said softly, "but we can empathize with your feelings. Rest assured, Baroness Zaradnik, this kingdom now belongs to the Sorcerer King. He is not so petty as to callously abandon his servants because of their shortcomings and failures." If he had not been standing in front of her, Ludmila would not have believed that this was the same man with whom she had spoken earlier in the morning. The bravado and ostentation had almost disappeared, replaced by a calm sincerity that, like nothing else, made her believe his words. She raised her head to look at him and his towering figure leaned forward. "Let us set out, my lady." Moman extended his armored hand, "and perhaps you can tell us what happened here during our journey." Having crossed the threshold of the village, Ludmila finally put her hand in his. Volume 1 Chapter 9 Their path led north along the river, following an old causeway that was little more than a sandy berm that followed the river as it curved north. Ludmila let go of Momon's hand soon after regaining her composure, deciding that it might interfere with his work as her escort. Besides, the journey to E-Rantel by land would take more than a week, and the thought of being led by the hand the whole way seemed awkward, to say the least. Instead, she stood in a line a few meters behind him, their steps following the trail in the wet sand he had left as he approached the village. Nabe had flown off somewhere immediately after their departure, and as they walked along the river bank, there was no sign of her presence in the sky. Although Momon had already expressed his curiosity about how she had been discovered in such a pitiful state, the pair continued on their way in silence, their only accompaniment being the sounds of life in the swamp and the flow of the river. She wasn't sure if he was paying attention to her recent episode or if he just wanted her to keep up with him and discuss things after they set up camp, but she appreciated the opportunity to sort herself out. The sun, heavily shadowed by an overcast sky, had already sunk behind the western ridge of the valley when they approached the northern border. Here the river went deeper and deeper until the valley turned into a deep gorge, along the banks of which it was no longer possible to walk. At this point the trail turned uphill, following a large stream that flowed into the river through a series of cascades. Ludmila turned to look at her house from the crest of the waterfall. A gloomy shadow fell over the valley, the light faded and dark clouds moved overhead. The end of winter was often accompanied by its last gasps, snowfalls that made access to the high mountain valley almost impossible due to the hills until warm weather arrived. Sighing, she hoped that she would be able to find her way back along the river when she returned from the capital. She prayed that Bogdan and the villagers would be able to cross safely through the high passes into the theocracy. They should have already reached this point in their journey, if they had not already entered it. As she turned back towards the path leading into the narrow ravine, Momon stood a short distance away, patiently observing their surroundings. "I apologize for keeping you waiting for me," Ludmila said, approaching him. Instead of continuing on his way, Momon turned to face her. Ludmila slowed down in confusion and stopped in front of him. "The top of the path is several hundred meters above us," he answered the unspoken question that appeared on her face. "If you don't mind, I'd like to save us some time." "I don't mind." Ludmila's confusion only intensified after his words. "But what do you mean?" Momon adjusted the backpack he was carrying for her, draping it securely over one shoulder. Well, it will be quicker to demonstrate," he said. "Please hold the bag in front of you." She took her backpack off her shoulder and held it in front of her with both hands. "That's it." Ludmila didn't have time to react before she was knocked down and suddenly found herself in Momon's arms. Before she could say anything in surprise, he jumped off the path and flew through the tangle of branches overhead. Her breath caught in her throat, and her thoughts raced in her head, trying to comprehend what was happening. The scenery blurred as they rose rapidly, became clear for a moment as he descended to the ground, and became blurry again as he took another leap a moment later, throwing her senses into chaos. Not even a minute had passed before she found herself being carefully lowered to her feet, much higher than where they had started. She staggered for a moment until her legs gave out and she fell onto her back, looking up at the sky in shock. It took her a few seconds to remember how to breathe. "Omu," Momon made a satisfied sound. "Is that even a word?" Ludmila wondered as the adamantine adventurer walked away from where she lay. Ludmila vaguely heard a woman's voice in the direction where Momon had gone. Turning her head to look through the dead grass, she saw Nabe talking to Momon and realized that this was the first time she had heard her voice. Her heart was racing out of her ears, but she couldn't make out what they were talking about. At some distance from where they stood there was a pair of beautiful horses. They must have left them here to go down into the ravine, but leaving the horses in such a wilderness seemed a terribly risky decision. By the time she regained her balance and swayed, her luggage was already tied to them. When she looked at the horse closest to her, something seemed strange to her. Apart from the appearance of a beautiful stallion, the black war horse did not seem to react at all to her presence or breathing. When she came closer to examine the strange beast, she also did not feel any warmth. These are golem horses, Momin said. Summoned horses, if you're wondering. Momin stepped in her way and Nabe climbed onto the horse in front of her in one graceful movement. You will go with Nabe, Baroness. From here we can get there quickly. Momin helped Ludmila climb into the saddle behind Nabe, who seemed not to be paying any attention to them. Having made sure that his charge was securely secured and comfortable, he headed towards his horse. The two adventurers urged their horses along the remaining path towards the forest, and Ludmila adjusted her ruffled scarf and robe as they broke into a fast run until the path joined the old road, where it stopped at a broken bridge. Here the running turned into a gallop, and the golem horses rushed through the undergrowth. When Nabe was so close, Ludmila could not help but admire the spectacle that opened before her. The long, bushy tail moved slightly as they rode, and underneath it the back of her head was visible. As bald and featureless as her face, it looked like she didn't even have ears. Just as Ludmila was about to reach out her hand to lightly touch what she saw, Momin cleared his throat. She quickly removed her hand. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea. As I understand from what you said earlier, Momin said, things in Riestais are not the same as before. The dark warrior led his horse next to Nabe, close enough that his voice could be clearly heard over the headwind. Ludmila shook her head in response to his question. I can't speak for other territories, she said, but our fief has always been small. However, it has never been as empty as it is now. Despite their rapid progress along the forest path, conversation was not difficult. The strange golem horses moved with a fluid, unnatural gait more stable than any cart or carriage in her limited experience. Then there must be a reason. Cats. Yes, she said. She didn't treasure this memory, but she felt obligated to share her story with the man who had shown so much patience with her. My lord father departed with his possessions more than a month ago, she said, settling more comfortably in the saddle, after the king called his banners to bear against the empire in the annual skirmish. Usually, after several weeks in the field, our men returned without incident. Momin remained silent while she spoke, and even Nabe seemed to pay attention, turning her head slightly. Any nobleman familiar with the affairs of his estate has already guessed that this means that the empire simply wants to oppress us without losing too much of its forces, Ludmila continued. In previous years, their goal was to tie up our labor resources and interfere with activities related to the autumn harvest season. You knew about this, Momin intervened, and still played by their rules. This is not a question of the game. The army on your border cannot be ignored, Ludmila shrugged. If their goal was to interfere with our seasonal work, then, unopposed, they could move on to ravage our fields or worse. After all, such confrontations occur after the official declaration of war. Even the strongest of Riestais' forces could not match the might of the imperial legions. So the best course of action was to consolidate our forces into an army large enough to threaten them with unacceptable losses if they were ignored. E-Rantel sits above the lowlands that mark the easiest route into the kingdom, so the stage for the confrontation will naturally be in the nearby Katz Plains. Now, when their conversation revolved around questions familiar to her, Ludmila spoke more fluently, mechanically relying on her personal knowledge, education and experience. What about the raids then? Momin asked. Since all their forces are concentrated in one area, wouldn't it be easier to send troops to attack your undefended lands than to face a mass of mobilized troops? Ludmila frowned. At this moment, she felt as if she was being tested. Reminding herself that she was not talking to another nobleman, but to a strong and free-spirited adventurer, she responded in a carefully measured tone. It would lead to chaos, she replied, and no one wants that. She paused briefly to find the words to describe the scenario to him. The Empire, of course, could do what you say, but this would lead to an escalation of the conflict and push it in an undesirable direction. The kingdom would respond in kind. Wandering troops of soldiers would appear everywhere. The legions of the Empire are primarily composed of heavy cavalry supporting the bulk of heavy infantry, all of which are at least moderately trained and have experienced officers placed over them. The downside to this is the cost of maintaining outstanding professional military personnel, so each legion is relatively small. At least every year, This is how her father determined the deployment of troops. This was a question asked several years ago. Why didn't the Empire act exactly as Moment suggested? The collection for this annual skirmish consists mainly of fledgling tenants and shield money from mercenary companies, Ludmila continued to explain, depending on the resources of each individual lord. If the skirmish escalates into a full-fledged conflict, the gathering increases to much larger sizes, and noble squads are called to war. In fact, since the elite of the royal vigilantes are largely made up of light cavalry, the Empire is at a disadvantage in trying to both contain the levies and outwit the vigilantes if they were deployed. The war will spiral out of control, trade will slow, other sides will be drawn into the conflict, and both sides will suffer needless damage to their lands. Ultimately, however, no Empire raid would be able to penetrate E-Rantel. Any army foray into our territory after this point will be intercepted by retaliatory measures that have a much shorter distance to travel. Castles and other fortified positions exist for this very reason. This would be a stupid step, and no one who occupies a leading position, being such a fool, can expect to maintain his position for very long. The purpose of a territorial conflict is to force concessions, not to senselessly devastate the very lands they are trying to seize. Ludmila paused to take a flask of water from a bag strapped to the horse's side. As she took a sip to clear her dry throat, Moment asked an unexpected question. Are you really just a teenager? A coughing fit gripped her and she turned away from Nabe, almost dropping her flask. She would have been wondering whether to be offended or not if she hadn't been struggling to breathe. What do you have in mind? She finally answered politely with tears in her eyes. How should I say this? Moment paused in thought. Most young women your age seem to be interested in slightly different things. And they, of course, don't talk about government and military affairs the way you do. Nabe snorted disdainfully at his words, and Ludmila thought about them, absent-mindedly looking at the thick undergrowth and wiping her face with a handkerchief. If circumstances had turned out differently, and a noble person I knew had come to see me, I might have behaved differently. Ludmila's voice broke off when she remembered last year's visit to the capital of the duchy. Commoners live much simpler lives and, of course, could behave more frivolously. Nobles, regardless of gender, must have at least the basic knowledge necessary to rule their kingdom. After all, no one wants to see an inheritance built up over generations squandered by an indulgent spendthrift heir, and a lady who cannot help manage her husband's estates is at a disadvantage compared to one who can. Ludmila wondered why she was forced to answer these strange questions, as if the adventurer had an absurdly fantastic image of the aristocracy, akin to those fairy tales that bards told in cheap taverns, ridiculing the fantastically stupid nobles. While not all noble families had a more militant mentality than border houses like her own, achieving and maintaining power was a fundamental task filled with responsibilities that occupied much of the daily life of a noble and his vassals. Gross negligence in governance could lead to their ruler considering a dereliction of duty as a fair excuse to strip them of their titles and give them to someone else, or keep them for himself. No noble house wished for the works of many generations to be taken away in this way. Even if the ruler did not pay attention to what was happening, the destruction caused by negligence would still overtake him sooner or later. Moment continued to ask questions, but seemed unconvinced. What then about the royal court? He asked. Royal court? Yes, he nodded. I heard that in the period leading up to the events in Katz, the great houses of Riestais treated this matter as a trivial event. It is also argued that they were more concerned with matters of prestige and used protracted debates about the conflict as a means of maneuvering in their internal power struggles. Now, with the imperial army threatening the kingdom's borders, there is hardly a time or place for such behavior. Ludmila shuddered at the words, a trifling event, but refrained from provocation. Of course, this whole affair was disastrous for House Zaradnik, but besides that, everything should be as you heard, she said. Are you saying that such behavior should be forgiven? There was a hint of distrust in the adventurer's tone. The young noblewoman pursed her lips, wondering how to express what she understood. Any noble reviewing their accounts would have been aware of the constant shortfalls caused by the difficulty of the autumn season. Even if they did not know the specific details, they would certainly have felt their purses dwindling. However, the king's vassals could do nothing that could change the slowly unfolding outcome of the empire's strategy. No matter how rich or powerful any of the great houses may be, individually they are not strong enough to resist the empire. Impulsively attacking the empire alone, as one lord, under some delusion of grandeur, would only lead to their complete destruction by the imperial legions, weakening the combined military power of Riestais. The situation was unacceptable, but in the end only the leadership of the king was able to unite the nobles and put an end to the predation of the empire. A house as small as my own does not know whether the full might of the kingdom is enough to put an end to the empire's plans, but the final decision rests with the throne. The decision is made by the king, and the great houses are his vassals, who must guide the decisions made. It should be noted that, despite all their struggle for prestige, the great houses mobilized when the decision was made. This is not something that can be done in an instant. A large territory takes up to a year to fully prepare and mobilize troops, meaning that they have already committed to defending the kingdom and were simply waiting for a decision to go to war. If the king does not lead, his nobles will not follow him. Without clear leadership, it is only natural for the aristocracy to continue to carry out their part of the noble contract and ensure that the interests of their domains are advanced, whether they are presented directly to the royal court or through diplomacy with other nobles and powerful individuals. The king's vassals will simply continue to perform their normal duties until they are ordered otherwise. Momin put his gloved hand back under his helmet. He couldn't stroke his chin in thought through the plate armor, but Ludmila believed that this served to show that he was deep in thought. "So even if you know the results," he said, "you still stick to your reasoning." Ludmila narrowed her eyes. She had already heard these youthful arguments from the more unreasonable members of her social circle. Knowing the results is a fanciful fantasy when evaluating past decisions, she answered defiantly. There is only what a person knows at the moment of making a decision. She paused briefly to correct her tone, not wanting to pointlessly irritate her escort. "If you believe the testimony I received, then Riestais could not do anything to oppose this catastrophe. The losses far exceed any reasonable expectations based on past conflicts. In previous years, my father Lord took no more than a few dozen people with him and returned with the same number. It was always more of a symbolic spectacle than a battle, a display of power and wealth, not only between the kingdom and the empire, but also between noble houses. If someone were to claim that almost everyone would be lost, they would most likely be dismissed as crazy, or considered a coward." Volume 1 Chapter 10. After her statement, the trio drove on in silence. Did Momin take the time to analyze their conversation, or did he become uninterested? Forever encased in black armor, he did not allow anyone to try to see him. She peered into the thickets of the forest and wondered how he could drive at such speed along an abandoned road, strewn with all sorts of dangers, with his visor down. The forest thinned out, and along the road there were intermittent meadows overgrown with bushes and tall grass. The sky remained cloudy for an hour or so as the golem horses made their way through the forest. The road showed no signs of improvement. The clay soil was a patchwork of grass and exposed rocks, and puddles of mud filled the depressions and trenches in its rugged bed. Ludmila knew that such deterioration could be expected on the outskirts of the interior, but first-hand observation of the vast amount of wildlife far beyond the borders of the duchy was still astonishing. Not even half an hour had passed before Momin broke the silence between them and again brought his horse closer to talk to her. To Ludmila's relief, it turned out that he did not hold a grudge against their previous conversation. "When we received this request," he said, "we were provided with several maps to help navigate the countryside. However, outside the immediate area around E-Rantel, the map for areas south of the Western Highway was very inaccurate." Reaching into his saddlebag, he pulled out a roll of thin parchment and handed it to her. Ludmila accepted the card and unfolded it, using Nab's back as protection from the wind as Momin continued to speak. "We would consider this a fiction if we had not personally seen the remains of many of the objects," he marked. "Finding your village after crossing such a vast area was quite unexpected, considering all the abandoned areas we had encountered before. Indeed, the map was old. When Ludmila held it in front of her and examined the details, she recognized it as a land survey document that the kingdom used for administrative and tax purposes. There was a similar map in her house, and this one seemed to be the original, unchanged over many generations. "This is a very old map," she said. "Where did you get it from?" The mayor of E-Rantel fled the city along with his administrative staff, along with many of the local nobles, Moman replied. Before leaving, they took with them or destroyed all documents that could be used against Riestais in the future. This map is the best the new administration has found. It was kept in a corner of the old archive, and I believe that is how it was missed. Do you recognize anything on the map? I noticed that the barony of Zaradnik is marked on it. Using Worden Valley as a guide, she traced the road north, trying to determine their location. The forest they were traveling through had once been another baron's land, carefully farmed for timber, game, and fodder. On the map, a small village was located at the edge of the forest. There were the occasional old, flooded homestead in the meadows they rode through, but she couldn't tell if any of them were part of the settlement marked on the old map. Ludmila shook her head in response. "Except for our barony and fortress, no," she said. "And the river, of course, too. Even the boundaries of many fiefs have changed since this map was compiled." "By the way," asked Moman, "what is the name of that river near your village? It doesn't seem to have a name on the map. I thought it was strange because she was so big." Ludmila looked at the map again. The only place where the river was marked was past her house. A large valley was also noted south of E-Rantel. It is possible that at the time the map was drawn it had not yet been fully explored. "This is the Katz River," she said. "The Katz River," Moman said thoughtfully, "the same river that runs some distance south of E-Rantel and ends up in the uninhabited plains beyond." "Yes, exactly. It's clear. This is why your territory continues to exist to this day." Ludmila nodded. Even though he was an adventurer whose experience should lie elsewhere, he seemed smart enough to make that particular connection right away. After its founding, the kingdom of Riestais quickly expanded beyond its lands far to the west. Its eastern territories were home to two major rivers, the first flowing from the Great Izerlisi mountain ranges through the great forest of Taub and then into the kingdom's idyllic heartland past the Eoliber. The second flowed from the border ranges to the south, formed in a high-elevation wilderness basin, and then flowed through the Worden Valley, where it ended through E-Rantel and then disappeared into the Katz Plains. The Katz River was the only major waterway in the duchy, so E-Rantel relied primarily on a network of rural roads to serve its landlocked territories. The river was essentially a free road that required relatively little effort to transport goods compared to overland routes. As times grew more difficult, other fiefs buckled under the burden of maintaining infrastructure and protecting their trade routes. Her family sought to reclaim these lost lands and add them to their holdings as the Worden Valley developed, but even with the advantage of the river, their barony barely kept afloat financially. However, this does not explain how this area ended up in such a state, Moman said, gesturing towards the landscape behind them. "Judging by the map, all this was once a prosperous land." Ludmila thought about how to answer. Considering that the two adventurers were foreigners, she thought it wise to make sure they knew the history of the region. House Wyself laid claim to these lands when Riestais was still expanding, and then offered the titles to those who could claim and hold them. Wealthy families, both new cadets and merchants, quickly took advantage of this, seizing the territories closest to the main routes of travel and trade. Over time, successful adventurers settled the outskirts to retire and leave a legacy for their families. Since the number of landless scions available in such a short period of time was dwindling, the king offered his proposal to them as well. "So your family descended from past generations of adventurers," Moman concluded from her story. "House Zaradnik was founded by an adventurer." "Yes," she nodded. "He was a ranger who fell in love with a virgin valley located in the highlands. He took the name of our house, dreaming that one day our family's home would turn into a green pearl far from the crowded cities where our ancestors came from. Thanks to powerful adventurers serving the border lords, The borders were quickly secured and monsters and demi-human tribes driven out. For his service, Andrzej Zaradnik was given the title of Baron, and the royal family encouraged migration from the west to help the growth of his nascent fief and others like him. Ludmila looked towards Momin. She was lost in her recitation of the history she had been studying with her siblings. However, the dark warrior did not look disinterested like her brothers, but seemed to be listening intently. Taking advantage of her silence, he asked a question. It appears that the kingdom was much more progressive in the past than it is today, he said. This explains the promising picture depicted on the map. But with a powerful legacy, how could such a regression happen so quickly? What you see around you now is not so different from many of the places Nabe and I passed through before arriving in your territory. The trio emerged from what could be called a forest. All around was uncultivated land, wild after decades of neglect. Small groves of aspen and birch trees dotted the gently rolling landscape. Ludmila returned her gaze to Momin. Not all families are as lucky as the house of Ainz, Ludmila answered, referring to the famous noble house, which has produced powerful adventurers for several generations. Although we are on average noticeably stronger than mainlanders, children born to powerful adventurers are not guaranteed to inherit the full strength of their parents. In subsequent generations after the first, of all the nobles of the southern border, not a single man or woman possessed the individual strength of their parents. From time to time a generation produces descendants who can come close to equaling their founders, but it is unrealistic to expect a consistent line of strong descendants. The seemingly capricious bloodlines of the border lords adventurers have, over the generations, come to be considered something of a curse for almost all border houses. Without the same wealth, influence, or connections as the merchants and nobles who settled the interior, adventurers who became aristocrats relied on personal strength to ensure the security of their lands and the protection of their people, as well as subsidizing their lands through commission guilds. When subsequent generations failed to follow in the footsteps of their founders, the resources needed for development were set aside for security, to hire adventurers to help clear the lands of bandits and monsters. This irony did not pass unnoticed by the border lords, and it resonated bitterly in their hearts. The ladies were ashamed of their failure to produce promising heirs, and the question of their fidelity was whispered angrily beyond their hearing. The lords felt inferior and unworthy of their position, constantly being in the shadow cast by their ancestors. Steeped in their inheritance, they were bound by the obligations and duties associated with their title, even more than their tenants were bound to the land. Of her immediate family, none of her brothers showed any outstanding qualities, nor did their mother or father. Her parents were both gold rank. Her maternal grandfather was rumored to be about as strong as a platinum-ranked adventurer. None of the ancestors she knew could even come close to the first Lord Zaradnik, who was an adamantium-ranked ranger in his own right. I see, Momin replied. As an adventurer, he should have been well aware of this. So the border lords used their personal power to compensate for the remoteness and underdevelopment of their fiefs, but one generation was not enough to accumulate enough wealth to develop their lands. Then, when security broke down, the lands that depended on their protection also became embroiled in trouble. Once again, the adamantium adventurer demonstrated his competence in matters beyond simple adventure. Ludmila nodded in response to his words. Everything is as you say, she said. Once the borderlands lost their strong, unified resistance to the threats of the borderland, demihumans and monsters began to regularly invade these lands. From then on, the border lords were on the fringes, until almost all of the territory along the border ridges became too hostile for humans. Momin returned to the original topic as they left her house, seemingly satisfied that his understanding of the state of the southern border was sufficient. However, this does not explain why your territory was abandoned, he said. Your barony held out for more than a century thanks to its highly defended position and access to the Katz River. This change seems to have happened recently. What happened? They fled south, to the theocracy, about a week before you arrived, Ludmila answered. When we learned of what happened in Katz, the decision was made to evacuate the village before the Empire could move further from E-Rantel. I sent rangers to investigate the farmland beyond this area. They all reported that the land had been similarly abandoned. Their path led them to a fork in a muddy path. There was what looked like the remains of a sign, but the sign had long since fallen off, leaving only the old wooden pole it was attached to. The pair of adventurers slowed their horses and stopped at a fork in the road. "It seems like this is a very common story lately." Momon's voice seemed even, but there seemed to be something more in his words. "Tell me, Baroness, was it your wish that they evacuate to the theocracy?" The conversation took a strange turn, but Ludmila answered anyway. "I thought it would be better to wait until we were sure the village would be attacked," she said, "but I didn't feel that the people would do it even if I ordered it." The story that the survivors returned with was so surreal and terrifying that several villagers had already fled themselves. Our ship had been hijacked the same night they arrived. The least I could do was ensure everyone had a safe route through the wilderness while minimizing damage to the village. Despite this, I secretly hoped that my father Lord would return during our preparations and resolve the situation. However, in the end they left, and I stayed. For a long moment the air between them was filled only with the winds blowing across the plains from the north. "So, despite your wishes, your subordinates abandoned you. They left their master alone to save themselves." The sudden change in his tone was unexpected. No, his even tone remained the same, but in the atmosphere that surrounded their conversation, there was a dark undertone of simmering anger. She felt Nabe freeze in front of her. The woman raised her gloved hand to cover her mouth, but Ludmila could not see her expression from behind her back. Turning to look at Momon, she couldn't understand what was happening. It was as if her answer meant something completely different to the two adamantium adventurers, and she was the only one left in the dark. Ludmila shifted awkwardly from foot to foot as the oppressive silence stretched on. There was the sound of metal plates shifting against each other as Momon dismounted from his horse, and the golem horse disappeared into thin air. He walked up to Nabe's horse and stopped next to Ludmila, who was sitting behind her. "You mentioned that other border areas were abandoned long ago." Momon extended his hand towards her as he continued speaking again. It made her feel much lighter, but the dark aftertaste of what she had felt before still lingered in her mind. "For several decades, yes," Ludmila answered. She looked at the horizon, then back at Momon's offered hand. "Did they stop here to camp for the night?" The sky in the north was clearing, and the sun would shine for another couple of hours. "Then our work is finished," he told her. "From here we will go straight to E-Rantel." Momon again extended his hand to Ludmila and helped her get off the high horse. Ludmila took her bag and waited next to him while Nabe dealt with the horse, and her horse disappeared, like the first. The young noblewoman looked around them for a hole in the air, remembering how her cargo had been delivered earlier that day. "Nabe will teleport us to the city," Momon explained. "You may feel some disorientation, but please try to relax." Momon adjusted the position of the second bag and Nabe stepped forward. She reached out her hands and lightly placed them on Ludmila and Momon's hands. "Greatleportation." As Nabe finished casting her spell, the air seemed to change. The wide-open meadows of the countryside have given way to a large but secluded urban garden. The rows of buildings around them cast shadows on the ground as the evening sun sank toward the city walls. The three of them stood inside a large gazebo, and, looking around carefully, Ludmila saw that these buildings were luxurious guest houses in the city. She was in the administrative district of E-Rantel. To her left, the royal villa towered over the surrounding area. One by one they walked out of the gazebo onto the sidewalk of the garden path, and Momon returned the second bag to Ludmila. "We must part with this," he said. "Nabe and I must report our findings to the central administration. I believe that several guest houses have already been prepared to receive nobles who have arrived on call." They began to disperse in different directions, and then Ludmila heard Momon's voice behind her. "By the way, Baroness Zaradnik," came his calm voice over her shoulder. "Yes." Ludmila stopped to look at Momon again. "I think it would be wise to limit the number of people who know about your talent." "Talent?" Ludmila and Nabe looked at Momon with curiosity. "Ah, I forgot to mention that, Nabe," Momon said casually. Baroness Zaradnik has a vision of the world. Naba's eyes widened in shock, head turning to quickly look back and forth between them. Then, in an instant, the air was filled with an overwhelming murderous intent. Ultimate magic, thunder spear. Seething arcs of azure flow formed around Naba's outstretched arm, rolling down towards her hand, and she rushed forward with blinding speed towards the astonished young noble. Before Nabe could reach her, Momon's hand appeared in Ludmila's field of vision. She saw the electricity jump to the dark warrior with a sharp crack. Even though Naba's hand struck a powerful blow with all the strength of her body, his hand did not waver. In the silence that followed, Momon's crimson cloak fell to the ground after a sudden movement. "Momon!" Nabe exclaimed in surprise, realizing that her spell had been thwarted. "It's okay, Nabe," he told her calmly. "Leave her alone." After a tense moment, Nabe finally removed her hand and relaxed from her aggressive stance. Momon turned to Ludmila. "As you can see," he said, "some people may react quite badly to the realization that you have this ability. As a noble of the Sorcerous Kingdom, please refrain from causing panic among the townspeople with your gift." With a final warning, Momon turned away and walked towards the royal villa with Nabe. As the couple disappeared into the distance, she saw Momon touch Naba's neck with his index finger. There was a sharp crack of static and his partner jumped forward with a squeak. Rubbing the back of her head, she cast an offended glance at Momon, and then fixed her gaze on Ludmila, who was watching from afar. Picking up speed, Nabe overtook Momon and disappeared behind the entrance to the villa. Volume 1 Chapter 11. Ludmila stood alone on the cobblestones after the doors of the royal villa closed behind Momon. The harsh lesson that accompanied his words left an unforgettable impression, but she was still thinking about the rest of what he had said. She remembered Naba's inhuman appearance and thought that this sorcerer king might be controlling many creatures similar to her, or even more bizarre. While thinking about this, she noticed an empty area. That's right, empty. Momon told her that she had a talent, true sight, and, remembering the events of the day, she decided that it must be true. However, other than being able to see Naba's true form, she had no idea what exactly he was doing. Her entire life was spent on the lands of her feud, surrounded by other people like her, so she did not notice anything unusual, even during previous visits to E-Rantel. The world around her looked the same as always. She didn't remember anyone in her family having any talent, and her knowledge was just as meager when it came to the many secrets of the world that had no impact on her everyday life. She decided there was no point in standing around agonizing over it. Not knowing when she would be called to present herself to the royal court, Ludmila began to make her way to a certain place in the guest houses that occupied half of the central area. Situated in a circle along the inner city wall, these luxurious buildings were intended to receive visiting aristocrats and dignitaries, as well as permanent residents for the city's nobility who preferred to conduct their business outside of E-Rantel. Ludmila's family stayed in this part of the city during their usual winter visit. This was her father-lord's only major expenditure during the year. It was used both as an example to the children, showing the standards that the wealthier nobles enjoyed, and as a way of giving them the greatest opportunity to meet other members of the nobility, to make connections with other people in their limited time away from the border. The latter was something that no one in her family had ever been good at. She found her bearings easily once she found a few familiar landmarks. The street that circled the entire area was usually quiet unless someone was entertaining guests outdoors, but the eerie atmosphere in the air was clearly unnatural. There were no servants going about their business, no sign of officials or dignitaries traveling on business. Paths and buildings were cleared, yards and gardens were manicured. The immaculate, polished appearance of the surroundings combined with the deadly silence created a sterile feeling, like being in a well-kept cemetery. After following the circular route of the street for a few minutes, she reached the building that was her destination, a large one-story structure that served as a sort of main building for both the residents of the area and its visitors. She thought she could find some of the area staff here and ask them to direct her to her place of residence. The stone path leading through the courtyard to the building was unguarded, so she had to juggle her bags to open the ornate entrance. The door swung open with a quiet rustle on its oiled hinges, and Ludmila slipped inside from one side. Luckily, the inner entrance to the landing was open, so she didn't have to awkwardly maneuver between them to open the second door. She strode forward across the lush crimson carpet to the front desk and placed her bags on the floor while she waited for the reception staff. Movement in the foyer caused several people inside to turn in her direction, which caused others to also turn in her direction. Ludmila looked around at the people who occupied the living room in the clubhouse and recognized many of them as nobles or members of noble families who had titles in the fortified city. As she looked around the group to identify each one in turn, a familiar female voice came from behind. Ludmila. At first it was uncertain, but when Ludmila turned to face the man who had called her, she was filled with relieved confidence. Ludmila, it's really you. A young woman, close in age to her, emerged from the corridor leading to more secluded areas of the building. She stepped forward excitedly, at first holding her long cobalt hem to run up to her, but then remembered etiquette and took a more dignified step. It's been a long time, Clara. Ludmila smiled politely and greeted her warmly in return. Seeing a familiar face, she fanned the flames of her hopes. Clara was the daughter of Baron Corlin. Her name sounded like a Western nobility. House Corlin controlled the only port of the Katz River, which was several hours' drive downstream, from where E-Rantel overlooked the surrounding lands. As trading partners, House Corlin maintained close relations with House Zaradnik. Clara was betrothed to Ludmila's older brother. She had a cheerful disposition that shone as brightly as the waves of her golden hair, and he accepted the engagement with joy. However, Ludmila did not see her brother among the other nobles in the waiting room. Lord Zaradnik and your brothers, are they healthy? Clara took Ludmila's hands in hers, asking about her family. Ludmila's smile froze at this question. Because of Clara's relationship with her brother, she was about to ask the same thing, but Clara's question left her own unspoken. Her close friend did not miss her reaction, and her warm hands became as cold as Ludmila's hands. But after the chaos, Clara's voice trembled. Your ship disappeared from the harbor. We of course thought that this meant their return. Ludmila shook her head. The ship has returned, she answered, but only with a handful of people. My father Lord and my brothers were not among them. Part of the reason I came here was to see if I could find someone. Its exceptional location made it a natural place for nobles to gather in large groups, as was the case with her. She hoped that even if her family wasn't here, there would at least be someone with information about their whereabouts, or who knew their fate. Meeting a familiar face immediately raised her hopes, but they collapsed as suddenly as the expression on Clara's face. The almond-shaped eyes, which she always remembered sparkling with life, filled with tears, and Ludmila had to look away so as not to follow their example. Handmaids were spread out evenly throughout the room, presumably to attend to the needs of the guests, but none of them came to the aid of the young noblewoman, who began to sob quietly. They simply seemed unaware of their responsibilities. The others in the room stood and talked to each other, watching their interaction. The sound was heard quite clearly in the open space of the main building. They were probably digesting new information. Ludmila, with some confusion, was looking for a place where she could take Clara so as not to disturb other guests. A tired sigh brought her attention back to the living room as a figure rose from one of the chairs. Really, have you all forgotten how to behave? The stern voice seemed to quiet the conversations of the young nobles around her. She was a stern woman with steel gray hair hanging over her shoulder in a large braid, dressed in a conservative light brown dress without any special frills or decorations. Ludmila recognized her as the widowed Countess Violetta Yezn, who radiated the atmosphere of a noble matron who did not tolerate nonsense. Her late husband's title passed to her son, who had long since married, but she was still active and influential among the ladies of the ducal court. As she walked towards the couple in the foyer from the living room, she continued with a reprimand that seemed to be directed at everyone within earshot. With everything that's happened, she said, the last thing we need is for you to continue moping around like a bunch of cripples. How long should this continue? While she was speaking, a sharp click of heels was heard from another corridor, diverting the attention of everyone present from her. Another maid came out from the corridor where Clara had appeared. She was quite tall, slightly taller than Ludmila, with a measured gait that radiated confidence and grace. Pale, almost translucent skin emphasized a picturesque beauty that made one wonder if this woman was in fact some incredibly beautiful statue, carved from the purest marble. The curvaceous curves of her figure harmoniously emphasized the lines of her attire, but unlike many young women who would doubtless flaunt such an advantage, she maintained a strictly formal bearing, and her immaculate uniform retained its crisp and conservative appearance. The light from the entrance gave a rich shine to her black hair, styled in a high bun. The glow of the evening flickered off the black frames of her glasses as she stepped forward. While the nobles in the hall stood entranced by the beautiful maid, she walked up to the couple behind the counter and lightly placed her hand on Clara's shoulder. "Baroness Corlin, you must remain strong," the maid gently admonished the sniffling noblewoman. "Come on, let's find you a place to rest." She slowly led Clara away from the view of the spectators in the living room, speaking in a soothing tone. Ludmila suddenly realized that Clara was also addressed by her father's title. Her father and brothers must also have gone missing. Until this moment, Ludmila had thought that the maid had some resemblance to Knave of the Darkness, but her concern for the upset Lady Caroline left a much warmer impression on her, about the same as what Ludmila believed an older sister might feel. She was so charming that even the maids who had not previously reacted to her, who were supposed to be present in the room, paid close attention to her. A grunt from the side made Ludmila begin. "At least someone has their head in the right place." Violetta Yezn spoke as the maid slowly led Baroness Caroline out of the building. She walked the rest of the way from the living room as the scene between Clara and the maid caught everyone else's attention. Ludmila suspected that the old noblewoman had deliberately approached before speaking to scare her. "I always thought that you were one of the most level-headed children in the party," the elderly woman told her, "but it seems that you are just as helpless as everyone else." Although Ludmila did not particularly enjoy being the target of the widowed countess' criticism, she felt some relief that the old woman looked no worse. The irritable matron was a driving force among the noblewomen of the duchy, often tormenting even the married ladies with her behavior and actions, or lack thereof. Considering the situation they all found themselves in right now, having Violetta Yezn nearby was quite reassuring. "What about you?" Violetta Yezn continued. "How long are you going to stand in the doorway like some lost child?" Her voice sounded over Ludmila's shoulder, piercing into an unsuspecting target. Ludmila turned around, hearing the boy gasp as the words hit home. He was about 12 years old. No, maybe even younger. Dressed in the clothes of a noble family, which hung loosely in several places, it seemed that he had not yet fully grown into his clothes. Judging by his general appearance and the absence of any visible attendants, he received neither the care nor attention of the servants. An unsuccessful attempt to tame his sandy hair completed the unkempt and rough look. In a more normal situation, his uncertain appearance and nervous manner might have made him want to be teased or defended by a crowd of older girls, but for now Ludmila took his hand and led him into the drawing room, where the other nobles were waiting for him, before the irritated old woman could pounce again on him. Several long sofas, as well as many soft armchairs, were arranged loosely in a circle in the center of the open space. Most of the floor was covered with a huge midnight blue rug, softening the footsteps of those who walked through the room. Standing in groups of 3 or 4, the nobles present were divided among themselves in such a way that Ludmila could not understand what exactly had happened. Before she had time to think about this for long, Violetta Yezn walked into the center of the hall and clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone who could have arrived is already here, I believe," she began, and all heads turned to face her. "It's time to put our affairs in order." Volume 1 Chapter 12. After Violetta Yezna's words, the relaxed atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavier. There was a slight rustle in the air as the conversations dissipated and the various nobles gathered in the drawing room took their places, preparing for the task ahead. When the movement in the room stopped and all heads turned in her direction, she continued. "I assume that by now everyone is familiar with the terms of the annexation of E-Rantel." As her gaze slowly swept over the nobles present, she was met with many nods and other affirmative gestures. Ludmila did not know this term, but remained silent, not wanting to interrupt the conversation. Perhaps the subsequent discussion will tell her what it is. I share the opinion that they are truly generous, Violetta said to Yezn. Having finished looking around the meeting, His Majesty has decided that the laws of Riestes should be preserved. This includes the laws of the Crown, as well as the ducal laws made by Lord Rietenmeyer on behalf of our former ruler, where applicable. Thus, we also retained our titles, rights and responsibilities as nobles of this kingdom. The laws of Riestes protect the nobles from the unjust actions of other parties, including His Majesty himself, and we are also protected by these laws passed by the Sorcerous Kingdom. Ludmila nodded to herself, calmly absorbing the content of the noble Madron's speech. That Riestes's legal framework remained intact was in line with what Moman had suggested during their first meeting. This meant that the Sorcerer King, rather than destroying what had already been created in favor of his own methods, saw fit to build on existing legal and administrative systems. His Majesty's representative, Lady Albedo, also stated that appointments to executive positions remain the exclusive power of the Crown. The legislative branches of government will also remain unchanged. The royal, regional and local courts will function in a similar way to how we conducted our affairs in the past. If the few remaining nobles now standing in the hall represented all that was left of the aristocracy, Ludmila felt that the old arrangement would be somewhat redundant. The upper and lower courts of Riestes included vassals of the nobility, as well as any foreign petitioners, and functioned the same at each level. The royal court was served by the king's vassals, who represented the interests of their own courts. The courts of the king's vassals were in turn served by their own vassals, who held their own courts. Thus, only those issues that affected the kingdom as a whole, such as wars and large-scale disasters, reached the royal court. Disputes between peasants, issues of maintenance and local justice were resolved by the nobles who directly administered the land, or by their appointed proxies. Since E-Rantel was a city owned by King Rampos III and had a royal provost appointed in the person of Lord Rietenmeyer, the king was their representative at the royal court of Riestes. Now, however, the regional court of E-Rantel has become a royal court. Ludmila wondered if this meant they were simply planning to keep the royal court as a council of appointed advisors and ministers. Or maybe the Sorcerous Kingdom had further plans to expand and create new titles. As for recent events, Violetta Yesna's voice continued, since the Sorcerous Kingdom has a powerful standing army, the need for mustering should be virtually nil. Like everything else, the laws associated with them have remained unchanged. I believe they were only reserved for the most serious emergencies. The highest court will remain the same, subordinate to the Crown. The details of how local laws are made and justice is administered are still under discussion. Unless something changes, this should remain the responsibility of the local administration. Eventually, voices from the audience began to grumble. After years on end of their workforce being tied up for months due to the annual confrontation with the Empire, it was welcome news that they would no longer be expected to raise an army to fight for the king unless absolutely necessary. However, the announcement about local authority raised a number of questions. Does this mean that we can no longer create laws aimed at solving problems unique to our domains? The noblewoman's voice came from Ludmila's left. If we are still allowed to do this, but we lose the right to enforce these laws, must we really rely on His Majesty to act on our behalf? A low murmur arose as the nobles gathered in the hall discussed the points presented. This was really worth thinking about. Different fiefs had different industries and rules associated with those industries, so it was dangerous that disparate territories would not be able to create local laws to meet their specific needs. Moreover, it would be extremely strange for a minor noble to wait for the ruler to enforce the laws in his small territories, when this could easily be done with the help of the servants or militia he has. Violetta Yezn cleared her throat, and the living room calmed down again. I believe that these details are an issue that will be raised in the future when regular work of the yards resumes. Similar to our concerns regarding local laws. The warden also stated that amendments to the laws of the Crown cannot be out of consideration, and that new laws will be created to meet the needs of the country, since the nature of our Sorcerous Kingdom is different from the nature of human society, in which we were raised. Once again, I must remind you that these conditions are already beyond our best expectations, and that we should consider ourselves lucky. If this fortress city were annexed by the Empire, they would tear up everything that did not suit them to establish their own order, regardless of pre-existing laws and vassal agreements. However, do not mistake this generosity for tolerance. The fate of Count Facet should be proof enough that the royal court does not suffer fools. As the elderly noblewoman continued to talk, Ludmila felt more and more out of place. What happened to Count Facet? And what is the overseer of the guardians? It seemed to be some kind of official position in the royal court, an unfamiliar title that begged to be described. Count Facet ruled the lands on the western border of the adjacent lands of E-Rantel, along the main highway leading to the rest of the kingdom. This made him one of the most prominent nobles in this territory, and he took advantage of his position in every possible way. Her father mentioned that he was a rather aggressive man who used the income and advantageous position of his territory to influence local politics, but the royal provost, Lord Mayor of Peninsula Dreams de Riedenmeyer, always kept his political aggression in check well. When she thought about the plump man, she remembered that he and the city's administrative staff had fled. Even if the nobles were able to regain their territories, how would the central administration function without clerks and accountants? Finding educated people suitable for these positions was not so easy that it could be done in a few weeks. Unfortunately, Violetta Yezn was not so kind to her ignorance as to answer the unspoken question, and moved on to the next matter. In the meantime, Countess Yezn told them, "I believe that we must repay the Sorcerer King's trust to the best of our ability by restoring the productivity of the territories. Although, I believe that the first thing we should do is deal with the damage to our houses and rebuild the rows." She looked around and made a mocking sound. "You all look like peasants at the market who are about to start fighting over the day's scraps. Nothing will work until you fix it." Ludmila, already feeling a little lost when the noble matron jumped from one topic to another, already familiar to the others, and stared into emptiness until the last detail fell into place after the old woman's taunt. She looked around the hall again and finally understood why it seemed to her at first that the arrangement of those present did not correspond to reality. The few nobles present here were mostly too young. All the rest were either the daughters of noble landowners, or their wives or mothers. Her thoughts returned to Miliva's testimony. Even though she reacted to the news and evacuated her people, Ludmila remained hopeful that she would eventually find her own family in the city. In hindsight, she should have known that the horrific events the traumatized villager recounted had killed everyone in Katz. Violetta Yezn was no longer just the widowed Countess of Yezn. Her entire family had probably perished, and the title had passed to her. Countess Yezna will now have to find some distant relative or adopt a suitable successor, since she is long past childbearing age. Ludmila looked at each of those present, at their faces, names, houses, restoring the web of the new political reality of the kingdom. She had already seen most of the women present during previous visits to the capital, either in the course of communication between houses, or at various social events that served as a pleasant background for the communication of noble ladies. The young girls and women present were the eldest unmarried daughters of each house. Older women were wives or mothers of noble houses who did not have qualified heirs. As for Countess Yezna's disdainful remark about fighting for scraps, there was a huge problem here. The number of eligible spouses in the kingdom became disproportionately small compared to the single, childless noblewomen who suddenly received an inheritance at once. Now she understood the nature of the strange groups of nobles stationed in the hall. Each of them had one or two boys, pressed on all sides by women who were now competing for a scarce resource. She looked at the boy she had brought with her from the waiting room. He was still timidly hovering around her. Several ladies nearby were eyeing him as a delicate delicacy, but none would dare to directly challenge the border noblewoman. Looking around, she saw that one countess had even gone so far as to lay claim to the twin sons of one of her baronies. "It's not like I got my hands on this baby or anything." In fact, he wasn't too far off from her age. She glanced at the boy again. He was probably 3 or 4 years younger. On his very large cloak was embroidered the sign of one of the inner houses. Domestic nobles are members of the aristocracy who hold titles close enough to E-Rantel to have a primary residence in or near the city. As a rule, they had the most developed territories and owned the majority of industrial enterprises in the vicinity of the city, and also had the greatest access to trade and various connections. The boy had a haunted look, as if he had suddenly realized that his current refuge might not be as safe as he had initially thought. Ludmila was too busy doing her calculations to notice, but she idly tapped her chin with her index finger. Baroness Zaradnik. At the sound of a familiar voice behind her, the gears in her head froze. Turning, she saw a tall, beautiful maid escorting the weeping Baroness Caroline into a room waiting at a respectful distance. Yes, Ludmila. Your presence is required in the council chamber, the maid told her, by order of the royal court. The summons arrived earlier than expected, but in a completely unexpected way. Using a maid to deliver a royal summons was completely unheard of for any state in the region. Ludmila peeked out from the corners of her eyes to gauge the reaction of the other nobles, but they only stood silently on the sidelines, taking turns watching her. Ludmila has not yet moved into the house and has not changed into traveling clothes. However, she could not postpone the audience. If this maidservant carried out the will of the royal court, then she also represented the authority of the Sorcerer King. In this case there was only one answer. Quickly putting her usual appearance in order as best she could, she knelt down in front of the maid in a deep curtsy. I serve His Majesty. The maid smiled softly and turned to walk towards the exit of the main building. Ludmila followed her out, taking a last look at the hall. 3 other noblewomen had already approached the boy, whom she had left to his fate, and the meeting of nobles moved on to discuss other issues. Since the agenda took precedence over the nobles' meeting, she only hoped that she would not deviate from understanding the topic even further. Volume 1 Chapter 13. The measured clatter of metallic sabatons echoed through the empty halls of the royal villa of E-Rantel. Remaining in Momon's armor, Pandora's actor walked past display cases with exquisite works of art and luxurious furniture, not even giving them a disinterested glance. He had already walked through these halls many times, and there was nothing new or interesting here. The magical lighting on the walls was deliberately dim and reflected faintly from his dark armor and polished marble floor. After he caught up with Narberil, his thoughts drifted elsewhere as he made his way through the corridors, none of their details going beyond simply registering his surroundings. Albedo, the overseer of the Guardians, insisted on holding meetings at least twice a week. In the field, he and Narberil had to regularly interrupt their journey and return to E-Rantel using teleportation magic to attend the meeting. Initially, meetings were held twice a day until several others requested a change in schedule. The frequent interruptions interfered with their personal responsibilities and assigned tasks. In truth, Albedo's obsessive perfectionism when it came to administrative matters would force them to constantly confer with each other if she could somehow make it possible. Although Pandora's actor understood her nature very well, he still could hardly blame her. Before the emergence of their lord's new kingdom, information about the state of the lands surrounding Nazarick was only a small part of the threat assessment carried out in the surrounding regions when they first arrived here. However, now that Nazarick had come under his ownership, its inhabitants, particularly Albedo and himself, felt the need to learn more about their history and people in order to find the means to most effectively influence and control them. Overseer of the Guardians took on the task of overseeing the administration of the newly acquired territory as a natural extension of her role in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. However, unlike Nazarick, this world was foreign, and Albedo lacked the tools and resources needed to carry out what she considered her responsibilities. She had neither the information to govern the Sorcerous Kingdom to her exacting standards nor the means to gather that information to the degree of detail that would satisfy her. There were no automated systems or status screens that could quickly deliver accurate and complete data at the snap of a finger, so when the expectations of their master fell upon her shoulders, she could hardly be held accountable for failing to act with great care. Confidence. It wouldn't be out of place to say that in his immediate role as Momon, he was also in the best position to navigate the terrain and help her. Unfortunately, to their bitter disappointment, they worked tirelessly to obtain only a simple, incomplete picture of the state of the kingdom since its annexation. The cooperation of the remaining nobles in the area was their best hope for a smooth transition, but the aristocracy was still reeling from the aftermath of the Katz Plains. With their own lands in direct opposition, each fief fully responded to King Remposa III's call. By the end of the massacre, each fief had suffered catastrophic losses. Those who remained alive fled or disappeared, leaving a confused group of aristocrats who did not expect to receive an inheritance and therefore were not prepared to administer their titles. Although many of them still received a noble education, it could not replace long years of preparation for the role. Unlike Baroness Zaradnik, with whom they had just returned, it could be said that none of the other nobles were able to manage their lands. The past week was simply not enough for them to come to terms with the new reality. The girl seemed to be cut from a completely different cloth, and judging by her account of history, it was in fact so. The vitality of her frontier heritage and strong ancestry allowed her to find her feet, so to speak, or at least not fall to your knees, maintaining performance to an acceptable degree. While he was pondering the unexpected gem they had discovered, the two doppelgangers reached the doors to the audience hall. Despite being almost 5 meters high, the thick iron tree offered almost no resistance upon entry. He crossed the threshold, walked through a short hallway and entered the main room, where a woman's voice greeted him from the shadows. "Thank you for your hard work, Moman." The overseer of the guardians sat at the table at the head of the room. Despite working without rest for weeks, she retained her pristine smile and impeccable appearance. The veil of pure white dress that was her main item of clothing remained immaculate and unwrinkled. Her black hair and feathered wings were well groomed. The demon's amber eyes watched the two adventurers as they entered the chamber. If she felt tense or tired, not the slightest hint of it was noticeable in her stern appearance. The large audience hall was converted into a council chamber shortly after the capture of E-Rantel. Albda's desk was located to the right of the throne on a dais. They were still discussing how to replace the shabby wooden table that the previous ruler had used. 2 rows of tables with short benches facing inward were placed on low platforms along the walls. Thanks to this arrangement, everyone present had a clear view of the large rectangular table that occupied the center of the room. Tall windows occupied one wall from floor to ceiling, but thick curtains were tightly drawn across them, completely preventing light from entering inside. As in the halls along the path through the royal villa, the magical lighting here was deliberately dim, with the exception of a spotlight shining onto the center of the room. It appeared that some of the others were already present. Sebas was sitting at the table to Elda's right. Opposite Sebas sat Casitas and Shaltir, and behind them sat Antoma. Narbaril sat against the wall behind Sebas, already dressed in her Pleiades uniform. Pandora's actor decided to remain in Moman's armor and tastefully added to the balance of the room by taking a seat on the bench next to Sebas. Demiurge worked on his projects far to the southwest, in the Abelian Hills, and only occasionally appeared at their meetings. This also meant that Aura and Mare would look after Nazarick while the other guardians were here. Their lord, Ainz Ooal Gown, hid from prying eyes, withdrawing into himself for some purpose incomprehensible to them. After Pandora's actor settled into his seat, Albedo broke the silence. "Report. The city and its inhabitants are in peace. No unexpected events. On the lake. Absolutely nothing new. A vein jumped in Albda's temples when his last answer was backed up by a bored yawn. Her glowing eyes turned towards Pandora's actor, her irritation at the lack of anything useful from the others clearly evident. Placing his armored hands on the table, he leaned back in his chair and looked at each of those gathered in turn before beginning his report. "We have completed our tour of the southwestern region." His bold voice filled the hall. "Land development has deteriorated as much as Aura's preliminary reports suggested. Little remains of the human expansion evidenced by the records we found in the city. It is no exaggeration to say that outside the main trade routes the lands have largely gone wild. While it is a pity that we cannot take advantage of past events, it also means that we will have a free hand to rebuild the region in accordance with our master's purposes." Keeping his report simple, he delivered a rejoinder to Elda's usual lament that she had been expressing in one form or another lately. "And how do you propose to do this?" Her rage could hardly be contained. There are barely enough farmers to manage the cultivation of the lands closest to the city, if we can even get them to stop being cowardly and start working. These nobles are also useless. I hope that they could cope with at least minor administrative tasks, but they are all busy rubbing each other's skirts. Albedo was furious when they first discovered the deplorable state E-Rantel was in after the occupation. Although the losses from the Battle of Katz Plains were accounted for, the condition of the inhabitants exceeded all their expectations. Even before the official handover of the territory, more than half the population fled, almost all from rural areas. Each of the surviving nobles present at the one-sided massacre also fled their homes, leaving a legacy of a hodgepodge of widows and orphans. Most of the city's residents had nowhere to go and were left in fear of their fate. Since Moman was sent to the countryside to prevent complete collapse, the city's residents lost their sense of security and hid in their homes, only appearing occasionally to stock up on provisions. Although their fears were unfounded, they did not face a grim fate at the hands of some undead. It did not change the fact that nothing was happening. E-Rantel served as the kingdom's capital and a major center of domestic trade, but without a vibrant rural population to serve and with trade suddenly disappearing, the city's economy was effectively frozen. Pandora's actor initially played a tug-of-war between whether the city's residents would leave their homes or remain in their territory, but eventually decided that the city should wait since it would still be unable to perform its primary function until the territories returned to normal. Albedo initially felt great anticipation, the prospect of having new lands to rule as a means of advertising her qualities to their overlord, but it quickly turned to helpless disappointment when it became apparent that the surrounding lands had effectively fallen apart. However, she figuratively rolled up her sleeves and plunged into the long struggle to get things working again. This is, of course, admirable, but the fact is that she could not do everything herself. Speaking of which, we did find something valuable while we were there. Pandora's actor slid smoothly after her displeasure. There was another border estate that was still inhabited. Frowning, Albedo grabbed a large piece of paper from the pile of books and documents on her desk. It was the same map of the area that both he and Narbaril had, with amendments made to it as new information came in from their travels. "What territory?" she said, placing the card in front of her. "Barrier," he answered. "Guardian of the upper Katz River, on the southwestern border with the wildlands." Albedo's eyes flashed in his direction, as if to reprimand him for using the term guardian to such an insignificant being. However, Warden Valley was the gateway between the fortress city of E-Rantel and the vast wildlands beyond, so the purpose of this noble house was obvious, to be the first line of defense against invaders. As her eyes scanned the map and added new information to the overall picture in her head, he knew that the strategic value of this place would further solidify the role they were all familiar with. "So you believe that this Baron will be useful?" she asked. "Baroness, actually. Another orphaned girl, you mean?" Albedo rolled her eyes, interrupting him. "We already have more than enough of these useless brats in our city, shedding tears for days on end." On the contrary, Pandora's actor raised his hand to hide his contempt. "It seems that she already has several years of experience in managing her own fief. If I may say so, she is far more competent than her age would suggest, although her worldview appears to be limited to matters pertaining to her immediate responsibilities. In addition, she comes from a strong line of adventurers and possesses one of the so-called talents that these natives possess. Its value is much higher than that of the average resident." "I'm fed up with these so-called talents," Albedo chuckled. "You yourself were present at their last demonstration. It better not be something completely meaningless, like that parasite with the ability to identify underwear." Their master was also present at the demonstration, and Albedo was shocked. Pandora's actor wondered if the man with the legendary talent was still alive. "I suppose in some ways they are similar," he mused. Casitas, who was sitting opposite him, exhaled a sharp breath of frosty air, and the pen with which Albedo took notes broke in half. "The girl has what appears to be a vision of the world," Pandora's actor said quietly. The already quiet room became even quieter. The air seemed to grow colder, and Albedo loomed angrily over her desk, as if she could use her gaze to pin Pandora's actor in his place. World vision was an ability that also existed in Yggdrasil. Although he wasn't absolutely sure that the girl's talent was exactly the same, what he saw seemed close enough to be described as such. The vision of the world gave its owner a powerful visual perception that destroyed any form of mystical and supernatural illusions. This meant that everything from simple magical illusions to high-level spells like perfect illusion was powerless against her ability. Attacks intended to deceive the target into believing that he was injured, drowned, or subjected to various debilitating effects were also useless if what was projected onto him did not match the reality he saw. The true form of werewolves such as doppelgangers, as well as all other similarly disguised heteromorphs, was instantly revealed. The effects of this sense were imitated by the mid-level spell True Sight and were part of the repertoire of many Nazaric mages. Its usefulness for the role played by its owners was quite obvious. As a spell, it could be countered or negated by magical effects that protected against divination, such as Narbarel's Ring of Illusion, but if it was simply part of a person's natural perception, then there were no passive supernatural measures against an ability that easily defeated such measures. Indeed, on every floor of Nazarick there were at least several patrols that combined world vision with high natural perception to repel the invaders' attempts to sneak in undetected through a combination of various means. Baroness Zaradnik was very similar to one of these watchmen. Although she was not as powerful in battle, she could draw attention to anything magically hidden or supernaturally altered and potentially cause an endless amount of problems. Pandora's actor, you. Oh, of course, I was wearing a full set of Moman armor, so she doesn't know, he chuckled. I am very pleased to know that Ainz Sama took into account my future role from the very beginning of the creation of this personality. The tension in the room eased noticeably. However, Baroness Zaradnik saw Narbarel, he added dispassionately. Every head in the room immediately turned to Narbarel. Ever since the young noblewoman became the subject of discussion, the battle maid had been trying to blend in unnoticed with the shadowed wall. She looked back and forth nervously, not knowing what to answer. However, Albedo spoke first. I find it hard to believe that you, like no one else, do not understand the consequences of this. Indeed, he nodded seriously. It's because of who I am that I understand, perhaps better than anyone else. Pandora's actor's cavalier tone turned deadly serious as he parried the overseer of the Guardian's accusatory statement. This uncharacteristic change caused all eyes in the room to focus on him again. Although he interacted with other members of Nazarick, Pandora's actor was largely known only as the mysterious NPC who protected and managed the guild's treasury. While they also knew that he had the same level of intelligence as Demiurge and Albedo, most did not take him as seriously due to his relatively carefree and whimsical nature. He simply existed as a fact and nothing more. However, as he emerged from the shadows and received more responsibilities, he began to realize one more thing. The fact that he was Momonga's creation, Ainz Ooal Gown, subtly influenced how others weighed and judged his words and actions. When it came to Baroness Zaradnik, the decision was made, and now he used all his abilities. For the first time, others understood what it meant when Pandora's actor appeared on stage. From one sentence hanging in the air, the shadow of his presence sent out intangible threads into the silence that dug into the hearts and minds of the audience and did not want to let go. Their poses straightened, their tongues froze. They sat back in their seats under the force of his personality and simply watched and waited with bated breath, awaiting the next line in his speech. Volume 1 Chapter 14. Pandora's actor throws himself into his job as a liaison to the citizens of the Sorcerous Kingdom. As days and weeks passed, experience accumulated, and in the guise of Moman, he was able to learn a lot about the people over whom their master ruled, as well as about his fellow Nazarics who helped him in this reign. The vast majority of the locals who fell under Nazaric's rule were human, former residents of the Kingdom of Riestais. There were also diverse populations of non-humans who lived to the north in the Great Forest of Tob. Relatively small and simple tribes of demihumans and scattered heteromorphs were relatively easy to rule. They had mostly simple traditions, they respected strength, and as long as that strength led to provision and security, submission was a given. However, the hundreds of thousands of people living in E-Rantel were a different matter entirely. A complex web of politics, culture and trade accompanied their civilization, and rebuilding their society would not be as simple as decisive conquest and the promise of continued existence. Even Moman, who was a heroic figure who had won their trust and acceptance, gave in to their insecurities and fears with his assurances and bravado. The task was uniquely difficult for the inhabitants of Nazarick, whose entire existence had previously revolved around maintaining and protecting the home of the supreme beings. Either they would keep intruders out, or they would die trying to protect the abode. Even as the overwhelming power of their new sovereign became apparent, the people still could not be brought out of their state of fear, and given the restrictions their master had placed on the people of Nazarick, unjustified measures against them were impossible. Apart from cleaning up the city and clearing the lands of bandits and other harmful elements, little progress was made with the people in general. The only exception was Karn village, which was personally interfered with by Ainz Ooal Gown and his servants on multiple occasions, but they were the only data point when many thousands of others were needed, not to mention that it was now less a human village and more a city of demihumans. If the king does not lead, his nobles will not follow. Baroness Saradnik's actual statement, made during their conversation on the way back from the border, struck him with its profound simplicity. She may have given him a piece of a much larger puzzle that has puzzled Nazarick since their arrival on this strange new world. Their master took great pains to complete seemingly simple tasks and came up with tricks so simple that many believed that some other scheme was at work. Instead of ordering quick and easy subjugation of the ridiculously weak peoples inhabiting the region, each scenario had many conditions that put its servants in a difficult position. Sometimes they even experienced a bitter taste of failure. They were deliberately placed in roles for which they were ill-prepared, and Ainz Ooal Gown spoke in detail about their actions and experiences only after it had happened. Even in the face of what they themselves considered unacceptable, he eventually asked for forgiveness and personally took full responsibility. After each such episode, they were left in a state of uncertainty, their pride often ripped from under them, perceptions and expectations upended in equal measure. But, was Ainz Ooal Gown really leading them? Was everything up to this point a series of exercises designed by their master to prepare them for the trials ahead? And if this is true, was their lack of progress and resulting inaction as his subordinates essentially the same as vassals not following their king? Pandora's actor mulled over the discussion that accompanied the young noblewoman's statement. It did, in general, describe their current situation. While the noble houses of Riestais continued to operate independently, without any visible leadership from King Rampos III, the residents of Nazarick in the Sorcerous Kingdom continued to operate as normal even now. Unliving sentinels stood silently on every corner, and those tasked with maintenance maintained order and cleanliness in the city. Even Albedo, well suited to serve as the central executive of the kingdom, sat powerlessly at the table, waiting for work, information that could be analyzed and action taken. They were all simply carrying out their duties, waiting for invaders to protect them or preparing for future problems that they were better off dealing with. It seemed that they all collectively considered the Sorcerous Kingdom to be a much larger version of Nazarick, but clearly that approach was not working. If everything Ainz Ooal Gown had done so far was an indication of the direction he wanted his servants to go in, then they had all unknowingly failed him by not taking his example and lessons to heart. If all his efforts failed, how would he react? Will he keep trying or will he just give up like the other supreme beings? The heart of Pandora's actor trembled at the mere shadow of this thought. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that the situation had become untenable and he must set things in motion to prevent this worst possible end. The fact that all the pieces needed to carry out his plan had come together made him feel as if his role was part of some incomprehensible grand design, and his creator was once again its master architect. With this hopeful thought, he sat back in his chair, crossed his arms, and continued speaking. I had the opportunity to talk at length with the young lady about many matters before our return, he said, and I believe that we will benefit from having her support. Contrary to the dramatic stance he had taken shortly before, his voice returned to its carefully modulated tone. As the invisible pressure in the room eased, Albedo quickly came to her senses and responded immediately. Why are you so sure of this? There was disbelief in her voice. A casual conversation on the road after lunch is unlikely. She immediately swallowed her words as Pandora's actor raised his left hand, tapping his finger against his temple. Of course, I can be sure, he replied. I am a doppelganger, after all, the greatest of my kind in Nazarick. The Baroness had no way to resist my power to read her thoughts when she spoke. Whatever, she didn't even realize that her thoughts were being read. All her answers were carefully verified. Seeing the Guardian Overseer's eyes narrow as she tried to find a gap in his defenses, he went on the attack. Almost a week has passed since we were completely entrusted with the management of our master's new kingdom. A week has passed without any progress in restoring nominal activity in this territory. You should know more than any of us what is ultimately required for the citizens of this country to take the first steps towards their new lives as subjects of the Sorcerous Kingdom. You lament the dysfunctional nature of the aristocracy that served as the administrative apparatus outside the city walls, and how they are useless after recent losses. I have identified an asset in the form of this person that can be used to help begin the process that has eluded us until now, but you continue to drown in your embittered frustration. The Demiurge has stated that our master's ultimate goal is world domination, and we all know that we have only taken a tiny first step towards the future our master envisioned. For now, Ainz Sama has kept his interaction with us to a minimum, keeping mostly to himself. But sooner or later he will act again. When the time comes, what accomplishments will we have to demonstrate to him in the time he has graciously given us? When he goes on and reveals the next stage of his plans to us, what will be your reaction? Ainz Sama, wait. Please give us more time. The last, shrill phrase was uttered in Alda's own voice, and she visibly recoiled. Her eyes widened and her fingers unconsciously pressed to her lips, as if she could prevent even more shameful words from coming out of lips that weren't even her own. The rest of them turned their gazes to the overseer of the Guardians with a worried expression on their faces. Without exception, more than anything else, they were afraid of failing in their service to the last of the supreme beings remaining with them. This, in addition to Pandora's actor's relentless advance, drove her mercilessly into a corner. With her pride at stake and little room for maneuver, she turned to the only way that could lead to achieving the goals she sought. Great then, she said. Let's decide the fate of Baroness Zaradnik. Since the topic was posed in this way by Pandora's actor, Albedo could not arbitrarily decide to remove what she considered an unnecessary complication without losing her dignity over the others. Instead, she decided to take advantage of the opinions of those sitting around the auditorium. In short, it became a vote. The corners of Momon's mouth, hidden behind the dark metal visor, turned up. In truth, the orders of the overseer of the Guardians were usually unchallenged by the people of Nazarick. After all, she was created to rule over them, but by taking advantage of her pride, he achieved his goal. Sebas spoke first, rising to present his views. I believe that working with the citizens of this country can bring a lot of benefits, he said in a stern, official voice. In my own travels, I have seen that these people can be very different in character. But to preempt one of them without exploring his potential would be to waste the fruits of Ainz Sama's efforts. His answer was quite expected, given his friendly nature. Having nothing more to say, he resumed his seat. These people have bowed down, but are still not serving. Threats of their kind should not be lenient, no matter how insignificant they may be. Kassitu's stern answer once again put an end to the vote. In his own reign, in the region around the Great Lake, he was prohibited from using fear as a motivator, but it was still a fairly simple power relationship. His opinion on the matter was the same. All eyes turned to the last guardian sitting in the hall. It will be nice to see if she proves useful. Shalter's light voice rang out in the room. Wouldn't it, dear Ainz? The triumphant smile that had slowly appeared on Alda's face disappeared. She clearly expected a ruthless response from the most powerful of the floor guardians. Seeing her reaction, Shalter, bloodfallen, quickly continued speaking. Securing the entire territory and its borders took our forces hardly one day, she reasoned. After that, we basically just sat around. Ainz. When Ainz Sama starts acting again, we will need something to brag about. If this person is the way to do it, then we should use him. A person with a vision of the world is too much responsibility, said Albedo. She'll be dangerous on so many levels that I don't even want to think about what she might accidentally figure out with her ability. Then I will take personal responsibility for this child, Shaltir replied. If she causes serious problems, I can just get rid of her immediately. Is that you? Albedo replied suspiciously, narrowing her eyes, clearly skeptical of the vampire's uncharacteristic interest. Yes, Shaltir confirmed. Also, Ainz Sama may still be interested in the unique and strange abilities used by the people of this world. If she has a strong bloodline, then perhaps someday she will be able to use these martial arts, too. Right. It seems that I was tasked with collecting such species. Shame. Alba's low voice was barely audible. Aren't you ashamed? The demon's words grew louder until they became an accusation. You, the one who failed to cope with any of the responsibilities assigned to you. Desperately clinging to past responsibilities in some reprehensible, selfish desire to justify her own failure. Then the hall shuddered at once. Although the event in question happened many months ago, its terrible specters still lurked in the dark corners of each of their thoughts. Shaltir's fatal mistake was dealt with personally by Ainz Ooal Gown. Although he absolved her of blame and personally took responsibility, Alba's attack shocked even the most steadfast of those present. The word, failure, sounded like a hammer hitting a condemned soul. While the others shifted uncomfortably in their seats, Shaltir's entire profile fell apart. The veil of calm composure fell away all at once. Her face became tear-stained, her cheeks flushed, her mouth trembling silently in shock. Her thin, graceful hands rose. She made a movement as if she wanted to touch her face or stroke her head, but she seemed so disgusted with herself that she could not do it. She almost choked, trying to find words to defend herself. Pandora's actor held out his palms in a calming gesture, speaking in a calm voice to intercede for the guardian who was struggling with her own shame and self-hatred. Well, don't be like that, Albedo, he said in a soothing tone. Frustration at the lack of progress in relations with people is understandable, but I assure you once again that Baroness Zaradnik will bring tangible benefits in at least several areas. She is of such a character that duty and order are paramount to her. She will fulfill her noble obligations to the land and the Lord, no matter who it may be. If we place her under Shaltir's rule, I believe the young noblewoman will be able to serve well even as she adjusts to the new reality. He expected that this agreement would bring additional benefits, but he kept these thoughts to himself for fear of changing the course of the discussion. The opportunity to nurture future results would come later, but for now he needed to make sure the current resolution made it out of the council chamber doors. He sent Yuri Alpha, whom he had previously placed next to the young noblewoman after their arrival, to pick up Baroness Zaradnik. Okay then, Albedo spoke again, her voice regaining its calm, authoritative tone. If that's what you want, then we'll see how far you can go with this man. Turning to Shaltir, who was still wiping away her tears, the guardian overseer spoke from the dais. Shaltir, bloodfallen, she announced, responsibility for Baroness Zaradnik rests solely with you. Any assistance she requires, be it resources, manpower, or advice, in carrying out her civic duties rests solely on your shoulders. Likewise, any problems that arise in your new ward will affect you equally. Pray that she will not disgrace the name of the Supreme in any way. The Watcher of the Guardians probably decided to wash her hands of the matter, preferring to withdraw from the discussion rather than continue the conversation and fall into other traps that Pandora's actor had set in advance. Shaltir, left to fend for herself with her new acquisition, sat in deep thought, biting her thumb. You could imagine steam rising from her head as she tried to decide what to do with the young noblewoman she hadn't even gotten to know yet. We have spent enough time on this matter. Albedo has completely returned to her original, imperturbable appearance from the beginning of the meeting. Let's move on to other issues. Volume 1, Chapter 15. Gathering the documents that lay in a disorganized pile in front of her, Albedo mentally reviewed the events of the day's meeting. Apart from the case of Baroness Zaradnik, it was in many ways the same as the previous ones. Shaltir, having come to her senses a little, left the hall as soon as the meeting ended with topics for discussion, effectively interrupting the meeting. Once the collected articles were sorted into place, Albedo lightly tapped the papers on the table with her finger to align them, and then shoved them into a dark folder and placed them in her inventory. She didn't get up to leave. Instead, she watched as the others slowly left the hall through various routes. After Shaltir left through the main doors, Casitas teleported away with Antoma, while Pandora's actor and Sebas discussed something as they exited through the service entrance. As she followed Momon's figure until he disappeared behind the curtain hiding the side door, she remembered Pandora's actor's unexpected actions. Not only was Albedo taken by surprise, she was completely defenseless against his proposal to create a place for a seemingly troubled human noblewoman. Judging by how smoothly the entire conversation had flowed in his favor, she suspected that he had carefully calculated the trajectory of the discussion long before the topic was broached. As the person created to oversee and manage the Great Tomb of Nazarick, she did not enjoy having matters spiral out of her control. In her opinion, this right belonged only to her master. Prior to this, her acquaintance with the doppelganger was limited to their brief introduction in the guild treasury and a few other meetings. Despite his usually pretentious and exaggerated nature, she was vaguely aware that Momonga-sama's creation possessed an intelligence that rivaled both Demirge's and her own, although in what way, she still didn't even remotely know. It was nice to have another capable man to serve with, but at the same time, he would be an implacable thorn in her side if he ever decided to turn against her. Luckily, she realized this before she tried to include it in her project. He made a compelling case for the Baroness' continued existence, and Albda's pride as a supremely capable administrator prevented her from contradicting any of his comments regarding the state of E-Rantel and its surrounding areas. Shortly after Emperor Baharut's audience with Nazarick and his plans to annex E-Rantel through the seasonal conflict between the two states, Albedo began her own preparations for the inevitable outcome. In the weeks leading up to the conflict, she carefully studied the city and its surrounding lands to ensure a smooth transition to Nazarick's rule. She even took it upon herself to order and personally train suitable undead servants to serve as assistants in the initial stages of holding power. However, all her efforts were in vain, as many of the surviving nobles and officials serving Lord Riedenmeyer fled to Riestize while the annexation formalities were being carried out. So devoted were they to this man, who was at the time serving as mayor of the city and provost of Lamposa and the duchy as a whole, that when he returned to his domains in the west, his entire administrative staff in the city chose to follow him rather than continue serving in E-Rantel. As Lord Momonga's most loyal vassals, Riedenmeyer and his companions' act of solidarity and loyalty to their master earned them a small amount of respect from them, but there was no denying the problems they caused by their departure. As a result, the Sorcerous Kingdom inherited an area of hastily abandoned government buildings, destroyed archives, and the shattered remains of E-Rantel's aristocracy. She had predicted that it would take several weeks for the senior liches to learn to adapt their training to these empty offices, but it turned out that they didn't even have a chance to do so. Trade had completely stopped, the remaining nobles were still recovering from their bereavement, and it was not even known whether those who remain are capable of managing their domains. Without any data, without collecting and submitting it for processing, it was impossible to make any forecasts and responsibly adopt amendments to laws or new policies. Thus, the entire administrative structure of the Sorcerous Kingdom had hit an inexorable wall from day one. Their only salvation was that E-Rantel's vast warehouses, filled with supplies originally intended for the armies of Riestize, would serve as a salvation for the city's population for several months. However, if regular work and trade cannot be restored by this time, the townspeople will run out of vital supplies. While it was possible to use the Dagda cauldron to replenish food supplies, it did not solve the problem of shortages of other goods and contradicted the idea that the area was intended to be a productive source of income for Nazarick. Providing food to an individual village or city, as was done with the village of Karn and the United Tribes of Lizardmen, was a small matter, but feeding the hundreds of thousands of people remaining in the territory of E-Rantel was another matter entirely. One could argue that Pandora's actor was making a rather unfair argument in light of the circumstances, but Albedo also knew that his words were unconditionally true. There was no room for excuses in Nazarick, and E-Rantel's continued comatose state was completely unacceptable. The agreement arranged by the doppelganger was acceptable for the moment. She will be aware of the Baroness's actions and will take advantage of any developments that occur as a result of it. She didn't even care too much that all of the noble's achievements could be attributed to Shaltir. It was extremely important that the Sorcerous Kingdom regain at least a semblance of functioning as soon as possible. And if Baroness Zaradnik became too successful, Albedo could always help suppress her. Satisfied that the situation was under control, the overseer looked up and saw that almost all had left the room. Besides herself, the only person in the room was Narbaril, who was still standing against the wall where she had attended the council meeting. Although all of Nazarick's creations were united in their goal to serve the supreme beings, several factions had arisen within its ranks over the months that had passed in this new world. They were formed not so much from any specific plans, but from the general attitude of the various inhabitants of the Grey Tomb of Nazarick to what was happening. There were three main groups. Two were led by Albedo and Shaltir. They could be divided into groups based on whether their members considered outsiders either vermin or food. Those who viewed parasites as food, such as Entoma, did not belong to either side. Their members also supported their respective heads in the ongoing fight for Momonga's attention. The last group consisted of those residents who were more favorable towards outsiders. It had quite a few prominent members, although none of them played an active role in the immediate leadership of Nazarick. Additionally, many of the others, Demiurge, Cositas, Aura and Mare, to name a few, either deliberately stayed away from these divisions or were simply unaware of them. The Pleiades, a squad of battle maids that included Yuri Alpha, Narbaril Gamma, and Entoma Vasilisa Zeta, were divided in their support of each group, and Narbaril was firmly in Alba's camp. Taking one last look around the empty room, Albedo focused her attention on Narbaril. The vision of the world is the sworn enemy of doubles. Alba's voice was soft, but still clearly heard across the room to where Narbaril stood. I'm surprised that you didn't get rid of her at the same moment. Narbaril's lips pressed into a thin line. Although Albedo took a conversational tone with the battle maid, the doppelganger bowed apologetically before speaking. As soon as I found out, she said, I attacked with enough force that she could be killed several times. But Pandora's actor intercepted my spell. Where was it? In the gardens at the entrance to the royal villa, Narbaril answered. We just left the gazebo, cordoned off for teleportation, and then he told me about her talent. It's clear. Albedo tapped her finger on her desk indifferently. Once again, she had to realize that Pandora's actor was already several steps ahead of her by the time he entered the council chamber. Narbaril's appearance as an adventurer allowed her to hide her true nature thanks to the ability to shapeshift in combination with the anti-detection ring, so Pandora's actor should have immediately sensed a human reaction to the doppelganger's inhuman appearance. But instead of reporting this to Narbaril, whose only racial level as a doppelganger meant she was unable to sense the thoughts of those around her, he deliberately withheld this information while continuing to test Baroness Zaradnik's character and determine her value to the Sorcerous Kingdom. It was only after they arrived at E-Rantel's central courtyard that her talent was revealed to Narbaril, who in turn responded appropriately to eliminate the threat. By coming to the Baroness' defense, Pandora's actor showed her the dangers of revealing her powers, wordlessly announcing to anyone who might be watching her that she was under his protection, and reminding the people of Nazarick that potential threats could still lurk right under their noses. Increasing your vigilance. The fact that he did this without even waiting for the outcome of the council meeting was especially unpleasant. It suggested that he had planned the course of events and the result was inevitable. His plan was eerily well thought out. Perhaps he was acting on some secret impulse of their master. Albedo sighed. There was no point in wasting energy thinking about it. Instead, she began to ask about the Baroness' circumstances. Human aristocrats do not exist without the people they rule over, she said. Was anyone else present to witness this episode on her territory? Narbaril shook her head in response. She was alone in her house when we arrived, she answered. The village and surrounding area were empty. The Baroness told us that the commoners fled south to the slain theocracy after hearing of the debacle on the Katz Plains, abandoning their master. The maid's lips thinned in disgust as the last words left her mouth. Albedo blinked as those words rang through her mind. They abandoned their master. This reprehensible thought made bile rise in her throat. Leaving the table, Albedo walked into the central part of the council chamber, where a large oak table took up most of the room's space. Spread across most of the table was a gigantic map of the lands surrounding E-Rantel, far superior to the one they had retrieved from the remains of the city's archives. Albedo walked around her until she stood over the southwest corner, trailing her fingers from where Warden Valley lay, through the wilderness and the border of the theocracy along the fastest likely route. Nearly half the people among E-Rantel's rural population fled after news of their kingdom's catastrophic defeat at Katz. Waves of fear and panic swept across the lands, often devastating rural communities. As the people largely fled west to Riestize, Nazuric's hands were tied, as their master's orders prohibited them from using force in regions held by neighboring states. Sending Moment to curb the exodus of refugees was the most effective course of action, but even as he rushed from village to calm the fears of the inhabitants, more and more people slipped across the border like grains of sand through his fingers. Fleeing south, however, was a different story. The eastern reaches of the Abelian Hills occupied the space between the southwestern border of the Sorcerous Kingdom and the northern border of the slain theocracy. The wild lands were not claimed by any of the states, were practically not built up and were occupied only by small settlements of Demihuman tribes. A simple calculation led to the conclusion that a refugee caravan filled with people of all ages could not yet cross the wild lands, even if they began their journey soon after receiving news of the kingdom's defeat. There is no forgiveness for betrayal. Albda's icy decree did not require interpretation. With a sharp affirmative and a respectful bow, Narbaril Gamma strode toward the main exit of the council chamber, the click of her armored heels echoing darkly. The original smile returned to Elda's lips. Perhaps there was some satisfaction in this after all. Volume 1 Chapter 16. Bogdan shivered from the cold north wind, which excited the procession of villagers making their way through the desert. 8 hours had passed since they set up camp, and a few days ago the caravan had finally found a suitable ford to cross the stormy waters of the river. Overall, their journey went well. The supplies organized by Baroness Zaradnik even took into account possible delays on the way, so that the people were well provided for, well fed and in high spirits, despite the situation that drove them forward. Now they were climbing the main pass that rose from the upper reaches and led back down to the lands of the slain theocracy on the other side. The last snows of the winter had covered the tops of the surrounding peaks with a white blanket. Even halfway up the pass, a crust of unmelted ice still covered the ground. Several village rangers were cutting a trail ahead, but the progress was much slower than when they followed the river along the bottom of the basin. The old cleric stopped at the side of the newly cleared path, leaning against a boulder to catch his breath. Although his newfound purpose filled him with the desire to see it through, his older self complained with every step he climbed. He raised his free hand and smiled warmly at the families passing him, who, reassured by the priest they had known all their lives, smiled and waved back as they continued determinedly up the slope. Looking northwest, there were a dozen families following them. On the horizon, the midday sun sank to the edge of the opposite side of the valley, flooding the hillsides with its fiery light, trying to melt away the stubborn remnants of winter. The camp had to be set up before the top of the pass, and the movement would continue the next day. The night would be cold, but nothing that the hardy villagers couldn't handle. When there were no more than 2 or 3 days left before the border, he mentally went through what he remembered about his youth in the theocracy. The customs and behavior of his homeland seemed to him a thing of the past, and he believed that it was so. He had lived for almost a century as a missionary in the Warden Valley and felt much more like a frontiersman than the youth of his dim memories, born and raised in the distant cities of the south. Laurel Dale Race. I am Laurel Dale Race. Even the memory of my own name seemed foreign. Bogdan was a name he adopted to fit in among the hardy pioneers on the Riestize frontier, a name he used for most of his life. Although adjusting to his native name would not be easy, he needed every advantage he could get to find a new place for the villagers who had become refugees. He figured that most of them would be able to easily find work as watchmen in the towns and villages. The frontiersmen were quite well trained when it came to knowing how to fight and survive in the wilds of the borderlands. Although they considered themselves humble farmers and loggers, they were different from the common inhabitants of the more peaceful interior. By the age of 30, their experience patrolling the frontier and dealing with small-scale raids by bandits, demons, and monsters had made them more seasoned than members of a model city militia. It was through this active lifestyle that they endured the annual conflict with the Empire far better than the inexperienced legions of other nobles, developing a notable fighting personality in the eyes of the other commoners of the kingdom who stood alongside them. As he wandered in his thoughts, he eventually realized that he had rested for too long and the last few families were about to catch up with him. Grabbing the staff he had taken with him from the village, he rose to his feet. Brushing the dust from the scapular draped over his priestly robe, he walked out onto the path again. He stopped to take another look at the trail, looking for any stragglers, and then froze. Bogdan thought he saw something flash before the setting sun. He shielded his eyes from the glare, trying to determine what it was. In his old age, he was proud of his exceptional eyesight, which had not weakened in the least over the years. Continuing to look west, he tried to notice what caught his attention. As he looked at the horizon, a flash of blue light exploded on the path 50 meters away. The crackle of electricity made him instinctively duck. Crouching on the ground, he saw a dark figure sweep across the treetops, like a swallow sweeping across the sky. His gaze followed her as the figure reached the front of the column about 200 meters ahead, throwing another sparkling sphere of electricity at those walking ahead of the main group. Caught by surprise, the villagers did not have time to react or scream before a blow fell on them from above. Before the cries of alarm could be heard from those who witnessed the incident, the flying attacker disappeared above the treetops without a sound. Chaos arose from behind and in front, and the procession stopped. Several villagers readied their bows, realizing they were under attack, but they could not find whoever attacked them from the sky. Others rushed forward to see what could be done for those who had been bombarded by lightning balls. A groan 3 meters away brought Bogdan out of his stunned silence. Looking down, he saw a woman, horribly burned by electricity from the first explosion, but still barely alive. Crawling towards her on all fours, he placed his hands on her and cast a spell. Medium wound healing. Divine power flowed through his touch, glowing softly as he healed the severe wounds the woman had received. He counted how many people had been hit by the first 2 attacks and came to the grim conclusion that he didn't have enough mana to heal everyone. Looking around the trail and traces of charred and smoking corpses, he ran from body to body, trying to get to those who could be saved before they died from their burns. His attention was diverted by a new cry of alarm that sounded from the beginning of the path. Here! Southwest! Up the trail! Lightning! The woman's voice echoed off the mountainside, followed by a bolt that arced down and through the hapless villagers. Before they could react to the open attack, still lined up in single and double rows, following the trail, the spell cut them down mercilessly. Without even stopping to examine the result, the unknown caster took off again, gaining altitude, and again disappeared behind the treetops. Several villagers who were not in the line of fire fired arrows at the retreating figure with their bows, but the projectiles never reached their target. While the survivors restlessly scanned the sky above, Bogdan rushed forward, shouting to attract the attention of the others. "We can't stay on the path. Hide in the trees. Find shelter." The remaining villagers began to crouch down to the densely forested slope along the path, but then the caster appeared again above the foliage of the trees. Bogdan saw an outstretched hand pointing at one of the villagers, who was still running along the path after the others. Ultimate magic. Dragon Chain Lightning. A huge lightning bolt as thick as a tree trunk burst from the caster's hand and struck the fleeing villager. The poor guy instantly turned to ash, but the spell didn't end there. An arc of electricity swept through the trees, jumping from target to target, and the villagers' attempts to hide were completely pointless. An eerie silence reigned where a few seconds ago a panicked rustle was heard in the undergrowth. Bogdan rushed around, trying to find survivors to heal them, but every time the attacker reappeared, the overwhelming power of the spells directed against them resulted in even greater losses. Most of the villagers now lay dead, scattered along the path. He followed the cries of the few wounded who had somehow survived the devastating attacks, but every time he reached one villager and healed him, dozens more died. The constant healing drained his mana at an exorbitant rate, but he persisted in trying to save everyone he could. However, he stopped at the last spell the attacker cast. Up to this point, he had at least recognized the spells used as third-level magic arts: flying, ball lightning, and lightning. However, he never heard about the latter in his entire life. He could even recognize fifth-level spells. Just how powerful was this caster? For what reason did this man, who was undoubtedly as formidable as the legends of old, come out into the middle of the desert to wreak such wanton havoc on a caravan of civilian refugees? As his soul screamed at the injustice, the dark figure reappeared above the path. This time she stopped approximately in the middle of the carnage, and Bogdan was finally able to take a closer look at her. She was dressed in a maid's uniform, except for a few sections of armor that covered various parts of her outfit. Her black hair was pulled back into a ponytail as she surveyed the suffering she had caused. Standing in an open area of the path, Bogdan leaned on his staff, wondering why he had not been shot down yet. She must have noticed how he was rushing around below, trying to heal the wounded. She rose sharply into the air, and this jerk caused something to move under her. Bogdan looked at the forest floor directly below the caster flying above him and realized what was there. After the first few attacks, the villagers formed the same formation as they had during the raid on their homes. Those who could fight began to defend themselves around those who could not. In the middle of the path, the youngest gathered in the safest place in their formation. When Bogdan shouted that they needed to run into the forest, they also set off. From the pile of trees over which the spellcaster hovered, the confused face of Sophia looked at him. She had gathered the children to hide in the dense undergrowth. An expression of extreme horror appeared on Bogdan's face as he looked again at the magician in the maid's uniform. This time she looked straight at him, her lips parted in an evil smile. He had no doubt that she knew what was underneath her. No. The old cleric's legs carried him forward of their own accord. No. His trembling, tired voice cried out hoarsely. The maid continued to rise slowly, her arms spread wide. No. No, 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 no. Oh gods, please don't. Bogdan desperately shouted from the depths of his heart, but she remained indifferent to his pleas. An arrow fired from the underbrush bounced harmlessly off her armored skirts. The remaining villagers, hiding in the trees, also heard Bogdan's hoarse screams and soon guessed the source of the cleric's distress. Several more arrows pierced the maid, but no further than the first. Others shouted defiantly, trying to distract her from the helpless children below. She responded to each of them with an electric discharge. She tracked every voice, every arrow and fried the places where they stood. After a few moments of eerie silence, she seemed satisfied that her ruse had identified all the remaining villagers, and extended her hand, palm up. Ultimate magic. Ball lightghtning. The terrible electric sphere formed above her hand again. Slowly turning her palm over, she let her spell fall to the ground. Bogdan fell to his knees and turned away, not wanting to be a witness to what was happening. But wherever he turned, the bodies of his parishioners lay stretched out as corpses. The acrid smell of charred meat and ash filled the air. He felt tears flowing freely down his chapped cheeks, but he had neither the desire nor the strength to cry. A shadow passed over him, and Bogdan weakly raised his head. The caster finally landed. Standing before him was the most beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. However, this view did not make any impression on him. After so much devastation and death, he simply became numb. In the cold beauty and harsh expression of her face, which would undoubtedly evoke awe and admiration in the hearts of many, he saw only a heartless murderer with a ruthless, soulless gleam in her eyes. As she took a step towards the cleric, a woman suddenly jumped out of the bushes behind her with a long dagger in her hand. She appeared running rushing forward in rage at the inexplicable cruelty of her attacker. Her furious scream grew in intensity as she approached the target of her revenge. Bogdan's breath caught in his throat. He did not dare to hope. Spellcasters were often poor at close combat, abandoning combat training to study magic. However, the maid did not show the slightest surprise. She calmly dodged the woman's blow and knocked her legs off balance as she rushed past. The peasant woman stumbled and fell forward with a scream at Bogdan's feet, the blade flying out of her hands. As she tried to recover, the maid's armored heel slammed into her back, pinning her to the ground again. Bogdan knew this woman, an experienced ranger in the prime of her life. She was struggling to get up, but to no avail. With a smooth, practiced movement, the maid raised her hand, and a long staff with a blade materialized in her hand. She quickly plunged it into the woman's neck, the blade cutting the spine and exiting the throat. The resistance ceased, replaced by a faint gurgling sound, and the ranger fell helplessly onto the rocky path. Having neutralized the potential ambush, the maid returned to Bogdan. Stopping in front of him, she reached out an armored hand to grab his shoulder. Mana spent, spirit destroyed, Bogdan was left on his knees, unable to survive his grief. The maid opened her mouth to cast a spell. "Forgive me, Lord." Bogdan, in sorrowful repentance, reached out to the spirit of the frontier nobleman who had captured his imagination and cemented his beliefs a lifetime ago. Ultimate magic, thunder spear. Threads of writhing electricity raced down the caster's arm, passed through her grip, and struck the fallen cleric. His body shook from the impact and began to become covered in smoke. Withered flesh began to char on the limbs, rolling over the legs and arms. The burns quickly reached his torso, and part of his shoulder, held by the woman, broke off. The rest of his body fell to the ground in a pile of coal and ash. In the silence that followed, only the cold north wind continued to blow, sweeping over the caravan of charred corpses. Unparalleled lowered her hand, and the remains of Bogdan's shoulder crumbled, leaking through her fingers into the air. Her gaze rushed up the pass, following the ashes that the wind carried up, over the ridge and into distant lands. "Your gods mean nothing to me, insect." Character dossier: Laurel-Dale race. Laurel-Dale race, or Bogdan as he was known to the people of Wardenvale, was born in the southern cities of the slain theocracy 119 years before the founding of the Sorcerous Kingdom. Born the second son of an ordinary warehouse employee and a seamstress, he was brought up in a meager family circle and was called to follow in his father's footsteps as an apprentice. His fortunes changed when there was a shift in the slain theocracy's policies as its leadership began preparing for the next wave of players by directing its various institutions to expand recruitment, education and training. Bogdan was involved in preparing his generation for what could happen. Entering the ranks of the priesthood as an acolyte, Laurel underwent a training program that included not only the rigorous training of the theocracy, but also the study of events related to the player waves, in particular, the events of the 8 Kings of Greed, the 13 Heroes, and the 6 Great Gods of the slain theocracy. The vast majority of representatives of this generation did not understand what they were being prepared for. Although his time as an acolyte should have prepared him for those times to come, he ultimately found his calling elsewhere. In the north, the calls of advancing human civilization drew young Laurel away from his homeland to answer the growing need for priests and missionaries who could help the growth of human kingdoms as well as spread the faith of the 6 Great Gods. At the age of 18, while looking for a place to serve humanity, he met Ainz Ooal. The fearless ranger earned his admiration and respect, and Laurel settled in Wardenvale, faithfully serving the barony as a priest for 4 generations. After receiving news of Riesta's defeat at the Battle of Katz Plains, Bogdan led the people of Wardenvale in an exodus, intending to lead them to safety in the slain theocracy. After some time, he, along with those who followed him, disappeared in the desert on the way to their destination. Volume 1 Chapter 17. Lyudmila's anxiety grew as she was led out of the main building and along the swept garden paths towards the royal villa. The fading evening light cast a fiery orange glow over the surrounding area, and the shadows of the area lengthened across the untouched area around the palace building. Her guide continued to maintain perfect posture even as she walked forward. Her back was straight, her arms folded neatly in front of her. The maid's hips did not sway, her head did not sway as she walked forward with a measured gait. Even her light decoration, a simple azure bow with a matching belt tied with a button, did not disturb the image that she created, the image of an ideal and proper maid. Despite living in the rough and wild borderlands and knowing little beyond the basics of aristocratic behavior, the maid's self-control was such that Ludmila felt forced to imitate elements of posture in order to fit in. When she did this, it invariably caused other comparisons between the maid and herself, which in turn increased her growing anxiety. In figure and form, in grace and manners, Ludmila, it seemed, clearly did not meet all the parameters. She knew that the Riesti's royal family had a custom of hiring young, unmarried noblewomen from noble families as maids in the Valencia palace, but she felt that the woman gliding across the cobblestones in front of her would easily outshine any of them. It was said that the dignity and skill of an assistant was reflected in the dignity and skill of his master, both on the battlefield and at court. If such an assistant served the Sorcerer King or even one of his vassals, no, especially if he did, then from what impossible heights of greatness did the Sorcerer King reign? She began to feel dizzy as her sense of self continued to diminish, and after they walked to the entrance of the royal villa, she finally felt the need to speak up. "Wait, please, wait." The maid immediately reacted by slowing her pace and smoothly turning to face her. Even this simple action seemed too graceful to be possible. "This is unfair," Ludmila exclaimed in despair. She felt like an incredibly uncouth hillbilly in the face of such behavior. The maid looked at her for a moment with an unreadable expression on her face, and then smoothly straightened her skirts in a deep curtsy. "This one's name is Urialfa," her calm, soft voice sounded in response. "I offer my most sincere apologies for not introducing myself earlier, Baroness Zaradnik." Urialfa stood up with a warm smile. "How can I help?" The fact that the maid misinterpreted her ambiguous expression caused a small crack in her ideal image, but Lyudmila's feelings of confusion remained. "I cannot appear before the Sorcerer King," she said. The tall woman arched a cold eyebrow. "Are you saying that you refuse the Royal Council's agenda?" Lyudmila's mouth opened for a moment before she tried to explain herself. "I want to say that I'm not presentable right now," she said. "I am dressed for traveling on open roads, my boots are dirty, I need time to correct my inappropriate appearance." Traveling with Momin, she had covered a considerable distance and did not intend to appear before her king in a dusty jacket and dirty boots. Her hair had been lying under the scarf for several hours, and she didn't even want to know what it had turned into along the way. Her thoughts went back to Countess Yezna and her scolding. Indeed, she was the only noblewoman in the room dressed like that. She was clearly not ready for official business. Her bags had been taken by a pair of maids who had been tasked with delivering them to her place of residence, so she had no idea where they had gone. Once again, events overwhelmed her, and she was left in a confused and pitiful state. "His Majesty is currently attending to business elsewhere," Urialfa said. "The King's Council will receive you on his behalf." The information was unexpected, but Ludmila still continued to delve into herself with what little pride she had left. "Since they act on his behalf, then I must behave appropriately. I will disgrace House Zaradnik by showing such disrespect for my new ruler." Urialfa was silent, as if pondering her words. Her hand rose and she adjusted the frame of her glasses slightly. When they moved, Ludmila realized that the light coming from the entrance to the villa was not reflected in them. The maid's glasses did not have lenses. "Well, fine," Urialfa said, "but since your presence has been requested as soon as possible, we cannot give you more than a few minutes to make sure there is nothing untoward." It didn't take long to find a well-furnished living room, where Ludmila found a mirrored cabinet placed along the wall while Urialfa opened the curtains. She carefully removed the scarf, but was relieved to find that her hair was not a complete mess from the long hours of travel. As she began to slowly comb them with her fingers, a small comb appeared over her shoulder. Urialfa stood behind her. Ludmila accepted the comb with an expression of gratitude and began combing her hair while Urialfa worked to remove the specks that had stuck to her clothes during the journey. They worked in silence until Yuri Alpha stood up, prompting Ludmila to return the comb. Taking a final look at herself in the mirror, she felt as if she were going to fetch water from the river, and not to an official audience with the king. The smells of the damp forest paths still wafted towards her. She hoped she wouldn't stand too close to anyone. They returned to the corridor and continued towards the council chamber at the back of the villa, and Ludmila looked at the majestic engravings that adorned the walls, wondering how she should present herself. Although the barony of Zaradnik was an independent possession of the outskirts of E-Rantel, Lord Rietenmeyer ruled it as royal provost, while simultaneously serving as the city's mayor. His character did not match his austere appearance, and his interactions with Baron Zaradnik, who had the same direct and pragmatic character, spoke nothing of the pomp and officialdom befitting a meeting with the ruler. Ludmila sighed, turning her face forward again. They turned the final corner leading into the audience chamber, and Yuri Alpha led her to a row of chairs that lined the wall opposite the massive ironwood doors that marked the entrance to their destination. "Please take a seat, Baroness Zaradnik." Yuri Alpha turned briefly to talk to her. "I will come in and inform the council of your arrival." Ludmila nodded in understanding, then settled down on the nearest chair. The entire row seemed to consist of identical stools with low backs and the same hard wooden seats, as if someone was telling those waiting to be received not to get too comfortable. However, after spending most of the day either on her feet or on horseback, the opportunity to rest was very welcome. Yuri Alpha closed the door of the council chamber behind her, and Ludmila looked both ways before stretching, trying to relieve the tension that was holding her mind and body. As she did this, a muffled female voice was heard through the door. It seemed to be the only voice coming through the door. It sounded for several minutes, then stopped, and after a short silence began to sound again, repeating the cycle over and over again. She imagined that this was exactly what she had sounded like as she relayed instructions, called out numbers, and made recommendations in Warden Valley. Even her own family was looking for a way to escape after too much had been thrown at them. However, unlike her family, she did not think that any of the king's advisors would rush into the hall in a desperate attempt to escape. After what seemed to her to be at least 40 minutes, the female voice stopped completely, gradually losing its dynamics. Ludmila rose from her seat and walked to the door, waiting for her to be called. She stood patiently nearby, straining her ears in anticipation of the approach of someone who would come out from within and announce her entry. However, the first sound she heard was the rustling of fabric and vague movement, and then a soft female voice came from inside. "Well, if that's all there is, I suppose I should find this Baroness Zaradnik." After a short pause, Ludmila heard the light clicking of heels approaching the doorway at a slow, measured pace. The heavy ironwood doors swung silently open, allowing a figure to step out of the room and into the hallway. Ludmila quickly checked her posture and prepared to greet her, but they did not pay the slightest attention to her. Bright crimson eyes briefly flashed at her from behind an elegantly made fan. The figure turned without breaking stride, the hem of her black dress swaying slightly on the polished marble floor as she walked down the hallway. Ludmila stood with her mouth open. Her greeting remained unspoken, as they rushed past her in the blink of an eye without saying a word. She barely had time to turn her head to look at the woman who walked past her before a wave of murderous rage erupted from the still open door. She froze in horror until her instincts forced her to get to her feet and run down the corridor. She didn't dare turn her head to look into the room as she rushed past. Instead, she followed the woman who had long since disappeared around the corner leading to the main corridor of the building. Only when the exit from the royal villa appeared did Ludmila slow down, trying to control her panicked breathing. With her heart pounding, she looked in the direction where the woman continued to walk forward. She did not pay attention to Ludmila's flight along the corridor. Through the clear crystal of the interior doors, she saw her standing in the building's lobby. Two other women stood next to her. Their beautiful curves were silhouetted in the evening light beyond the entrance, ivory figures draped in alabaster fabric. One stepped forward to open the door when the fan in the first woman's hand slammed shut and disappeared into her sleeve. At the end of the movement, the handle of an umbrella appeared above her wrist. Ludmila blinked. This accessory mysteriously appeared out of thin air without a single word or gesture, making her wonder if she had collapsed from fatigue after a long journey. However, the remaining escort did not pay attention to this inexplicable phenomenon. She bent at the waist, stretching out her arms in front of her. Ignoring the offer of help, the hostess walked out of the lobby, opened her umbrella in a smooth motion and threw it over her right shoulder, and then headed down the path through the gardens of the villa. The door closed with a quiet whisper, and the two escorts took their places, walking on either side of their mistress. Ludmila stepped forward to place her hands on the handles of the interior doors, then stopped. As her thoughts cleared the haze of terror, she realized that although events had led her to this point, she had no idea what to do now. The royal council meeting had apparently ended, but she was never brought in to be introduced. No one came for her, and the man who seemed to be looking for her simply left without saying a word. Should she remain in the royal villa until the work for which she was brought is completed? Should she continue to follow the lady who just left? Feeling completely lost, she wished for E-Rantel or a moment to appear and explain to her what was happening. I guess if the bugs get too big, they can't crawl under the doors. Just when she thought about looking for Momin, cold and disdainful words pushed her from behind. She turned around sharply, finding that Nabe had at some point stepped out into the hallway behind her. She stepped towards the lobby, where Ludmila stood, holding the door with her right hand, and stopped behind her. Having long been accustomed to her inhuman appearance, Ludmila removed her hand from the door and met the gaze of the adamantine adventuress. Empty eyes stared at her from a featureless face, but the beautiful illusion overlaid on top had an expression that mirrored the tone of the words that had been spoken before. It occurred to her that this was the first time Nabe had addressed her directly, but her desire to understand her own confusion had left her no time to think about how she had been addressed. Momin, where? Ludmila began to ask about her partner Naba, but was abruptly interrupted. Momin went somewhere else on business, Nabe snapped. There's no reason to stay here. A finger impatiently tapped the adventurer's thigh. Nabe looked at her expectantly, as if she could conveniently disappear at the end of her sentence. What about the agenda? Ludmila asked. The council seems to have announced a break. Should I follow the lady who just left? Looks like she was looking for me. She still didn't understand what was going on, so her words simply flowed towards the adventurer as she weakly asked for clues. Nabe answered the question briefly, but her indifferent tone made it seem like she was just trying to get her out of the way. Lady Shalter took you away according to the orders she previously received from the Sorcerer King, she said. You belong to her now. The overseer of the Guardians has handed over your affairs to Lady Shalter. Lady Shalter. King. Ludmila felt that the answer left even more questions, but as she repeated the adventurer's words, the finger tapping stopped, and Nabe's cold gaze turned into a grin. Bugs should not block doorways. Move! Nabe's tone did not change, but Ludmila had the feeling that if she continued her questions, she would be swept out of the villa's hall, like some uninvited insect. She turned and opened the door, stepping out into the evening air. The sun had disappeared behind the inner walls of E-Rantel, and the tall lanterns of the central district now illuminated the empty streets. As she walked through the gardens and down the path leading from the entrance to the royal villa, she heard the sound of metal on stone behind her. Ludmila turned her head to look over her shoulder and saw Nabe following behind. Walking under the next lamp, Ludmila noticed that Nabe was not dressed in the traveling clothes in which she had seen the adventurer at the beginning of the day. Nabe was wearing a black dress with white frills at the hem, but its many plate-like segments made it difficult to assume that she was simply out to admire some part of the city. Ludmila had never seen magicians in such armor before, but she had no doubt that the adventurer was equipped for battle. Your armor. Did something happen? Ludmila tried to start a conversation with the adventurer. To her surprise, Nabe answered. Overseer of the Guardians asked me to look into the problem in the southwest. Ludmila slowed down a little, thinking about Nabe's words. Did she mean the border? From what she had seen, there had been little in the way of internal threats on the way back from Warden Valley, such as bandits or roaming monsters. She looked up from her thoughts as the adventurer walked past her. If it's something on the border, said Ludmila, is there anything I can do to help you? I know the country around my barony quite well as its surroundings. If there is any information you would like. Lady Albedo provided me with everything I needed, Nabe snapped. Turning right, the adventuress came out onto the path leading to the gazebo where they had come earlier in the evening. Ludmila stopped, watching as the magician stepped onto the towering floor of the building. Since Warden Valley was abandoned, any invasion from the border would be unopposed, and hiring adamantium adventurers was beyond the means of her family. There was little she could do to repay the favor she had rendered to Lady Albedo, the overseer of the Guardians. But in her current situation, she could at least express her gratitude. Thank you for your help. Ludmila slightly bowed her head towards Nabe while the magician was preparing to leave. Nabe turned and looked at her with a strange expression on her human face. A few seconds passed before her face relaxed a little. Lady Shalter is not one to keep waiting, the adventurer told her. You shouldn't test her patience. With parting words, Nabe whispered a spell and disappeared. Volume 1 Chapter 18. Left alone with her thoughts in the empty garden, Ludmila examined the surroundings. Although only a short time had passed, she could not see the figure of Lady Shalter or her entourage anywhere. After standing for a while, she looked around the areas closest to the main street, turning her head back and forth. Finally, she stopped in front of the imposing gatehouse that marked the point where the main promenade led south into the city, and with a weary sigh, she crossed the threshold to peer over the wall. E-Rantel's layout suited its nature as a walled city. Although the city was protected by 3 massive curtain walls, the layout of the streets was such that invaders who broke through the walls were faced with a somewhat confusing city labyrinth. There were no strong points designed to counter enemy forces at every point after a breakthrough, but there were no clear and direct routes to important places. Even the main thoroughfares took winding paths through the buildings of the city on their way to the next gate. The character of some industrial areas in the main part of the city could be determined by sight and smell, but there were no clear written signs or signs to help outsiders navigate between the different parts of the city. To those unfamiliar with the city, much of its layout appeared to be a jumbled mixture of merchant houses, apartments, inns, warehouses, and institutions of all sorts, such as temples, guilds, and art institutions. Her family hired a wagon that took them to various warehouses, where they sold their goods to wholesalers, who in turn made a living by reselling their inventory according to market demands. She remembered how in her youth she had watched from the hard seats as they made their way through a veritable labyrinth of streets, buildings and squares. Even now, as her gaze followed the main road that descended the slope from the gate, she had no illusions that she would not get lost the further she moved from the entrance to the central district. Lady Shalter and her entourage needed to stand out among the townspeople, so she decided to ask all the townspeople she could find nearby how they got on. However, it turned out that the streets outside the inner walls were as empty as those inside. The lanterns, less ornate than those in the central district, shone with the same intensity, nevertheless illuminating the empty streets of the city, which lay in a still and eerie silence. E-Rantel was a major trading center, as well as a staging post for mercenaries and adventurers who worked to maintain the nearby Katz Plains, providing escorts for merchants and guarding the highways and roads in the surrounding area from threats. Even after the sudden and unexpected annexation, this work was not long in coming, and the city should have at least a little revitalized the streets. It was a strange sight, one that she would normally have thought more about if her own affairs had not been so pressing. Where could Lady Shalter go? Disappointment forced her to finally speak her thoughts out loud into the evening air. Finding no clues, she decided to turn back and see if the administrative offices in the central region could help her find the mysterious woman. The creaking of metal coming from the direction of the gate forced her to slow down mid-turn. Where the gate should have appeared in her field of vision, instead there was a dim reflection of herself. In front of her was a wall of dark, polished metal, twice her size, gleaming in the twilight. The sound continued as the wall of metal moved slightly. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed movement. From behind the massive tower shield, as she now realized, an arm was extended, covered with shackles of a similar material and pulled into a ragged sleeve. The hand ended in a clenched fist, from which one clawed finger protruded. As she followed the hand and eventually the finger, She realized that this was most likely the answer to the question she had asked herself. From her height, she could only see the crest of a shining helmet behind the top of the tower shield. The tall guard made no move, and the cape of his purple robe fluttered in the evening breeze, making a sound like the fluttering of a great banner. After standing in an awkward position for a minute, Ludmila silently nodded towards the shield as a sign of gratitude and headed in the indicated direction. Walking at a brisk pace, she did not immediately notice Lady Shalter's dark umbrella. The pale figures of her entourage could still be seen flanking her as she strolled casually 2 blocks ahead. It turned out that she hadn't actually gone far at all, it was just that E-Rantel's bizarre layout obscured her view. Breathing a sigh of relief, she slowed down and thought about how to present herself and the challenges facing her family's domain. As she calmed down and organized her thoughts, the primary task facing Ludmila formed an ever-increasing list of problems in her head. She was vaguely aware of Lady Shalter a few dozen steps ahead of her, but mostly focused within herself to figure things out. The most pressing problem was that the population of Warden Valley currently consisted of one person, herself. Without labor there would be no production or income. Stagnation and decline would soon set in. The usual means by which rural areas received immigrants, through petitions to the city government or through temples where hopeful settlers, refugees, and homeless people could be found, were not suitable for frontier possessions. You couldn't just become a farmer or any other single civilian profession. If the population was not accustomed to life in the wilderness and was not able to withstand the surrounding threats, it would not last long. The weak will simply become food for predators, and being known as a place where you can easily find food will only invite more uninvited guests. Although the Sorcerer Kingdom, according to Countess Yezd, had a standing army, Ludmila was not confident that it was capable of protecting the borders and maintaining constant readiness against possible attacks from the wilderness. It would only take an hour or two, and the entire village could be sacked by a tribe of demihumans if it did not have ready defenders. Warden Valley had established itself in the eyes of its wild neighbors as established human territory, but it only took the appearance of a curious scout or a desperate hunter to realize that the village was now open to invasion. She didn't like this idea at all, especially considering that Nabe had already left to deal with some problems in the area and she wanted to rectify the situation as soon as possible. Other problems concerned logistics, such as building a new ship to transport the village's goods and repairing old infrastructure, as well as getting all the legal affairs in order. She also needed to ensure that her understanding of the law continued to match that of the new administration. In addition, she needed to find out where her village's goods had gone and hire a cart to transport and sell them. But all these things would do her no good if she didn't solve the first problem. The only remedy that immediately came to Ludmila's mind was the one she ultimately followed. Her proud posture and lavish attire marked her as someone accustomed to high society, and according to Nabe, she was related to the Sorcerer King. Ludmila was not sure whether she was truly noble, but at least she had risen to such a position that her importance justified her presence at the royal court. If she was a powerful noble, the resources she might be willing to tap would make all of Ludmila's worries unnecessary in the end. Having made up her mind, Ludmila quickened her pace to catch up with the small procession. The lonely shadows falling on the buildings lining the street made her acutely aware of how much the city had changed compared to her past memories. Wood-frame buildings with wattle walls were sometimes 5 or 6 stories high, and even a small city block could accommodate a population several times larger than that of her entire fief. This usually meant that street life would be noisy as workers parted with their earnings in the evening, so the contrast with the reality she was currently experiencing created a dissonant feeling. All the doors were closed, all the windows were curtained. Occasionally, plumes of smoke rose from the chimneys, indicating that the houses were indeed inhabited, and that the inhabitants were burning fuel to keep warm in the cool of early spring. She couldn't understand anything. Ludmila understood that the events of Katz were, of course, terrifying, but E-Rantel himself did not seem to be harmed. The streets were unnaturally clean, and there were no signs of the looting or arson that one might think would accompany a brutal siege and occupation. Despite all the changes, the city still had work to do. Food, fuel, and rent had to be paid for somehow, and various organizations and businesses in the city had to operate to maintain trade and production. Walking forward, she saw Lady Shalter and her entourage cross a large square, passing one of the many militia posts dotted around the city. There stood a sentry, vaguely similar in appearance to the one who had given her instructions earlier. He had the same dark armor with bright crimson streaks, and he was not wearing the same cloak or robe. Instead of a bright, shining helmet, this sentry wore armor as dark as the rest of his armor. Dozens of sharp spikes protruded from his armor, and she became curious as to what the rest of him looked like, but, like the previous sentry, she could not look beyond the massive wall of dark metal that was his tower shield to see who stood behind him. The sentry stood motionless as she crossed the road in front of him, and then the fluttering of membranous wings caught her attention. On the lamppost facing the street from the security post, the beast was looking at her with shining eyes. The bright light from the enchanted lamp hanging on the pole reflected off his copper skin and cast a large shadow of a winged creature on the tall building that overlooked the guardhouse. She continued to look down at him as she passed under the lamp, and he grinned back, like a sinister gargoyle come to life. Ludmila saw and heard about them only from books and stories of bards, but their descriptions coincided so much that she was immediately able to identify this creature. The creature itself was quite small, so when it appeared she felt more wary than threatened. Ludmila thought about her relatively calm reaction to the supposedly evil creature, and lowered her head to look out the window from which the duty officer usually looked out. Considering how quiet the city was, she thought it might not be worth serving, but the shabby figure scurrying around inside proved otherwise. A withered hand appeared on the counter, and the figure leaned forward, revealing its appearance. She followed the flowing black fabric of his robe until her gaze settled on his face. 2 points of angry crimson light flashed in response. It was the face of a dead man, weathered over countless centuries. His flesh was dry and his thin lips stretched into a creepy grin as he looked at her from the guardhouse window. She let out a frightened cry and immediately fell, hitting the stones of the pavement. She rose to her feet and ran to the square. Rows of counters and benches filled the space. There were usually hundreds of merchants displaying their wares, and many times the number of townspeople, travelers, and others browsing the vast selection of goods. But like the street from which she had emerged, it was quiet and empty, the evening wind blowing with a lonely groan across what should have been the bustling center of city life. There was no sound or movement, but she didn't dare turn around to look over her shoulder as she ran forward. As she began to appreciate her surroundings, she began to notice other things. The undead she encountered at the guard post were not the only ones. Several similar figures in black clothes flew over the square, disappeared from the roofs and disappeared from view, and soon others appeared, heading in different directions. There was a guardhouse in each corner of the square, and the one she was quickly approaching looked the same, a tall, dark watchman with a tower shield and an imp sitting on a lamppost. Nothing responded to her panic, but she made a wide detour around the post, following Lady Shalter and her entourage, who seemed completely unperturbed as they passed by. Slightly outraged by this spectacle and the fact that she seemed to be the only person reacting to everything, Ludmila pulled down her skirt and carefully examined the street along which they were walking. As she continued to explore her surroundings, she recalled her encounter at the first security post, remembering every detail. Several minutes passed before their winding path led to another small square. She walked straight to the militia post ahead and tensed. If any of the townspeople saw her, she thought they might scream in warning or horror. Perhaps they would have been surprised at her stupidity and would have waited for the inevitable terrible result. But when she stepped right in front of the sentry and his darkly gleaming tower shield, Ludmila did not feel that she was being watched. As she scanned her way through the city streets, she refocused her perceptions. Even in the presence of the undead, E-Rantel was not harmed, and not a trace remained of the massacre of its inhabitants. The sentries did not react to her presence, and nothing followed her as she fled in panic. The only time she received any response was when she received instructions from the guard at the entrance. She looked up at her reflection in the shield, at the crest of the helmet peeking above it. The demon sitting on the lamppost looked down at her, but she resolutely ignored his grinning grin. Poking her head out from behind the shield, She carefully looked at the sentry on the side. Eyes glowing with an angry crimson light looked at her, but the watchman did not move. When Ludmila examined the facial features behind the open helmet, she had no doubt that this sentry was undead. She suspected that each of the dark, armored warriors she passed were also undead, but their behavior was unlike any undead she had seen before. From time to time, the wild tribes in the upper reaches of the river came into conflict with each other, and the corpses resulting from their battles were washed downstream. From these corpses, undead sometimes emerged, such as skeletons and zombies, which emerged from the water, attracted by the abundance of life in Warden Valley. They immediately gave chase to hundreds of geese wandering across the marshy floodplain, creating endless, annoying noise until a handful of villagers showed up to put an end to it. Since she couldn't even sense how strong they were, these undead were much stronger than the skeletons and zombies that appeared in the barony from time to time. But they didn't seem to care about the living except to watch them. Although they were not inclined to interact with her like the human military, for example, they were still sentinels. Ludmila turned and walked away from the sentry, passing by the guardhouse. Looking out the window, she saw that the same undead who had previously scared her to death was sitting there and looking at her. She followed him with her gaze as she walked past the guardhouse, pleased with the result. Although it seemed that death stood in the streets and flew in the skies above, the truth was that E-Rantel was besieged by the ghost of his own fear. Ludmila continued to walk down the street where Lady Shaltir had gone, no longer paying attention to the undead guarding the city. Duty is not afraid, and time does not wait. Volume 1 Chapter 19. By the time Ludmila caught up with Lady Shaltir again, they were crossing another, smaller square in the western part of the city. The evening light darted between the streets and buildings, coloring their path with its fading radiance. The dark folds of Lady Shaltir's dress swirled in contrast to the pale white figures of her entourage. The luxurious fabric seemed to greedily absorb the remains of the day. The umbrella was still laying on her shoulder, sometimes swaying lazily and obscuring Ludmila's view. Even though she knew roughly what she needed, Ludmila still struggled to find the right words to convey her message to Lady Shaltir. After she calmed down in the presence of the undead, other fears appeared. Fears that if she yielded to them even in the slightest, even unconsciously, she would doom her estate to destruction. So she continued to follow her in silence, learning what little she knew about dealing with Highbarn and deciding what forms of etiquette should be observed. She followed them to the exit of the square, along the large road that wound between the buildings. She still felt unnaturally empty. No one peered out of the shuttered buildings on either side of the road to watch their procession. At every intersection, dark sentries stood under street lamps, silently defying any opposition. As they covered the distance, Ludmila wondered if their path would continue in a winding circle around the rest of the city and lead them to the northern entrance to the central area. She moved closer to the trio ahead of her, thinking that their journey would continue further into the less respectable and poor areas of the city, and then she noticed that the group in front of her had slowed down. Looking towards the guardhouse on the wall that separated the poorest areas of E-Rantel from the rest, she saw two more of the same dark sentries standing on either side of the closed gate. Across them lay a heavy wooden bolt. It became clear that the poor quarter was closed. There were no signs of activity beyond the wall, and Ludmila wondered why this was so, and whether there were still inhabitants inside. Her question remained unanswered when, a few blocks before the gates, the retinue turned into an alley between a pair of noticeable buildings, a large inn designed to accommodate all kinds of guests, with a tavern on the ground floor and a warehouse belonging to the Merchants' Guild on the other. Unlike the main streets, the city's small alleys were not paved and had damp patches left over from the wet winter season in the lowlands. The area closest to the street was the loading dock of a warehouse, and many wooden planks of varying lengths were laid on top of where wagon wheels had carved muddy ruts in the alley. Peering into several open loading bays, she saw that the building appeared to be abandoned, with only scraps of paper and a few discarded boxes littering the warehouse floor. The inn across the street was closed and locked, as were many of the other buildings in the city that she had seen along the way. As they left the warehouse, the height of the surrounding buildings decreased, but the alley narrowed to a width that could only accommodate pedestrians. Leading the way were Lady Shalter and her entourage, women in alabaster robes walking before and behind their mistress. Ludmila slipped behind them, not wanting to wander too far into the lonely passage. The alley was no longer as straight as it was closer to the main street, and as it progressed it deviated first in one direction, then in the other. Now their path looked more like a narrow canyon than a city alley. The ground beneath her feet remained wet and muddy from what little sunlight she had probably seen during the day. She tried to stay on her feet as they walked along the alley, avoiding the puddles and potholes that periodically appeared along the way. After some time, Ludmila felt a breath of cold spring breeze penetrating between the crowded buildings. There were faint notes of wood smoke wafting along with it, and she raised her gaze to look far ahead at the first signs of life she had seen in the capital since her short visit to the royal villa. Shadows cast by the flickering orange flames of an invisible fire danced on the wall of the alley. The details were still too far away to make out, but the smoky air carried the distinct smells of human habitation, the aroma of cooking food, the smell of sweat and worn fabrics. As she approached, it became increasingly lighter around, and faint whispers could be heard through the haze of the fires. Large cast iron cauldrons hung above them. From above, she noticed open windows, in which people of different ages could sometimes be seen. Many looked down with curiosity at the small group that had come from the main streets. After walking quite a bit, the alley turned into a small courtyard located in the depths of cramped buildings. High barbecues were placed in the corners of the roughly paved area, and several men and women stood around them, talking to each other in low tones. Despite signs of recent cleaning, there was no hiding the age of the buildings that surrounded the open space. There were yellow and brown watermarks on the walls. Along them were stains of whitewash and old clay plaster. This small corner in the depths of the city seemed to be forgotten by time, a return to an era when the city was still young and the streets and buildings were less grandiose. Even the materials used to construct the buildings and the layout of the courtyard looked completely different from the main thoroughfares of the developed city they had left behind along with its cobblestone roads. Perhaps only those who lived nearby knew about the existence of this hidden square. A middle-aged man with an unmarked load on his shoulder crossed the road in front of them, leaning slightly in respect to the group as he passed. His gaze lingered on the women, but his pace did not slow as he disappeared into the narrow alley, wherever he was going. Judging by the reactions of the people who noticed them, this was not the first time they had seen Lady Shalter and her entourage in this secluded corner of the city, which was far from the eyes and patrols of the undead. From the way people carried themselves and interacted with each other, one could tell that they were ordinary people, but they did not have the fresh appearance of those living in rural areas, for example in Warden Valley. Although they seemed to do their best to maintain their appearance, many wore clothes stained with the dirt, grime and sweat of city life. These were the townsfolk who worked in the alleys and buildings behind the clean storefronts of E-Rantel's shops, guild offices, and warehouses, the arms, legs, and backs that supported the city's pillars of commerce and industry. While Lady Shalter made her way to the center of the square, Ludmila looked for a place where she could quietly observe people without disturbing them. Two women standing under the same barbecue noticed their passage, and after a few short phrases, one of them hurried to hide in the short doorway of a neighboring building. The remaining woman turned to approach one of Lady Shalter's maids. Standing in the unoccupied space behind the group, Ludmila could not make out what the woman was saying, bowing her head, but the low, condescending tone sounded like some kind of petition. The escort was silent and did not make any movements, listening to the woman. At the sound of a woman's voice, Lady Shalter and her remaining escort walked towards a small pile of boxes where another escort with a slightly different hairstyle stood holding a tablet. Their mistress stopped and turned to survey her surroundings, looking back at the road they had come on and the small groups of people going about their business. Another escort moved forward to meet a woman standing by the boxes, who began to talk at length, holding a clipboard in front of her and occasionally gesturing with a pen in her other hand. The warehouse worker's manners belied her beautiful appearance, and Ludmila watched in bewilderment from the sidelines as the two quietly talked to each other. The return of the first escort made Ludmila notice that Lady Shalter was standing in the center of the courtyard. She continued to stand with her back turned to her and listen to what the escort was saying. 4 long shadows stretched from her figure, cast by the barbecues in each corner, and danced across the ground as the fire flickered and crackled around her. The umbrella disappeared somewhere, and the long fan returned to her left hand. Having received a slight nod from her mistress, the maid, in turn, looked in the direction where the petitioner stood and motioned for her to approach. The woman approached the building where her companion stood, supporting a third girl in the doorway, and together they helped her forward to the lady in silks who was waiting in the center of the courtyard. As the trio came into view, a memory from last year came to mind. The frightened and pained cry of one of her brothers as their father jerked his ears sharply to avert his gaze from the tastelessly dressed and decorated women standing on the street corner. It was evening. They were returning to the central area on an empty cart through the streets of the city, and her father, preoccupied with scolding his sons, did not notice that his daughter was also examining their appearance. The 2 women supporting the third, although not as flamboyantly dressed as the ones she remembered, were most likely prostitutes. Slowly making their way forward, supporting the girl, the 3 women appeared in front of Lady Shalter, looking down. After helping the girl kneel before her, the first 2 stepped back respectfully, bowing repeatedly, and then stopped and stood silently at the edge of the square. The woman, kneeling on the ground, wrapped in a short, threadbare blanket, shivered from the cold of the early spring evening. She had a thin, shabby appearance, and her skin was riddled with cuts and bruises. There was a dark spot above her left temple where she had suffered a head injury, and a deep cut smeared her blonde hair with dried blood and glistened slightly as it continued to ooze. Her light blue eyes flickered in and out of focus as she looked at the hem of Lady Shalter's dress. The girl seemed not quite herself. Ludmila looked again at the wound on the woman's head and decided that she must have received some other, invisible injury from the blow. The appearance of the wounded woman attracted the attention of several passers-by, who were alarmed by her bloodied appearance as she was carefully led into the tiny square. As they stood and watched, others slowed down and stopped to see what was happening. Silence reigned in the courtyard, and in the end only the occasional crackling of the barbecue broke the stillness of the night air. From the corners of Ludmila's vision, people scattered across the rough, cobbled courtyard could be seen watching 2 figures in the center of the square. The sudden silence caused residents to appear in the windows overhead, searching for the source of the uncharacteristic silence in the air. Lady Shalter stood silently in the spotlight, as if waiting for the silent atmosphere in the air to rise even higher. Then, without words or dramatic action, she extended her hand to the woman kneeling before her. As she extended her hand forward, Ludmila's eyes widened and she noticed for the first time what had been hidden from her sight as she followed Lady Shalter around the city. Where a thin, graceful hand with beautiful porcelain skin shone in the firelight, there was pale flesh stretched over a tendon extension. It was much longer than a normal human's, ending in a hand with elongated fingers topped with nails too long and sharp to be human. Resting her chin in her hand, the woman did not react in any way to this monstrous sight, and Ludmila realized that this was something perceived only by her through her talent. Ludmila's thoughts were spinning in her head, trying to understand what she was seeing. Lady Shalter tilted the woman's chin up so that she was completely facing her, and in a moment her clear feminine voice could be heard across the entire square. Regeneration. A bright magical glow briefly engulfed the woman, and the bruises visible on her face and body disappeared without a trace. The wound on her temple closed and the spell stitched up the cuts on her skin. The girl blinked as the pain that must have accompanied her wounds gradually subsided. Her jaw tensed to speak, but the fingers that grabbed her chin continued to hold it tightly. Lady Shalter's voice came again. Treatment. A second, dimmer light flashed above the woman. This time she froze in place, looking at Lady Shalter. In the silence that followed, a tear rolled down one cheek of the woman, then down the other. And then she collapsed to the ground, quietly sobbing. By the third breath, her quiet, drawn-out sobs grew into a howl that filled the night air. The woman tightly grabbed the hem of Lady Shalter's dress, pouring into it a life full of despair and anxiety, fear and shame. At the edge of the square, 2 women who had brought their companion forward were also wiping away tears. Although the sobbing woman clinging to her dress was at least half the size of Lady Shaltir, her small figure did not waver. Indeed, she seemed to be completely oblivious to the crying woman at her feet. Instead, she returned to observing her surroundings. Volume 1 Chapter 20. The events unfolding in a small square at the back of the alley had by the time attracted a crowd of people. Some came from nearby alleys, and many others occupied the windows overlooking the dimly lit square. They silently watched the woman's heartbreaking sobs, not wanting to disturb the scene taking place in front of them. From her place behind the makeshift stage, Ludmila silently digested the events that appeared before her. Until this moment, she could not understand how they had developed until now. The reason why this high-born lady, who had a direct connection with the king, walked halfway across the city to some forgotten gateway on the edge of the slums was a complete mystery. The discovery that Lady Shaltir was a divine spellcaster shed light on the questions that kept popping up in Ludmila's mind. It would be uncharacteristic for a priest to come and minister to the people. Were her attendants, in their fine alabaster robes, acolytes? Their identical appearance suggested this idea. The light, almost transparent fabric of the robes of her companions could be found in warmer regions of the world. However, Lady Shaltir's black dress and bolero with silver and crimson highlights did not match the robes of any faith she had ever encountered or read about. What kind of priest is this? She asked herself. Cleric. Lady Shaltir's voice brought Ludmila out of her thoughts and she focused her attention on her. A cleric, the correction sounded again, not a priest. And then she realized that at some point she had voiced her thoughts out loud. Although the words silenced her again, she couldn't hide the doubtful expression painted on her face. Clerics were part of the priesthood in every religion she knew. Although they were often trained and specialized in the battlefield, they usually did not mind being called priests. Looking at the back of the small figure standing in front of her, she could not imagine a woman much smaller than herself standing at the forefront of battle, supporting her allies and bringing down divine wrath on her enemies. "But are you here to serve people?" asked Ludmila. For the first time since they met, Ludmila caught Lady Shaltir's attention. So she quickly put aside her doubts about the previous statement and began bombarding her with questions. Just as Bogdan took care of the needs of his village, so the priests of large cities served their population. They provided spiritual guidance, carried out philanthropy, and although they legally held no political power in Riestais, the temples had some cultural influence and certain rights to use divine magic. She voiced her question, and Lady Shaltir's posture tensed for a moment. There was a short silence. The fan she was lazily fanning in front of her face slammed shut. She turned smoothly, tilting her head slightly, and the silken folds of her dress swirled around her. Although Ludmila mentally steeled herself after seeing the cleric lay his hands on the beaten and sick prostitute, she felt herself inhale sharply as what she now saw left her feet rooted to the ground. Like Nabe of Darkness, Lady Shaltir had two manifestations. The first was an incomparable beauty, far surpassing the beauty of Nabe, something that Ludmila would not have believed if she had not witnessed it herself. The cleric's luxurious silver hair was tied in a ponytail that flowed down his back. Long thin curls fell over a thin, perfectly shaped face. Clear and bright crimson eyes looked at her under long silver eyelashes. In stark contrast to her pale, porcelain doll-like skin, her cheeks were full of life and her small, soft lips parted in the hint of an inviting smile. It was a mesmerizing appearance that anyone could fall in love with. Any feelings of jealousy or envy were swept away by admiration and lust. Wealth and power, beyond all reasonable limits, were worth nothing compared to even a fraction of her favor. She had a legendary beauty, capable of overthrowing states and starting wars that would set the world on fire, and the world would gladly turn to ashes for her sake. But even when Ludmila stood, spellbound by this vision, her talent told her that under the first appearance was hidden a second, more terrifying one. Like the hand she had seen earlier, pale flesh was drawn over a face that evoked a dark and primal fear from deep within. Her mouth was open in an incredibly wide, crepey smile, and pale lips thinly stretched around it. Along the entire inside of the mouth was row upon row of viciously curved, needle-sharp teeth, similar to the mouths of lampreys that were sometimes found attached to the sides of fish caught in the river. A long red tongue moved sinuously inside, passing over the teeth like a fleshy rasp. Glowing crimson eyes sparkled from dark sockets, and Ludmila felt like nothing more than a helpless prey. Even the shiny silver strands that framed her face seemed about to move on their own. While Ludmila stood frozen at the sight, Lady Shalter seemed to be watching her reaction. The corner of Lady Shalter's mouth twitched, and when it seemed like she couldn't get anything more out of the frozen girl in front of her, she straightened up from her flirtatious pose and spoke. "By the will of Ainz Ooal Gown, the Sorcerer King, his domain is a beacon of prosperity and harmony for the entire world." Lady Shalter's answer was clearly intended not only for Ludmila, and her soft, measured voice echoed lightly throughout the square. "By the grace of His Majesty, you are given protection as his citizens." The hand holding the closed fan rose above the spectators surrounding the square as she turned away from Ludmila with a majestic gesture. Her feminine figure swayed seductively in the light of the barbecue as she returned to the center of the square. By this point, Ludmila could see a crowd of people gathered in the surrounding area, and even people were looking down from the roofs of houses. Lady Shalter's gait slowed as she returned and stood next to the stacked boxes again. The heeled prostitute gathered herself and knelt down with her companions. The cleric's gaze scanned the surroundings and finally settled on the wooden containers standing in front of her. Following her gaze, Ludmila saw that on the corner of one of the boxes there was a sparse-looking plant. With small white and yellow flowers, she recognized it as a plant that usually grows from cracks in the pavement and stonework of the city. Taking out a silk scarf, Lady Shalter carefully took the flower and placed it on the cloth to fold it inside. Then, holding the modest tribute in her left hand, she raised her right. Gate. Behind the crates, a hole opened in the air, similar to the one that appeared in the Warden Valley warehouse. Wide enough to accommodate several grown men, and just as tall, it hung silently in the pitch darkness. An acolyte with a quill and tablet walked over and stood in front of Lady Shalter. "Pandora's actor knows what to do with this," the cleric said, passing the wrapped flower to her assistant, who held out her palms to accept it. Lady Shalter's hand lazily pointed at the boxes with a dismissive gesture. "Download this." As she turned away, another servant came to pick up one of the boxes. Judging by the dull rumble he made as he collided with the others as he sank to the ground, the box was empty. As they passed another acolyte with a tablet, they stepped forward into a hole in the air and disappeared. A moment later the acolytes reappeared with identical boxes, but they made a more solid sound as they were replaced in their place. The servants walked back and forth, seemingly not getting tired and not paying attention to their burden. Watching the crowd, the servants eventually filled the space previously occupied by empty boxes and placed them neatly behind Lady Shalter. "It is His Majesty's will that his people will not be left without shelter and food." Lady Shalter's end of sentence was accompanied by the thud of the last box landing on the ground behind her. "It is His Majesty's will that his people be provided with security and stability to prosper, regardless of their ability, occupation or position." As Lady Shalter spun around the square again, her swaying movements and graceful steps seemed almost like a dance, more suited to the polished floors of a palace courtyard than the mud and puddles of an alley. The rich silks of her black ball gown fluttered over the ground as her sweet voice filled the square. The audience froze, frozen in place, looking at the vision before them. It was as if they had been transported into a song from a legend and witnessed a noble spectacle of the highest level. Their cramped and dirty alley became the majestic courts of some distant empire, where the lady standing before them conveyed not a message to the ordinary inhabitants of the conquered city, but an appeal to the heads of the great houses and the rulers who sat on the thrones. In one hand she held healing and salvation, in the other, peace, prosperity and hope for a great future. While she was speaking, all the servants returned and opened the boxes that had just arrived. They found food items, staple foods, vegetables and pieces of meat. Others contained skeins of flax and linen, balls of woolen yarn and spools of simple thread. Others contained coal and charcoal, as well as logs of firewood and brushwood. Many vital items were laid out behind Lady Shalter as she continued to speak, making her words simple and understandable. Those who seek to serve under his authority will be rewarded equally. Lady Shalter placed her hand on the shoulder of the woman she was courting. No mercy will be shown to those who dare to harm what belongs to him. With her free hand she motioned for the acolyte to come forward. Immediately one of the luxurious women, dressed in alabaster silks, stepped towards her and bowed deeply. The one who did this, Lady Shalter's voice was clearly heard in the square as she gave instructions. Find him and bring him here. The woman looked up and Ludmila thought she saw a predatory glint in her dark eyes before turning away and walking straight towards the edge of the crowd on the opposite side of the square. It took a moment for the passers-by to realize that the last words they heard were an order, but when they realized it, there was a commotion in the direction the woman was walking. The crowd turned their heads. A small hole appeared in the wall of people, from which a tall, lanky man with the appearance of an ordinary worker emerged. He had already taken a few steps, trying to squeeze through the crowd, but it was too late. Paralys. The man froze mid-stride, magically paralyzed by Lady Shalter's spell, his arms stretched out in front of him as he tried to push through the wall of people standing in the way. Before those around him even realized what had happened, the acolyte was scooping him up, carrying him like a hollow wooden mannequin back to her mistress with no more noticeable effort than she had shown when delivering the filled boxes. Lady Shalter nodded, opening a new gate. The man remained frozen, rushing towards an unknown fate. The crowd's spellbound state was partially broken by the commotion, but the cleric's words still rang in their heads. Lady Shalter rejected the idea that she was a priest, but what happened conveyed a message more powerful than any sermon Ludmila had ever attended. As she looked around at the faces of those gathered in the square, everyone present was clearly touched by her words. No. Rather, it didn't move, but something took root. Although Lady Shalter's undisguised appearance had somewhat softened Ludmila's reception in her own eyes, she still felt the pull of her words. The colder, more calculating part of her mind rose in alarm. An ember had ignited in the hearts of the people, and from the depths of the humble alleys of E-Rantel it would spread and, perhaps, ignite all its inhabitants. It was something that many nobles longed for and feared at the same time, something that could become extremely dangerous if it got out of control. As she watched the people slowly disperse, the servants took up positions in the center of the square, distributing supplies among the queues that had formed after their mistress had left the stage. Charity was also one of the components of various beliefs, but from its abundance even the largest city temples would quickly become empty. While watching them work, Ludmila felt someone's presence next to her. Baroness Zaradnik. Ludmila looked down at the familiar voice, and her body jumped. Most of what was right under her nose was a gaping hole with needle-sharp teeth. She was very grateful to herself that she did not scream. Lady Shalter's small stature, of course, allowed her to move around unnoticed as long as she did not attract attention to herself. Ludmila wanted to ask her many things, but everything she was thinking about seemed to want to burst out at the same time, causing her mouth to open silently, and she said nothing more. The dark-robed cleric seemed amused by her reaction and lightly wrapped her hand around Ludmila's elbow. Let's talk in private somewhere else. Volume 1 Chapter 21. The couple appeared at the same gazebo that Ludmila had come to with Momin and Nabe earlier that day. Night had fallen on E-Rantel, and the cool air was refreshing after the crowded atmosphere of the smoky alley area. The wide open space under the clear night sky had a relaxing effect on Ludmila as she walked off the platform following Lady Shalter, who had let go of her hand upon their arrival. It looks like this gazebo is very popular, Ludmila said casually, stretching. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized what a slovenly appearance she had made, not to mention that she had spoken inappropriately to a member of the royal court. Her heart sank as she brought her hand to her mouth at her own rude behavior. All her efforts to organize proper protocol seemed to be in vain. Ah, this is the only place where teleportation is not prohibited. Responding to Ludmila's words, Lady Shalter glanced around the area, not even bothering to turn around before speaking. Ludmila blinked several times upon hearing this. While she hadn't even known teleportation magic existed until today, let alone that it could be limited, it didn't seem like a good idea to openly reveal the security measures publicly. Perhaps it wasn't as important as she thought. Lady Shalter's voice had lost its formal tone, leaving only her light, soft voice, which did not seem too different from the voice of a young woman around her age. Ludmila wondered if this meant that she herself could relax and drop formalities. Or perhaps Lady Shalter was kindly covering up for Ludmila's breach of protocol. Having decided that it was better not to tempt fate, Ludmila silently followed her, deciding once again to try to stay within the bounds of decency. Lady Shalter's servants remained to distribute supplies to the people gathered in the square, so the two of them walked through the empty streets of the central district. The few guest houses they passed had dim lights in their windows, so it looked like the nobles' meeting was already over. She would have to find a way to catch up. They crossed several intersections and circled around part of the royal villa before Lady Shalter turned and headed into the courtyard of what appeared to be an unoccupied guest house. Ludmila stopped at the gate and looked around the building. It was built in the same theme as the other houses in the central area. Unlike the wattle fence used to construct the buildings in the common area, these were carved primarily from limestone to match the aesthetics of the royal villa and nearby administrative buildings. This was not a simple guest house, but a large estate, about 10 times larger than the baronial manor at Wardenvale, including its timbered hall. There was a mailbox with the number 04 at the entrance to the courtyard, and Lady Shalter tiptoed inside. With her tongue pressed to her lips, she fumbled blindly in the drawer and finally pulled out a large black iron key. Turning back to the street, she handed it to Ludmila. "Milady, what?" "This will be your home in the city," Lady Shalter told her, "as long as you need it. In fact, these are the chambers that were allocated to me, since I am often called here for duties, but I did not use this place at all. I can get back to my own house pretty quickly, as you might have guessed." Ludmila accepted the key, feeling its weight in her palm. Guest houses in the central region were quite expensive. It was much cheaper to visit merchant taverns in ordinary areas of the city, and nobles with little spare money often resorted to their services. "As soon as I pay off the barony, my lady," she lowered her head, "I will return the rent to you." "That's not necessary," Lady Shalter waved her hand lazily. "I already use it for free." "Thank you for your generosity, Lady Shalter." When she stood up again, she found herself face to face with Lady Shalter, and it took all her will not to jump back in alarm. If Lady Shalter sensed that something had happened, she did not show that she was offended by it. "Of course you didn't follow me halfway across E-Rantel just to gawk at my face," Lady Shalter said. "If we want to have a heart-to-heart talk, it's hardly appropriate for young ladies to stand on the street in the dead of night." She was right, and Ludmila again found herself in an awkward position in the presence of the royal courtier. Fumbling with the key in embarrassment, she quickly walked across the courtyard of the guest estate to the ornately carved door and turned the lock. With a soft click, the door swung inwards, revealing a small foyer where she saw her bags laying in plain sight at the entrance. Breathing a sigh of relief that she now had nothing to worry about, she walked inside and looked around for a lamp. "What are you doing?" Lady Shalter's question came from behind the door. Ludmila poked her head out of the closet further down the corridor. "I am looking for a lamp, my lady," she answered, "or a lantern, or something similar, to help light the house." "But you don't really need it, do you?" Ludmila's hands stopped their search and she stepped out of the closet again to look at Lady Shalter with a blank expression on her face. "Beings with world vision do not need light to see," Lady Shalter answered the question that appeared on her face. Ludmila closed the box she was rummaging through and put it back in the closet. "Do you know about my talent?" she said carefully. "Of course," Lady Shalter replied. Moman clearly mentioned this in his report to the Guardian Overseer. Well, since it is a talent, he was not sure whether it was exactly the same thing or not, but in general. Lady Shalter extended her hand towards her, and an elegant wand made of clear crystal materialized in her hand. "Truesight. Well, what do you see?" Ludmila opened her eyes, shuddering when she felt a spell being suddenly cast on her. Turning her head, she looked around for a minute, finally returning her gaze to Lady Shalter. "Nothing," said Ludmila. "I mean, nothing has changed, my lady." Everything looks the same as usual. That's it, Lady Sholter nodded, and the rod disappeared again. Although there are some obvious differences between a spell that simulates world vision and the experience of those who naturally possess it, it should basically function the same. While they were talking, the smell of rain could be heard from the street. Looking outside the yard, Ludmila saw small drops begin to fall. "Please come inside, my lady," she said to her mistress, who was still standing at the door. "A person of your position shouldn't get wet on the street." Lady Sholter hesitantly stepped into the estate and, once inside, for some reason smiled to herself. Ludmila grabbed her bags and carried them further into the estate, memorizing its layout as she walked through its halls. She thought about how her talent worked. Ludmila always thought that the rest of the villagers saw as well as she did, or perhaps she just had a little better eyesight than the others. Activity around the village depended on the availability of daylight. Even border patrols set up camp in the evenings. She believed that this is how people behave. They work during the day and sleep at night, and therefore she did the same. While she was growing up in Warden Valley, she had no idea that she had a talent, but now that it had been discovered, she became increasingly curious about its possibilities. The estate was much larger than she had originally thought, with a large courtyard in the center of the building, surrounded by corridors leading to the various chambers of the estate. On one side of the courtyard there was a stone staircase leading, presumably, to the private rooms of the residents above. Ludmila slowly walked around the open space of the first floor, looking into every door, her steps accompanied by the patter of raindrops on the terrace. After going through a few doors, she found what she was looking for, the main hall of the estate, although it had been converted into something more than a large living room for entertaining guests. She walked inside and looked around the richly furnished room. The curtains were drawn, and although the room had all the furnishings of a rich noble estate, the polished surfaces of the tables and shelves were bare. There was a poof sound behind her. Ludmila turned around and saw that Lady Sholter had followed her into the room and was now seated on a long sofa that stood near the fireplace with an empty hearth. Seeing this, Ludmila moved to see if she could light a fire. "What are you doing?" Lady Sholter spoke from her seat, stopping Ludmila 10 steps from the fireplace. "I was going to light a fire to warm the room, my lady," Ludmila answered. "Come here and sit down." Her mistress' tone did not tolerate objections. Ludmila turned and walked towards where Lady Sholter was resting. Having chosen a large chair that faced the others, Ludmila placed her bags on the floor next to it. As she sat down, she noticed figures moving around them. 4 skeletons with weapons and armor materialized from the ground. Ludmila immediately stood up in alarm, but Lady Sholter, who was lying opposite her, did not make a single move, and she did not even seem to care. 2 skeletons approached the fireplace. One was walking back and forth from the firewood rack, putting logs into the fireplace, and for some reason the other was standing guard with a poker in his hands. When half a dozen logs were neatly placed on the hearth, the skeleton stopped and Lady Sholter, still lying on the sofa, raised her hand, extending it towards the ceiling. "Firespear." With a violent roar, a column of flame rushed down the chimney and pierced the logs stacked in the fireplace. 2 skeletons standing by the fireplace simultaneously flew into pieces and burned. The flames hit the hearth and exploded. The fire cast iron whistled over the edge until it buried itself in the couch right above where Lady Sholter lay. Ludmila, who was already on edge after the mysterious appearance of the undead, jumped onto the armrest of the sofa at the sound and stayed behind it, shielding herself from the flaming debris that was scattered throughout the room. After the pieces of wood and stone stopped falling around them, she thought she heard a quiet "oops" sound passing over the sofa. Leaning over the armrest, Ludmila was absolutely sure that this word did not even come close to describing what had happened. The large hearth had crumbled beneath the mantelpiece, and the polished stone floor within a 3-meter radius around the hearth was scorched and broken. The remaining 2 skeletons ran around, frantically picking up flaming pieces of wood and throwing them into the pile of rubble that had once been an extravagant decoration of the hall. One stopped to try to put out the fire that had caught fire on the curtains closest to the disaster. As the flames reached the fabric, the skeleton gave up and tore off the curtain, throwing it onto the flaming pile of what was left of the fireplace. Ludmila estimated how many gold coins had just gone up in smoke. She waved her hand in front of her face, coughing, trying to clear the traces of smoke from the air. As she was about to ventilate the room by opening the now bare window, she heard Lady Shalter talking on the sofa. Yes. No. Yes, it was me. What? Our fireplaces don't do that. No, you don't need to send anyone. It's okay. I say, it's okay. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Ludmila turned to look behind her, but did not see who Lady Shalter was talking to. This girl. Do you mean Baroness Zaradnik? She's fine, she. Lady Shalter craned her neck to look at the poker that remained embedded in the couch above her lounging figure. Alive. Of course she's alive. Don't sound so disappointed when I say this. Having opened the windows, Ludmila turned around and examined herself. Apart from a few splinters and soot stuck to the skirt, nothing bad happened. Outside, she saw that several of the tall sentries she had met throughout the city had gathered on the street in front of the estate, and the crimson points of light in their eyes were looking in her direction. She tried to wave them off the way someone would wave off a violation watchman, but they ignored her and continued to stand on the sidewalk, drenched in rain. She turned around just in time to see Lady Shalter climb out of the couch, brushing out her dress. Frowning, Lady Shalter looked at the fireplace poker halfway stuck into the sofa, grabbed the handle and pulled hard. The tool came out in one motion, but the pin caught on the contents of the soft back, pulling out a long trail of stuffing. With an expression somewhere between annoyance and embarrassment, she hurled the iron tool towards the destroyed fireplace, where it was buried all the way to the hilt in a pile of flaming rubble. The cleric waved her right hand in a dismissive gesture, and the two remaining skeletons dematerialized from their places. She turned to face Ludmila without meeting her gaze. Do you think there is tea in the kitchen? Volume 1 Chapter 22. As it turned out, there was no tea in the kitchen. Ludmila examined the empty pantry for several minutes before deciding that since no one lived in the estate, it meant that it simply had not been prepared for residence. In the end, she couldn't find any cups, dishes or other utensils anywhere, so Ludmila took 2 wooden cups from her luggage. Now they sat opposite each other at the kitchen counter, sipping from cups of river water they had collected before leaving Warden Valley. Long minutes passed under the sound of rain penetrating into the kitchen, and Ludmila quietly thought about how she had acted, as a kind host or as an insult. Lady Shalter was the first to break the silence between them, rubbing her nose and checking her fingers for soot. So, do you have any questions? She asked. Is there anything else you need besides accommodation in the city? Ludmila looked up from her cup of water. On the other side of the table, both figures seemed to be waiting impatiently. Then, do you know what my talent really is, my lady? She asked. Adventurer Moment of Darkness seemed to know what it was, but we parted before I could ask. She decided to start with what Lady Shalter seemed to be familiar with rather than dumping a whole bunch of problems related to her domain into her lap at once. Due to the disaster that occurred in the hall, the tense atmosphere of formality between them had largely dissipated. Ludmila thought this was a good opportunity to better understand this powerful woman on a more personal level. World vision is one of the most powerful sensory abilities known, Lady Shalter said. Since you were born with it, I believe that using it should be as natural to you as the other senses. As you already know, she allows you to see through darkness, but not only from the absence of light, she also sees through visual distortion maintained by magical means. She extended her hand towards the door leading to the courtyard and cast a spell. Dark. Impenetrable blackness appeared in the opening, but Ludmila saw it appear, and at the same time saw through it as clearly as if it were not there. Usually, Lady Shalter told her, people see only a wall of darkness in a doorway, but you must see through it clearly and clearly. Ludmila nodded, and the cleric continued her explanation. World vision ignores all magical or supernatural forms of visual deception in your eyes, even if they are not explicitly directed at you. Invisibility, optical illusions, Shape-shifting, even the most subtle shape-shifting through magic, will all be laid bare before your eyes. They should seem the same to you as I do now." Lady Sholter smiled, which was both beautiful and terrifying. Ludmilla didn't react and Lady Sholter pouted a little before speaking again. "You wisely limit other people's awareness of your ability," she said. "Vampires like me don't particularly care whether we are seen or not unless it compromises some other goal. But races whose natural advantages stem from their ability to change or hide their forms will likely react to you as a threat." Remembering Nabe at the beginning of the evening, Ludmilla was forced to agree. Although Ludmilla's talent seemed increasingly miraculous the more she learned about it, she was, after all, only human, and perception in the face of overwhelming violence would do little in light of her relative weakness. "Since you were born with the vision of the world as one of your natural senses, ordinary magical means of combating it will not work. Anti-split spells, items that protect against spying and anti-illusory magic, even the most powerful forms of visual deception based on magical or supernatural powers, those that your people consider to be something from the realm of the gods, are powerless against your ability." Ludmilla swallowed. Her own talent was beginning to frighten her. She raised her cup to wet her throat before asking the question. "Then how do you fight the vision of the world, my lady?" she continued. "Is there anything I should be careful of?" "Certainly." Lady Sholter pointed her finger at her. "Blindness." The noblewoman screamed in surprise as the world suddenly went dark. The wooden cup fell from Ludmilla's hands, but she did not hear it fall on the table or the floor. "If someone can deprive you of your sight in a way that the vision of the world cannot defeat," Lady Sholter told her, "then you become as blind as any other person who has lost their sight. If you sense some kind of contradiction that you can't confirm with your eyes, say, in a smell or sound, then obviously your ability won't save you. It's something that has to do with your vision, after all. A little it's boring how quickly you become calm, you know." Resistance to blindness. Ludmilla apologized, although she doubted whether it was worth doing. "I'm very sorry, my lady," she said. "I tried to pay attention to what you said." Blinking a few times as her vision returned, she realized that Lady Sholter might be a bit of a sadist. Or at least she seemed to enjoy teasing her. Ludmilla found her cup, which had been set aside, and reached out to pick it up again, continuing to listen. "There are a few more things that you should have understood by now," Lady Sholter continued. "World vision does not allow you to see through walls or clothing, so any spellcasting that creates something real will blur your vision, even if it was originally created through magic. But while you won't be able to see a face behind someone's mask, cloak, or armor, the usual light-based tricks to fool observers likely won't work on you, since you don't need light to see." Lady Sholter pulled out a long white silk glove from somewhere. As she pulled it onto her hand, Ludmilla furrowed her brows. Lady Sholter's elongated fingers seemed to shorten and began to fit the shape of the glove. The rest of the hand followed her as she finished putting on the glove, with no sign of what Ludmilla had observed earlier. Such an obvious thing had not occurred to her. Clothing and physical barriers were a normal part of her life, and she had not treated it as any special exception in the short time that she had realized her talent. And finally, just because you see the true form of others does not mean that you can also always deny the other forms they may take. Lady Sholter's bare hand reached out to her wrist. The grotesque appendage with elongated fingers and claws did not touch her. Instead, gentle, carefully groomed fingers lay on her skin. "The heteromorphic being will interact with you in accordance with its visible physical form," Lady Sholter told her. "If you see that your enemy is a mouse that has turned into a bear, this does not mean that it will not bite you. A human druid turned into a manticore will still hurt you when it releases its spines, and the poison will affect you the same way. The opposite is just as true. The hand around your wrist may appear to be a false form, but it is still real, and the nails of my true form will not dig into your flesh." Ludmilla made a mental note and asked the next question, making sure that Lady Sholter had finished her explanation. "How can I fight the methods of defeating the vision of the world described by you?" asked Ludmilla. Lady Sholter let go of Ludmilla's wrist, lightly stroking her cheek with her fingers as she thought. Well, there are various potions and items that protect against or eliminate these problems, although you will have to find out if they're sold here. As for mundane things, I suppose this will test your perceptual skills. As she said the last word, a sparkle appeared in her crimson eyes and her lips curved into a slight smile. What? I think I'm starting to agree with what Moment said at today's meeting, Lady Shalter said. Ludmila straightened up, expecting to hear what was said about her at the royal court. Although you are human and, of course, you react like a human, Lady Shalter said, you are very different from most of your kind that I have seen. When presented with things they fear, most avoid them. They become cowardly and hide or run away. A few, perhaps brave, foolish, or simply insane, mindlessly confront their fears. Perhaps in the name of another or in the name of some intangible ideal. Few will act as you do. In the face of things to be feared, you do not look for a way to avoid such danger. Instead, you ask questions. You analyze. You're planning. Even your polite manner of speech disappears as your true nature is revealed. After all, you want to attack and overcome something that could harm you. No matter how weak you are like us, to some extent. If Casitas were here, I suppose he would say that this is the way of the warrior or some other nonsense, but of all the people I have encountered, the only one who behaved like you is not one of yours. Pathetic warriors or even these so-called adventurers. I don't know who Casitas is, my lady, Ludmila replied, but it seems to me that it sounds something like. The way you describe it, it sounds like the mindset of a warrior. When you are what stands between your opponent and his goal, then you must do whatever it takes to win. Well, he was a little different, Lady Shalter said. He was a merchant, if you can imagine that. Of course, he was startled when he arrived and found the city occupied by the undead, but he quickly recovered and was quite angry that his business had been disrupted. He turned the entire city upside down looking for ways to continue trading until Sebas finally came out to deal with him and sent him on his way. This merchant was simply a miracle. We became curious why the rest of the people could not do the same. Lady Shalter pulled on her second silk glove and folded her hands on the counter in front of her. Her light, talkative tone took on a more serious tone. Moment suggested that you could solve some of the problems that are currently plaguing E-Rantel, she said. As you saw tonight, the townspeople are hiding in their homes. They only come out when they need to, and when they see Moment is in town. This Goraham, overseer of the Guardians, does not understand people and agrees to deal with them only to the point when, in her opinion, it is possible to encourage the useful. In her head there is order and responsibilities, an endless stream of numbers and rules, many conspiracies, schemes and mechanisms that set in motion the gears of what she imagines the kingdom of our Overlord should be. She believes citizens should feel safe when they are told they are. They must work when they are told to work, eat when they are told to eat, and die when they are told to die. You don't think the same, my lady? Ludmila asked uncertainly. If His Majesty declares that it is so, Lady Shalter replied simply, then, of course, it must be so. But that's not true. In fact, it's just the opposite. E-Rantel was allowed to enforce its own laws, and its vassals were given the freedom to do as they pleased. This means that he trusts us to govern according to his decisions with the flexibility that is necessary. Right? Ludmila thought about her words. Countess Yezn also said something about E-Rantel retaining the crown and ducal laws, but she did not hear anything about the king's cabinet freely ruling the country. This was an unheard of freedom, which, in her opinion, no ruling sovereign would tolerate. Lady Shalter continued as Ludmila pondered the Sorcerer King's decision. Anyway, Lady Shalter continued, if there is anything you can do to help this matter move forward, or if there is anything you need from me to help with this, just let me know. If this brings us even 1 millimeter closer to fulfilling His Majesty's wishes, I will be more than happy to do whatever I can to help. My specialty is combat, so the most I can do is help so that no one interferes with your work. Other than that, I don't know much about taxes, industry, citizens, and anything else that goes with it. Why, you can't talk like that, my lady, Ludmila answered incredulously. All these people in the alley. They were clearly touched by your words. Lady Shalter tilted her head curiously. Really? After all, we deliver goods to many areas of the city every day. I only decided to speak up after you said that you considered me a servant of the people. And even then, I only repeated the Sorcerer King's wishes for his new kingdom. If you really think that's all you've done, said Ludmila, then you must be incredibly gifted. Hundreds of people were captivated by your words and actions by the time you finished. The vampire sitting at the counter was frantically clutching her wooden cup. Assuming what you say is true, she drawled, I didn't tell them to do anything. What do you think could possibly come out of this? I don't know, answered Ludmila. Maybe all people needed was more confidence. What comes next may come naturally. The ringing of a bell somewhere nearby interrupted their conversation. Ludmila turned her head towards the sound and looked out the kitchen doorway. Large estates had offices, usually staffed by hired or personal servants. In this office there were several bells, which were turned on from different parts of the house and served as a signal for the staff on duty. However, since the house was not previously occupied, there were no such personnel present. The bell rang again, coming down the corridors from the room opposite. As Ludmila rose to answer, she felt a cool silk-clad hand reach out and grab her wrist. Wait. Ludmila looked back at Lady Shalter, who for some reason had switched to a low tone. Before she could ask for an explanation, she heard the sound of someone landing on the terrace with a slight splash. Soon, footsteps were heard from somewhere far away, accompanied by the sound of rain. The trepidation displayed by Lady Shalter created an ominous feeling as the sound approached. Baroness Zaradnik. Yuri Alpha's voice echoed through the empty courtyard and halls. Baroness Zaradnik, Yuri Alpha called again. Are you here? Are you okay? The tall figure of the maid appeared in front of the kitchen door and stopped. What is it? Baroness Zaradnik, are you here? It occurred to Ludmila that Yuri Alpha could not see through the darkness spell that closed the door. Yes, she answered hesitantly. Yes, I'm here. Oh, thank the gods, said the royal maid. Have you by any chance seen Lady Shalter? Ludmila turned to look at her mistress, who shook her head decisively in response. Lady Shalter, she. While Ludmila hesitated, Lady Shalter slid off the stool and stood on her feet. Greatleportation. ... Crap. During the commotion, Yuri Alpha ducked through a darkened doorway, rolled across the tiles, and rose to her feet with her fists held out in front of her in a fighting stance. Her gaze moved from Ludmila to Lady Shalter, and then to the vampire's hand, which grabbed Ludmila's wrist. Following her gaze, Lady Shalter quickly released her hand and hid it behind the counter. The maid narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Lady Shalter, did you just try to teleport with Lady Zaradnik? Why is the doorway shrouded in darkness? Yuri asked. And what were you trying to do with the girl here? There is a good reason for all this, The vampire tried to explain herself, but the maid relaxed her posture and turned to gently address Ludmila. You'll be fine, Lady Zaradnik, Yuri Alpha said in a soothing tone. His Majesty desires that all his subjects live in safety under his protection. It's just that Lady Shalter is a little nervous sometimes. As Lady Shalter hissed, Yuri Alpha continued in a comforting tone. Sitting in a dark kitchen and drinking water is not what a lady of your position should do, Baroness, she said. I took with me several maids, as well as a couple of sentries for your housing. I'll have them take your things to the dressing room and prepare a hot bath. We will change you into a new dress, and they will bring you a hot meal. Ludmila was delighted with the offer. After being tossed from one unfamiliar situation to another throughout the day, she was exhausted and this offer sounded very tempting. Lady Shalter didn't miss her reaction. Are you abandoning me for a hot bath? Lady Shalter exclaimed. Traitor! Her brows furrowed for a moment, then her expression brightened again. Wait, I can give you all this too, I guess. You will not bathe Baroness Zaradnik, Yuri Alpha stated categorically. But arg, why am I the bad one here? Why not? E-Rantel arched an eyebrow. I received an interesting report from one of the Death Knights returning from patrol. Obviously, a column of flame fell in the middle of a downpour directly on this very estate. I sincerely hope that nothing from His Majesty's city was harmed. Lady Shalter cowered behind the counter. How mysterious. I wonder how it happened. E-Rantel snorted, adjusting the frames of her glasses. Really? I'll let the handmaids in now, and the Death Knights will help restore order before they begin their duties as sentries. We might need someone for the roof too, considering how easily I was able to get in. The maid made a perfect turn and walked out of the kitchen, heading towards the entrance of the estate. Ludmilla looked back at the defeated Lady Shalter, who was leaning her cheek against the cold stone counter. Noticing her glance in her direction, Lady Shalter spoke in a subdued tone. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she said without raising her head. "Go freshen up, and I'll wait downstairs." Volume 1 Chapter 23. A noble house employs a huge number of servants, from noble butlers and maids to apprentices, cooks, caretakers and pages, to name just a few. These people serving an aristocratic estate are far from the petty imitations that sometimes appear on the job sporadically, functioning as part of the general hospitality to create a fleeting atmosphere of wealth and luxury. Members of a noble family are vassals who often serve as personal assistants to noble families in all worldly matters. In a world where everyday life often involves the risk of dangerous injury, death, or worse, a stable life of honorable service under the protection of a powerful family is a tempting prospect for those who lack the means to make it on their own, or for those who are confident that their management skills could be put to use using the wealth and influence of a noble master. However, no matter how inferior these positions may seem, those who show promise must undergo a rigorous selection process. Only those deemed suitable will be invited to take up positions of trust that provide access to the inner workings of the noble house and the private lives of their families. Freedmen may occupy the lowest rungs of the household hierarchy, while persons of noble blood may begin to work in positions appropriate to their education and upbringing. However, only those with experience and talent usually rise to the highest positions. A noble family can be thought of as a vassal family that most closely surrounds the family they serve. While individually they are not as prominent as their lords and ladies, collectively they are the most prominent aspect of a noble house. They carry the honor, will and pride of their houses, representing them in many aspects of daily life on the estate. Vampire houses are the dark side of noble houses. Willingly or unwillingly, they are tied to their master by eternal undead slavery. Ludmilla hummed to herself, sitting in front of a large dresser mirror and slowly combing her hair with an old, reliable lacquered comb, which she had used since childhood. She was already in high spirits, and the hot bath only improved it, as, undoubtedly, immersion in warm water helped to quickly dissipate the stress and worries of the day. Knowing that Lady Shalter was already willing to assist her in rebuilding Warden Valley eased the burden that had been plaguing her mind, and she now focused her thoughts on how best to solve the problems she had seen and heard in E-Rantel. One of the maids brought by E-Rantel hung around nervously, holding a spare towel, while the other was preparing her outfit for dinner. Judging by the sounds coming from below, several other people were working in the estate. She glanced at the reflection of the maid waiting for her. She seemed to have made at least some effort to maintain a respectable appearance, but it was mostly the same as the other residents she had seen so far. The women were tired and frightened. Long days in this state had left them in a nervous and anxious state. When one of the undead sentinels provided by E-Rantel entered with 2 barrels of hot water, they both screamed and ran to the farthest corner of the solarium, where they remained. As a result, Ludmilla received the unique experience of teaching the Death Knight how to take a bath properly. A long time passed after he got out of the room and the couple came out of hiding, and by the time Ludmilla was already halfway through it on her own. In addition, the maids seemed new to their job. In previous years, the city had similarly provided maids to visiting nobles who rented guest houses, and in comparison, the current maids seemed completely inexperienced. Their movements were stiff and uncertain. They seemed to constantly doubt themselves while working. Self-doubt was imperceptibly reflected on those around her, and Ludmilla frowned, mentally pushing away this feeling. As Yuri Alpha had shown earlier in the evening, confidence and form instilled the same in those around her, and it seemed the reverse was also true. Ludmila remembered Violetta Yezn and her actions during the meeting of the nobility. Perhaps her bullying of others was another facet of the same idea, to create an image of stability and routine in order to force others to act out old habits. Although she had no desire to turn into a grumpy hag, Ludmila thought that she could achieve the same results in her own way. So she simply busied herself with preparing for dinner, methodically making a mental list of her usual actions, moving around the room as she prepared. It didn't take long before the two maids also began to move, trying to keep up with her and eventually anticipating her actions. These maids had clearly undergone some kind of training, but they probably had no opportunity to put their knowledge into practice given the current state of affairs in E-Rantel. She stood and waited in a fresh linen robe while the maids brought her a dress. Although the hearth had been assembled and lit, the air in the room had not yet warmed up. She suppressed a shudder, mentally telling the maids to hurry up. The dress had been purchased last winter, as a reward for her diligent assistance in organizing the barony that year. She decided that it would be suitable for their short-term appearances in E-Rantel, as well as for some festive events at home. She wore a pleated white cotton blouse with long sleeves and black buttons that went up and under a ruffled bow tie that came out of the collar. A wide leather belt cinched the waist, separating the blouse from a long linen skirt dyed forest green. The skirt was matched with an open bolero, decorated with buttons from elbow to wrist. The dress was warm enough for the winter in E-Rantel, but in the Highlands it was enough to wear only a coat. The dress was hanging in the window of a boutique near the main square, and she noticed it when her family was returning from selling their goods in various merchants' warehouses on the outskirts. She immediately jumped off their wagon and bought it with half of her earnings for the year. After her triumphant return with the loot, her brothers burst into tears when they heard the cost of the entire outfit, since it could buy half of the premium plate armor. Her father seemed relieved that his only daughter had not become a troublemaker after years of being raised in a family full of men. However, as the maids helped her into her dress, she was overcome with a vague feeling of annoyance, as she saw that her former ambitions were somewhat misplaced. She became taller, so the hem of her skirt reached 2/3 to the knee. The pleated blouse didn't hug her chest as much as she'd hoped. Ludmila resisted the urge to sigh while the maids fussed over her appearance. When they were almost finished, one of them finally spoke. "The border nobles are truly amazing." Amelia Lucy was the younger of the two maids who appeared and introduced themselves just before the Death Knight brought the bath water. The girl was half a head shorter than Ludmila, with shoulder-length brown hair and a face strewn with light freckles. Her emerald eyes sparkled as she continued. "Even in a beautiful dress you look like a gallant warrior. Everything about it suits you so well that it seems like you could even go into battle in this form. Even the hem of the skirt is raised to allow you to move around easily, while other ladies might opt for a more subdued look." The flustered maid made a motion with her right hand as if swinging a sword, or perhaps hitting someone with a rolling pin, or stabbing something with a fork. Ludmila couldn't say. "How do you do it, my lady?" she asked. Amelia's voice lost its excited tone, becoming muffled. Ludmila looked down at her dress, looking for any problems with the outfit. She didn't notice anything wrong in the mirror either. "What am I doing?" The maid's work slowed until her hands stopped moving altogether. She looked at Ludmila with an expression that was a mixture of awe and uncertainty. "How do you live as if everything is normal?" she answered. "I heard others talk about seeing you walking outside this evening, alone in the noble quarter, as if it were an ordinary spring day. I thought that perhaps these were exaggerated rumors, but then that monster entered the room, and you continued to walk on as if nothing had happened." Ludmila opened her mouth, then closed it again, not knowing what to answer. She didn't feel like she had done anything that someone else couldn't have done. It wasn't that she never panicked or felt fear or uncertainty. Even her actions towards the maids were simply a controversial experiment inspired by what she experienced that day. She decided it would be best to answer directly. "I don't think I did anything special," she said, "and I don't think it's normal for me. At first I was scared when I saw all these undead in the city, but then I realized that fear in itself is unreasonable. I just decided that I had more important things to do, that I couldn't afford a life in which I would only jump from shadow to shadow. That the days and seasons will pass, that the world will continue to exist beyond our borders. That despite all my fears and insecurities, I must still fulfill my responsibilities to the earth, otherwise my home will perish. Emilia's eyes sparkled again, but a contemptuous snort from Ludmila's other hand showed that the second maid saw things differently. Tara Roe's hoarse voice was as incredulous as it could be without outright disrespect. "Did you just decide?" she continued. "My lady, if we could all get up one morning and decide to go back to our normal lives, no one would be hiding in their houses right now, would they?" "She's right," Amelia said reluctantly. "The other nobles tried a day or two ago." Several ladies argued with one of the boys to show their bravery. He walked out of the main building while everyone followed at a safe distance. He walked straight towards one of these death knights and wet himself as soon as he got within a few steps and collapsed on the ground in a puddle. When the undead turned and looked in our direction, everyone screamed and ran back to the town hall, leaving the poor noble lying in the street. Tara nodded at the other maid's words, her black curls bouncing across the dark skin of her cheeks. "Exactly," she said. "In the end, Lady Alpha had to take him back to the estate. The poor kid was passed out. Mark my words, the border nobles are somehow different. In good times, other nobles know how to command people, but their arrogance, bragging and talk about being brave captains and fierce fighters all disappeared somewhere when it came down to it." Her maid's contempt for the rest of the nobility was alarming, to say the least. Ludmila felt a painful obligation to salvage at least some respect from her colleagues. "What about Yuri Alpha then?" asked Ludmila. "She doesn't seem to mind everything that's happening. For that matter, she seems to be holding up much better than I am." "You're right, my lady," Amelia replied, "but she's one of the royal maids, you understand. Perhaps it took her a long time to get used to all this, or maybe she is not at all what she seems." Ludmila thought that Yuri Alpha didn't look abnormal in any way, so she decided to continue with the first thought. "Then perhaps all it takes is time," she suggested. "After all, you both seem to be gossiping quite boldly here." The lively atmosphere instantly cooled as the two maids exchanged glances. Tara was the first to come to her senses and looked at Ludmila. "Then, just a little time, my lady," Tara answered. "You may be right, but I won't be going near that undead thing any time soon." You won't tell anyone about what we said earlier, milady?" asked Amelia. "Only this time," Ludmila answered. "However, in the future, I will not defend you with lies if you are caught slandering the royal house or His Majesty's nobility." The two maids stood up and walked away, completing her outfit. They curtsied in unison as Ludmila stepped off the stool and headed towards the exit of the fitting room. "Thank you, Lady Zaradnik. The translator is in touch. As you can see, the title has been sitting and gathering dust for a very long time, waiting in the wings. This is simply due to the fact that it is difficult for me alone to export this work along with other translations that I am busy with. Therefore, if you want to see a continuation of my translation, or even work on old mistakes, with your support, direct or financial, I am ready to revive this title. And that's all for now."